I do like that on the phone, sorry. I'm getting confused. Again. He was, but obviously they haven't selected him or something. I don't quite know what's going on.
A very warm welcome to the Ageas Bowl, where we are just minutes away from getting underway this Metrobank one-day 50-over cup match between Hampshire and Leicestershire. It is the top two in Group A today, with Leicestershire leading the group with 6 points from 4 matches. They are just ahead of Hampshire in second, who, even though they've played one game less, are behind only on run rate. I can tell you that Leicestershire have won the toss and they're going to bowl at first. Your commentary team today, a little later. It's great to have him back. We haven't heard from him for a little while. It's Hampshire's historian and archivist Dave Allen. But to take you through up until the start of play and just a bit beyond that is myself, Kevin Jones, and from BBC Radio Leicester, it is Richard Ray. Great to welcome him back as well. Richard.
Morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back at this splendid stadium, which seems to have changed. Seems to change every time I come here. Some new additions, the trees mature, and really is a great place to play cricket.
Well, I'm sure it'll be even better if Leicestershire win, and if Hampshire win, we'll enjoy the facilities. So, as I say, Leicestershire won the toss and bowl. As you're our guests, would you like to run through the Leicestershire side first?
Yeah, it is unchanged, unsurprisingly, given a very good win last time out against Lancashire. But it's also, I think, most Leicester supporters will be pleased that Uttam Ramji, the 18-year-old leg spinner, keeps his place, made his debut against Lancashire, picked up 3 wickets, gave the side a little bit more balance, perhaps. So Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, the openers, Lewis Hill, the captain, at 3, Peter Hanscom, wicket-keeper batsman, at 4, Colin Ackerman, happily back from temporary 100 duty last night. He's back and playing. Vian Mulder, the South Africa all-rounder, in at 6. Louis Kimber, 7. Tom Scriven, formerly of Hampshire, at 8. Chris Wright at 9. Josh Hull at 10. Uttam Ramji at 11.
Well, Hampshire have made one change from the side that beat Nottinghamshire up at the John Fretwell Sports Complex, and that change has come lower down the order in the bowling department, where Keith Barker comes in for Brad Wheel. So Hampshire are Fletcher Middleton, captain Nick Gubbins, Tom Prest, wicketkeeper Ben Brown, Anarian Donald, Toby Albert, Ian Holland, Scott Curry, Keith Barker, Mason Crane, and 17-year-old Eddie Jack keeps his place in the side. So second against first. It could be a cracker. Leicestershire are in great form with the bat, Richard.
Yep, it is where their strength lies, no question about it. So Hampshire will know that they'll, depending on the pitch, of course, which looks a little bit mottled, you never quite know, but they'll want to sort of get fairly close to 300. These days, 300 seems par in this competition anyway.
It certainly does, yeah. The first 2 games Hampshire played here, Middlesex got 309 for 7. There was a slight rain delay there, but Hampshire got over the line there. It's slightly reduced overs that Hampshire batted. And then against Essex, got 236 for 9, although they lost early wickets. Hampshire passed that total for the loss of 6 wickets. So, yeah, you probably would, on the whole, need to get somewhere pretty close to 300 to give yourself a chance.
Well, Leicestershire managed 400 last time out, so
that might be more than enough.
Smashed their list A record. In fact, they've beaten it twice this season. They got to 380 at Beckenham against Kent and 411 for 6 at Old Trafford just, well, it seems like yesterday. It was only 36 hours ago. Thank you, ECB. Day-night game at Old Trafford, and then come down to Southampton.
So it looks like Ian Mulder
It is.
So one of the 2 overseas players in the Leicestershire side, Peter Hampshire, is the other. He's going to be right arm over, and he's going to be running away from us, and he's going to be bowling to Fletcher Middleton, despite what the scoreboard says. And Middleton pushes that up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Fletcher Middleton's already got 100 in this competition against Middlesex here, but yeah, on Leicestershire's past form, you would think Hampshire need to get a big total here to give themselves a chance.
And it's Fletcher with an A at the end, not ER.
No. Son of Tony Middleton.
Okay.
Former Hampshire batter. Here's Wian Molden then with 2 slips bowls. Middleton forward, pushes that out square on the offside. There's no run. I love the colour red.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Some opinion is mixed on Leicestershire's one-day cup kit this season. The sort of orangey red with a green stripe, which I'm told is very stylish down the front.
It's a little
I've seen
different.
worse.
Yeah. Well, Derbyshire's kit last year. I haven't seen it this year, but Derbyshire's kit last year
Was it awful?
Well, it looked off white. It was a bit bizarre. Driven back and half stopped by Moulder, but no run. Yeah, it was a sort of
Off white.
It looked like the sort of white where the kit had been put in with some greys in the wash.
Okay.
Somebody got it wrong, so when it came out, there was a sort of a hint of grey in it. It just looked bizarre. I'm not sure whether they're still in it this year. We won't know because they're in a different group. And I haven't seen any pictures of them in this year's competition. Moulder bowls on the line of middle and leg, worked wide of mid-on by Fletcher Middleton. First runs of the innings. Middleton off the mark. Crowd. It's not a bad one at the moment for these one-day cup games. Quite a few yellow shirts, which is Hampshire's T20 kit. A few of those yellow shirts in the crowd.
Dark blue kit for Hampshire in this competition, albeit with daffodil yellow, bright yellow pads and helmets.
Very bright helmets, aren't they?
They are.
This Moulder runs away from us once more. Wicket is just slightly to the right, so we've got a good view here. That's way down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Signalled so. The 2 umpires today. You thought you spotted one of them?
I did. Paul Baldwin. Yeah, definitely. That's here at square leg.
And the other one's new to me. Paul Nichols.
They do use this competition, not necessarily to blood umpires, but younger umpires get some experience, don't they?
Yeah. Rely on the senior man. That's nipped back wickedly. Hits Gubbins on the pad. Called through for a leg by Middleton. Or was there an inside edge onto the pad? There was. Umpires not signalling anything at all there. That nipped back wickedly.
Shape as well for Moulder. As I say, can be a little bit straight up and down. It's like he can go for a lot or pick up sort of a handful of wickets. I'm just looking at his figures for this season.
Comes in again to Middleton. Bowls. Middleton drives up to mid-off, no run.
He went for 55 off 5 overs at Old Trafford, but so did most of the bowlers when we were in an absolute road it was up there.
That can be flat up there, can't it? We've got that trip to look forward to on Tuesday.
I anticipate you'll be using the same pitch, and they could be using it in 2035, I would imagine, without it doing anything too much. Goodness me, it was flat. So it will be Chris Wright who will open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end here at the Ageas Bowl. 38-year-old, former Essex, Warwickshire seamer, who's been at Leicestershire for, well, this is the end of his, I think, 4th year now for Chris, but it will be his last as well. He's heading off to Sussex next season and for the season thereafter as well, but he's been as good as ever as he comes charging in and bowls a little bit short of a good length, shapes back in a touch towards Gubbins, who just works it calmly out towards mid wicket. He's going to pick up a couple of runs.
He's been around a long time, Mr. Wright.
He has.
Do you know what? I looked it up last night, actually. I was just looking up a couple of stats and that. He made his T20 debut for Middlesex here, 2004. God, I can't remember that far back.
He comes in and bowls to Gubbins, a little bit straighter this time. Gubbins just leans forward, blocks it down the pitch on the on side. When was the ground? What was it? When was its first year? It won't have been far off that. I remember coming here when it was about then.
2001 was, I think, were the first games here, weren't they, Dave?
Early 2000s.
Yeah. So that was only the second year of the T20, wasn't it? 2000. That's still modern era for Dave, though. 2004. Still too new.
Right, elbows jutting. Comes running in and bowls again straight. Again, a suggestion of a little bit of shape back into the left-handed Gubbins. He covers up, blocks it down the pitch on the on side. Doesn't look as though there's any great pace in the pitch at the moment. Slightly mottled in appearance. Mulder probably got a little bit more movement than Wright has managed so far, but he will push the occasional one across the left-hander. Essentially he'll be looking to bowl in swingers to Gubbins though. In he comes and bowls. That is a little bit straighter on the off stump and holds its own. Arguably a touch short of a length. Work punched by Gubbins out into the offside, but not really timed. Runs straight out to Louis Kimber, who is in the covers, and there's no run. Two slips in. Rishi Patel at first, Colin Ackerman at second. Ackerman had one heck of a game at Old Trafford 36 hours ago, an unbeaten century off 60 balls, 2 wickets and 2 brilliant catches. Do that again. In goes Wright and bowls. Fuller this time, driven back towards him. He puts out his right hand as he always does, tries to steer the ball onto the stumps. Middleton was aware of the danger and had scrambled back into his ground. A deflection, if you like, from Wright missed, as it nearly always does. He keeps trying though. He says it did work once, probably in about 2004, I would imagine, but he's been doing it ever since. Pushes his hair back from his brow, charges in and bowls down the wicket. It goes Gubbins, just trying to negate a little bit of the swing, looks to work it into the onside. I don't think he got anything on it. No umpire. Baldwin raises a shapely left knee to the scorers and gives it a tap as the leg by is completed. End of the second over. Hampshire 6 without loss, so 4 from it, including that extra. Middleton has the single, Gubbins has 3.
Several ways you can get in touch with us. Richard Erner will give you his ways of doing so, but sonatcricket@gmail.com is the email, and Neil Halsworth from Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available, as we've often said. Unfortunately, you just missed out on this, Richard, because I think it was a couple of games ago as Mulder comes in. That's a good carry, but left alone outside the off stump. Neil actually brought a bit up of his coffee and actually distributed it amongst the commentary team that were here at the time. But he's emailed morning to you, Neil.
Well, if he's in the ground,
well, he is. I don't think he's brought any with him.
Neil.
Listen to you. He says, "How's life up in the box today?" Well, it's pretty good. Have taken up residence in the Shane Warne stand today, says Neil, as Mulder comes in. Walking into that one, and has he got an inside edge through to the keeper? They certainly think so behind the stumps, but not out, says the umpire. Well, that really did fizz through off a length to Gubbins. And that would have been close to the inside edge, if nothing else. He says, "I've taken up residence in the Shane Warne stand for a change, much lower down too, because he was up here earlier, hoping to catch some sun." He says, "Couple of questions. Why has Eddie Jack still not been allocated a squad number? Can't be that difficult to pick one out." Well, we were just talking about that actually, weren't we, before we came on here? I don't know. Maybe because he's got a rookie contract. I don't know if they actually do. I'm not sure. If I'm honest, I could be wrong on that one. And yeah, Dom Kelly's another one that hasn't got a number. Forward is Gubbins, pushes up to mid-off, and he also says, "What rain radar app do you use?" As I'm finding the iPhone one, other smartphones available, of course, a bit chunky or clunky and not giving decent updates as the day progresses. I think mine suggested maybe a couple of showers this morning at best, or at worst. And that was about all. Richard can be contacted at
Richard Ray 2323, the numbers that is, at gmail.com. And if you want to use Twitter
or X, Gubbins drives, Mulder picks it up and threatens to throw.
Fox's Cricket Fox's Crick, CRICK 2023 is where you can tweet me.
Into the third over here. Leicestershire winning the toss, electing to bowl first. They're unchanged from their win against Lancashire. Hampshire one change from their win against Notts. Come to that as flicked away by Gubbins in the air, but safe, and it's gone behind square on the leg side. That'll be 4 runs. Little too leg stumpish there from Mulder on that occasion, and Gubbins moves on to 7, and the Hampshire total 10 without loss. Gubbins also in good form in this competition, having picked up 100 in that win at Notts. The one change is Barker in for Brad Wheel. Brad Wheel played his first game of the season, and probably wise, just giving him a bit of a rest with this game coming so soon after the last, as Mulder runs in again, bowls short. Oh, that's nipped back as well. A couple of good deliveries here, Richard, in this over. A little bit unlucky, end of the over.
Yeah, nice little bit of shape from Vian Mulder back into the left-handed Gubbins. Didn't miss the stumps by very much either. So the right-hander at the moment, Mulder, is getting a little bit more movement through the air than Chris Wright from the other end. Then get Gubbins early. That would be a huge wicket for the Foxes. Yeah. A man very much in form, the Hampshire skipper. Chris Wright, leading wicket taker for the Foxes in the One Day Cup, but that isn't necessarily saying too much. So their strength is in their batting, really. In he comes. Bowls to Middleton, who's working it off his legs through square leg, just in front of square, out towards the sweeper on the square leg boundary, who is the solid figure of Louis Kimber, comes jogging in, sidearm throw. Middleton takes 1.
Looking forward to seeing your leg spinner bowl. We always love a leg spinner. Tom Scriven also, a full day of Hampshire.
You'll certainly see him.
Looking forward to seeing him.
And both bowl their share of overs. In goes Wright, and bowl slightly short, pulled around the corner by Gubbins. He's got it behind square. Ramji runs around from deep square, gets to the ball, gets away a good throw. He's showed himself to be a pretty good fielder, although Peter Hanscom is telling the young man, just straight into the gloves please, I don't want it on the bounce. He's a very calm figure, Peter Hanscom, and no histrionics out there, but he'll just make occasional little gesture. Come on. Australia wicketkeeper batsman, or batsman wicketkeeper really, as Wright goes in and bowls, squares up Gubbins slightly as he looks to play fairly straight, comes off a thick outside edge along the ground all the way into the offside. No run. Gubbins remains on 9, 15 balls faced, 2 off 6 for Middleton. Crowd growing all the time.
It's about norm for the One Day Cup here. It's a bit more than a championship crowd. No more.
Right. In bowls. Again straight, clipped in the air for a good few feet on its way towards Mulder at mid-on. Almost straight to the South Africa international. Dot ball. Yes, Wright has 7 wickets. Tom Scriven, formerly of this parish, has 6. Took a 5-foot in the first game at the Oval.
It's no mean effort.
No, absolutely. Certainly it was his list A best for sure. Right. In bowls. Gubbins is looking to drive. Don't think he's going to get it past mid-off. He's going to have to hurry there. Had the throw hit from Hill. It might have been interesting, but Hill was sliding to his left, and although he gathered the ball cleanly, he was throwing sort of as he slid and didn't get much power into the throw, and of course it missed anyway, so no decision required of umpire Baldwin. Single taken by Gubbins, moves into double figures on to 10. Still keeping the 2 slips in. I know they need, or how important a couple of early wickets might be, Leicestershire. Right. In bowls. Middleton leaves outside off stump. Decent carry through to Hanscom behind the stumps, takes it above waist high, but a good leave, as they say, from Middleton. End of the over. That is the Fourth over of the innings. Right, 2 overs for 6. Mulder, 2 overs for 7.
I was looking at this table as well, which I think there's one or two sides for me that are surprising where they are. And I'm talking near the bottom end of the table, really. I know Surrey have lost a lot of players to the 100, but I'm still surprised to see them at the bottom of Group A with such a big staff that they have.
Well, is it rude?
Mulder bowls, driven off a thick outside edge, backward of point, slightly aerial, not quite where he was aiming, goes down to wide third. Gubbins moves on to 11.
To say that quite a few people are a little bit surprised to see Hampshire at the top, simply because they'd lost 10 as well, so it sort of works both ways in a funny sort of way. They've done brilliantly in the circumstances.
Yeah, there were 2 good wins to start off the competition, I think, Middlesex and Essex. I think, but there's some tough ones to come, including today. Lancashire on Tuesday. I'm not sure about Yorkshire, that's coming as well. Oh, it's another edge, is it? No, and that's a big leg break from Mulder, who's bowled some seriously good balls already this morning. They were almost too good.
That did plenty. Oh, goodness me.
Absolutely opened him up like a can of beans. Fletcher Middleton.
He'd have done well to get an edge on that, really. He would have been a heck of a...
Well, he's bowled 3 balls this morning, William Mulder. It's probably as 3 good balls as we've seen for quite a while here. Just pitching and going quickly off the seam. Too good, as Richard Ray says, as he comes in again and bowls to Middleton. Slightly fuller. Middleton drives up to mid-off. What a ball that was. Just like a fast leg break. A fast Ramji or a fast Crane delivery, that one. Whoa. So yeah, and Middlesex second from bottom. I mean, they haven't lost many to the 100. Quite surprised about that. Yorkshire, neither of us have played Yorkshire yet, so we can't tell you much about them, but they're third from bottom at the moment. Mulder bowls, Middleton drives wide of mid-on. That'll be 2. And go all the way to the rope as Tom Scriven fields that one away to our right. Middleton moves on to 4. 17 without loss, but we've seen certainly 3 balls from Mulder that on another day might have taken a wicket. And total 17 without loss. We're in the 5th over here. Hampshire losing the toss, batting first. As Mulder comes in, right arm over, driven, nice straight drive. Scriven dives, does well at mid-on, picks it up, keeps it down to a single. Middleton moves on to 5, 18 without loss. I've got a feeling there's another one of those balls from Mulder coming shortly. Just amazing. Gets the ball to nip back quickly at Gubbins and nip away at Fletcher Middleton, and they go at pace. So yeah, they're the bottom 3 sides, Yorkshire, Middlesex and Surrey in this group. We're only about halfway, just about halfway at best in this competition as Mulder bowls, and that's pushed back to the bowler by Gubbins. Mulder has completed 3 overs, none for 11. Hampshire 18 without loss, 5 gone. Wow.
Broken cloud above the Ageas. There's a possibility of the odd shower here and there. Didn't come through any on the way down from Leicester this morning, but roads were wet in places, suggesting we need a little bit of fortune to get through the day unscathed. I can see Sam Evans out there, Leicestershire's 12th man, has gone into backward point. Not quite sure who has gone off. Right is in, bowls. Middleton is clipping away nicely off middle and leg out towards deep mid wicket. Louis Kimber out there. Lovely throw into the gloves of Peter Hanscom. 1 is taken. Ambulance perhaps on the M27. One of the roads around the Ageas. The motorway runs quite close by, although you've sort of got to go quite a long way round to get to it. Right is in, bowls outside off stump. Gubbins is feeling for it, just trying to work it away on the offside. Could have nicked that one through, didn't get anything on it. Goes through to Hanscom. Still got the 2 slips in Lewis Hill. Young Josh Holt, giant young left armour, is warming up at short fine leg at the moment, so it may not be long before we see him. Sol Budinger is the man off at the moment. In goes right and bowls. Gubbins clips him away through mid-wicket. Strong shot worked away out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Ramji flings himself to his right, drags it back, saves a run, gets a warm round of applause for his effort, and a good throw in that, a strong throw in that it clears right, who ignores it. Hanscom runs round behind to take the ball at 3-2 Gubbins. He moves on to 14. Hampshire 22 now without loss, halfway through the 6th over.
There's quite big boundaries all round, actually. We're only just slightly off centre here, aren't we, to the right?
We are.
Only just.
Yeah, a good 70, 75, something like that. Right is into Middleton, thick inside part of the bat, but worked through backward square. In comes Kimber. Right pauses at the end of his follow-through. But he's fairly philosophical these days. I suppose he becomes so at 38, and in the end he just turns and stalks back, walks back towards the top of his mark. Scriven too is just rolling his arm over. He's down at long with third man for the left-handed Gubbins. 23 without loss. Hampshire. Right. Very straight run is in, and bowls. Driving is Gubbins, not exactly where he wanted to do, along the ground all the way, but to backward point where Evans is the fielder. Yet to appear for the first team this season, Sam Evans. Budinger is the man that they've gone with at the top of the order alongside Rishi Patel, who's been in spectacular form, and on Friday became the first Leicestershire player in the county's history to have scored a century in all 3 formats in the same season. So a little bit of history made by Rishi Patel. Some interesting looking costumes coming into the ground. Gentleman topless, but with a sort of pink sarong of some kind walking around in front of us. In goes right and bowls on the legs of Gubbins. Worked off the back foot down towards deep backward square. Ramji is the fielder. One is taken, end of the over. So a solid start by Hampshire. 24 without loss after 6.
I thought it was some sort of stag do or something, because 2 guys in dresses or skirts, but they were with 2 females, so that can't quite be true unless, I don't know, unless the traditional stag day is a little different these days.
Barbie's not on anywhere around here, is it? That's what they all seem to be wearing to that.
Is that right? I haven't
apparently
seen it.
You see all sorts of groups of people, but you have to kind of wear pink, it seems. But,
that
so
might be it.
Whether it's anything to do with that.
Barbie converts. Here's William Mulder to Gubbins. Start of a new over. Gubbins pushes forward to a length ball. Ball bounces out in front of square on the offside. Yeah, I'm sure I was quite expecting that.
Gubbins, Hampshire's skipper. Is it in all forms or
no? Just this.
Just this. Yeah.
No, James Vince.
Vince,
otherwise,
of course, is the
captaining with Captain the Brave, who very nearly brought in Colin Ackerman yesterday for their game against Welsh Fire. Called up, but not used.
Ka-ching.
Yes. Still got a fee of some sort, wouldn't he? As that's pushed away into the gap through mid-wicket, that'll be 2 for Nick Gubbins. Fletcher Middleton running the harder of the 2 as he makes his way towards the bowler. And that is 26 without loss. Gubbins on to 17. Yeah, Brave, a bit of a mixed season for them. Paul Williams, who's tweeted at Solent Sports, who's in Portugal, says it's sit-in Sunday for him and he'll be able to watch the whole game today. Pitch looks like it may do a little bit. Well, it certainly has for this man bowling now. William Mulder has bowled some pretty decent deliveries, cut into the ground, fielded at point by Gubbins. Has bowled a couple of serious balls, 3 serious balls that have jagged off the seam. 2 to Gubbins, which went past the inside edge, and 1 to Fletcher Middleton, which opened him up completely as he was trying to play that towards wide mid-on, and the ball actually beat the outside edge by quite a bit. That's how much it moved. So Mulder looking for more of the same into his 4th over. Just down to the 1 slip now as he bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives, doesn't time it. Again, Mulder shapes as if to throw. Nice stuff from him. Mulder, who's had a good season with the bat in this competition last year, didn't he? He's obviously a good all-round player, this guy.
He was most valuable player in the competition last season across all counties, and well, yeah, he's been spectacular with both bat. So mainly with bat this season. That said, 226 runs at 113.
Bowles outside the off stump. They're smashed through extra cover by Gubbins. That'll be 4. Big gap between cover and mid-off. Gubbins split them almost perfectly. And with that boundary moves on to 21. Hampshire on to 30 without loss.
He knew straight away there, didn't he? Wide-ish. Almost a half volley.
First real wide ball he's bowled, really. It's like he's trying to cut his fingers across the seam now a little bit more, as these balls don't last too long, one at each end. Maybe already starting to get soft as he comes in again and bowls. Gubbins gets one that's straighter this time and works it up to mid-on, where Lewis Hill fields, and that'll be the end of the over. Mulder's bowled 4 overs, none for 17. Hampshire 30 without loss, 7 gone. 6 runs off that one.
Hill having a chat to umpire Baldwin already. What about?
Change the ball?
Yes. I just don't think that happens unless you've taken pieces. It's been smashed out of the ground and pieces have come out of it. They just don't bother these days. It's a longish conversation. Chris Wright, hands on hips, the old double teapot. Mulder ditto as they converse at the top of Wright's mark. Mulder is at mid-off, pretty much on the edge of the circle. Now just the one slip, Ackerman. Rishi Patel has gone into mid-wicket as Wright is into Middleton, who is driving, not quite getting to the pitch of the ball, but got on top of the bounce and hit it firmly, but couldn't get it past Mulder, who moved smartly to his left, slid and stopped. Dot ball. Already the movement is less pronounced than it was. Ramji claps his hands together. Perfect debut for him, really. The circumstances at Old Trafford. In goes Wright and bowls. Back foot looking to force is Middleton, but again, not quite timing it, and bottom hand off the bat as he shovels it rather out towards Ramji in the covers. Didn't have to bat, watched his side run up a record score of over 400, and then even on a flat track, you back yourself, don't you? They didn't bring him on till later, when about 4 or 5 Lancashire wickets had fallen. The worst of the batters had gone pretty much, so he did manage to pick up 3 wickets and take a very good catch running in from the boundary. So ideal for the youngster. Right into Middleton, who is defending out into the offside. Momentary confusion between Middleton and Gubbins before Gubbins goes back into his ground. Made it comfortably enough, though Budinger, who's back on the field now at backward point, did throw the ball at the non-striker's end, missed the stumps. A couple of big run-outs for Leicestershire against Lancashire. Scoreboard pressure, as much as anything, made the difference there.
There's another guy in pink away to our right in front of the scoreboard there.
Indeed, it must be.
2 pinks.
In fact, the whole party. In goes Wright and bowls, forced out through the back, through the offside by Middleton. It's bouncing out towards the point boundary. Ramji dives, he can't get there. Hit it hard down into the ground, but had enough momentum. Sorry, I'm laughing because behind where the ball has gone on the other side of the stand, there's 2 more gentlemen in pink, pink sort of dungarees, shortened dungarees, and one gentleman in a pink dress with a sort of black afro wig. Wow, we've got to get some pictures of that particular party. Clearly something is going on out there. It must be something to do with Barbie. Yeah. Must be something to do with that, I'm sure.
Full marks for wearing that.
As long as you're in a group. If you're by yourself, eyebrows might be raised. Wright is in. Middleton defends. On the walk, a little bit down the stumps, angled bat out towards Budinger at backward point. And there's no run. 34 without loss after that 4 from the preceding delivery. Middleton into double figures now, 11 off 18 for him, 21 off 29 for Nick Gubbins. The members out in force on the top of the pavilion, the Brandsgrove Pavilion, opposite us here. We're on top of the hotel as Wright goes in and bowls, made just the shape back in, a touch to Middleton, who covered up, blocked it out on the offside, and that is the end of the over, the 8th over of the Hampshire innings, put into bat by the Foxes. As I say, a solid start, 34 without loss. There's a bit of a breeze out there, and it's not particularly warm breeze. The wind over the last few days has been warm, sort of westerly, but might just have swung a touch. Looking at the Hampshire flag, it is still sort of coming towards us, and are we looking essentially west, north, south? Essentially south. Okay, north, south. Right. So the coast is over there, and the New Forest is over there. In goes Vian Mulder from the hotel end, looking to drive his Gubbins. Thick outside edge, and it's in the air for some little time as it goes through the gully area, well wide of Budinger at backward point, runs down to the third man, and is fielded down there by Josh Hull. Gubbins takes 1, moves on to 22. Mulder continuing, this his 5th over, none for 18. He did find movement in his first 3, less so in his last over. Over the wicket he goes to Middleton, a little bit short of a length. Middleton up on his toes, just deflecting it through the gully, down again towards third man. 1 taken, just milking the bowling nicely at the moment, these two. Gubbins 100 last time out. Middleton likewise has 100 to his name in the competition. Exactly 100. 137 runs in 3 innings because of that century, as Gubbins looks to work that one on the onside, but only picks out Leicestershire's captain Lewis Hill, who is saving 1 at mid-on. He's not on the edge of the circle, so dot ball.
Sunshine out, beautiful.
Never comes up here though, does it, as I remember?
Well, late in the afternoon we might get someone.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's hope the game's still going then.
Yes. Round the wicket goes Vian Mulder to Nick Gubbins, hits him on the pads as it swings in. It was going on down the leg side, he was looking to work it into the leg side, didn't get anything on it, bounced out into the offside. No run. Yeah, it looks a picture in the sunshine. So I remember coming here when all those trees had pretty much just been planted around the ground, but they're all fairly mature now, so sort of filled in around the ground really nicely. Of course, the woods behind already were mature. It gives it a lovely sort of rural setting. In goes Mulder and bowls. Gubbins again using his feet to get down the pitch, looking to on-drive wristily, but again picks out Lewis Hill at mid-on. Dot ball. Gubbins looking to get on within the power play, remember. Leicestershire on the power play against Lancashire. It was fairly spectacular. It was 85 or 90, something like that, off the first 10 overs. Budinger and Rishi Patel. Mulder is in, attempted a sort of paddle sweep almost by Nick Gubbins, having gone down the pitch. Didn't get anything on it, or we don't think he got anything on it, because the appeal was made by Vian Mulder. It wasn't really backed up from behind the stumps. It would have been a guessing game on the part of the umpire Nichols, and he was well down the crease, and it probably hit him outside the line as well. Otherwise, had plenty going for it, and it ran down towards short fine leg, and it was all a dot ball. End of the over. 36 without loss. Hampshire after 9.
Thanks very much, Richard. Richard will be back in about half an hour's time. Richard Ray and Dave Allen, Hampshire's archivist and historian, will be in alongside me, take you through the next half an hour here. 36 without loss then. Here's Chris Wright from that pavilion end, coming in to bowl to Middleton. Gets wrapped on the pad. One that nips back. Ball just balloons out on the offside. And there is no run. Chris Wright starting his 5th over, has none for 16. Welcome, Dave. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be here.
Yeah, it's a good day. It's mentioning the sun earlier. We haven't seen too much sun here, of course, for a few weeks, but this is about as good as it gets at the moment. And we may, as we said, may just get a little sun here later. Last time Leicestershire were here was in a championship game back in 2021. I don't think the weather was particularly good then, if I remember rightly. The big... If you remember, I think you were here, Dave, as well. As Wright comes in and Middleton drives on the up out to Ranji in the covers. And there is no run. I think even the big glass panes in front of us were rattling. It was that horrible.
Richard was reminding me how freezing it was, actually.
He said he's only just warmed up from there.
And he's a Yorkshireman. I mean, you know, you should be used to all that, and tough.
It must have been bad.
But it wasn't the sunny south, I'll tell you that. But it's all right today. It's okay. Yeah, I can't help wondering, with the possibility of a bit of drizzle or rain about later, if that's one of the reasons that they would invite us to bat first. You know, the Duckworth-Lewis chase.
Well, funny enough, on the subject of weather, Dave Janaway has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. Says he's in a COVID-ridden Cornwall. I didn't realise COVID had returned there. Now that's hammered away on the leg side, wide of mid-on. Just short of a length there from Wright, and Fletcher Middleton just hammered that away in the air, but safe, wide of the fielder. And Middleton moves on to 16, I think that'll be, if I'm ahead of the scoreboard, waiting for it to turn over as I look. Sure it was, it will be. 16 he moves on to. It will be 40 without loss shortly, for those that are in the ground waiting for that scoreboard to tick over. And also, if you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll also be waiting for that to tick over as well, because that's showing 36 without loss. We're on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and their app, which is free to download. That's also going back to the Leicestershire Cricket website. As Wright comes in, Fletcher Middleton pushes out into the covers, and there's no run. The scoreboard's got stuck. Anyway, we won't mind that. Just listen to us. Dave Janaway says, looking forward to the usual great coverage, thank you, and glad that we had a prompt start. My app said you had rain there. Well, it's the app is wrong. No. Your app is wrong, Dave, because we have not had any rain as yet. I'm beginning to think that Hampshire carry around a double-headed coin and then try to fool the opposition by calling tails. Have we won more than a couple of tosses this season? Well, I don't know, because I haven't looked. Dave might have that figure off the top of his head. Well, but certainly today Leicestershire won it.
I thought Nick Gubbins had quite a good record earlier on, but
yeah. Well, he lost the toss at Notts. There's a nice drive. He's found the gap as Middleton through point this time. Just using the pace of Chris Wright, just eases it square on the offside. And a couple of boundaries in this over. The scoreboard is caught up. It's showing 44 without loss, as is the live picture feed. Ticker tape, and Middleton moves on to 20.
Paul Vince is always asking me to check on his little boy's record, and I keep forgetting to do it, I must confess. I'll tell you what, when I'm off air, if you keep listening all day, I'll go through all the tosses in all the Hampshire games this year and let you know.
Is there enough time?
Almost. Yeah, I have to count on my fingers, but I must get there.
Right, runs in from the pavilion end again, bowls to Middleton. Middleton just pushes that straight delivery back to the bowler. That'll be the end of the over, and that's 10 gone. So the first power play completed. Hampshire 44 without loss. 8 runs, courtesy of 2 boundaries in that over. I love setting you challenges, Dave. I know you're always equal to them.
Yeah, well, I always do my best anyway. But yeah. Mind you, I actually I want to send a question out to Leicestershire fans listening. Have to be about as old as me, I suppose. But I saw Leicestershire win a cup final in the 1970s. I think it was 1975. And I just had in my mind that Ken Higgs had taken a hat-trick. And then I couldn't find any record of it. So if there's anybody out there who was at that final that I was at and knows anything about it, let us know. As the first ball of the new over, just he's bowling around the wicket, so it's just tending to spear towards leg side, but a bit like that shout for LBW at the end of the last over. I think it's just whether he's just bowling a little I was going to say leg cutter, but he's a left-handed bat, so it would be an off cutter. Yeah, I think it's just slightly cutting off the pitch and coming back, straightening a little bit.
Those wicked seam
they bowl quite nicely.
Balls, they have bowled very straight.
And it's 44 for naught, you know. Mulder again in, and that is more leg side, and it's played with very, very nice timing and bisects the two men at square leg and long leg and goes for 4. Gubbins, who I'm going to tempt fate, is just leading from the front this year in this competition.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Came into this game with 222 runs in 3 innings, and he's now up to 26 not out. And I'll just say a little prayer that I haven't now put the mockers on him.
Oh, Dave.
Mulder in again, bowls round the wicket. That's short of a length. And Gubbins, you may well have seen Gubbins just coming down the pitch to him there, and he just digs it in a little bit, but Gubbins is able to pull it away into mid-wicket for a single.
Our friends who are dressed in pink away to our right are walking up towards the Shane Warne stand.
Oh, yeah.
There's clearly something going on. 4 of them there. There was 2 earlier. I think they're trying to find their... They must be all together, dressed the way they are. They're the only 2 groups of people dressed in anything like that.
Pretty in pink. Over the wicket now, outside the off stump. Middleton just wafts at that, really. A bit of a careless shot. He didn't really hit through it, and he just could have got an edge. Now, there's no slip any longer. Leicestershire have gone somewhat on the defensive now, so he got away with it. He didn't get a touch. Keeper takes it.
Well, this looks a pretty good pitch, Dave.
Yeah, it does, really.
Isn't it? Really?
Yeah,
I think this is going to be a high-scoring game.
Yeah.
Leicestershire with their form in this competition.
Their batting looks very strong, I think. They're top 6. Mulder and again bowls. That's full of length. Middleton just pushes out, hesitates, and Gubbins dives at the batter's end. But in fact, the man at point hurls it at the other end. Middleton's in, and 50 is up.
Well, I have to say that was at the wrong end, that throw, because Gubbins was always struggling.
Yeah.
I don't know whether if he would have thought that maybe throwing it at the bowler's end would surprise Middleton, but it's definitely the wrong end to be throwing.
Mulder in again, round the wicket this time to Gubbins, and Gubbins just drives slightly uppishly to one of the former Hampshire player in the Leicestershire side, Tom Scriven, who I'm looking forward to having a look at, following his performances for Leicestershire. We've got a few Hampshire players who didn't, for whatever reason, didn't quite make the grade here, and have gone into the 2nd division, which Kev will have missed because he never looks at the 2nd division scores. That's right.
Don't even know who plays in the 2nd division these days.
But there are quite a few, actually. There's Ageas Dale at Gloucestershire. There's Harry Kame at Derbyshire, who's having a terrific season. First wicket partnership record for Derbyshire in the Championship a couple of weeks back, and getting runs in this. There's Tom Alsop, of course, at Sussex, and Tom Scriven here.
I think Matt Salisbury's still at Leicester as well, isn't he? He had a little time here.
Yes, that's right.
Seam bowler, right armour.
Yeah. Scriven, Dale and Kame were 3 guys who essentially came through into the Hampshire side in that lockdown period. You remember when you and I were the only people on the ground commentating?
It was weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was weird. We were at Hove and Arundel and places, because Leicestershire people might not know this, we played all our home games at Arundel, which was sad because it's such a beautiful ground, but it was empty.
This ground was locked because it was the Test series, wasn't it?
Yeah. Behind
closed doors. Here's Joshua Hull then, the left-arm seam bowler. It's wide and full and driven by Fletcher Middleton out into the deep cover area where Ranji, who seems to be making that area his own, just in front of the crowd there away to our right fields, and it's 51 without loss.
We've got a young visitor today, haven't we, Charlie? And I was just having a conversation with Charlie because she's a left-arm wrist spinner, which excites me. She's in the Hampshire under-13 side. I was telling her that until about the time that you arrived at Hampshire, we'd hardly ever had a left-arm pace bowler. Ever in Hampshire's history of any significance. Yeah, there was a guy called Richard Elms, who I think you would remember.
Yeah,
but
just before.
Didn't play a lot, really.
His Hull then from the pavilion end comes in and bowls. And he's almost hit that onto his stumps as it goes off at inside edge onto his pad. Ball ricochets out behind the stumps.
I've no theory about this at all, but I'm absolutely convinced that there are far more left-arm pace bowlers around in professional cricket now than, you look at Tymor Mills, you look at Topley at Surrey now and so on. John Lever, it just suddenly began to happen 50 or so years ago. But Hampshire, you look through all their great pace bowlers, White, Cotton, Shackleton, Kennedy, all right arm. Yeah.
Here's Hull again then, bowls, and Gubbins flicks that away behind square on the leg side. That should be cut off, and is so by Rishi Patel. Another man with runs under his belt. And 53 with that loss.
I think the same thing's true at Leicestershire. I mean, my memory goes back to some Leicestershire supporters will remember this. It goes back to Terry Spencer and Brian Boshier, and then Ken Higgs, who I asked the question about, and Alan Mullally, of course, who played for both Hampshire and Leicestershire. One of those who went to both, but not many.
No, went from Hampshire to Leicestershire and back again.
Yep.
So Gubbins gets a thickish outside edge. Ball makes its way down to third. Oh, they're going to take two. They have to hurry here. Have to hurry. Well, the throw wasn't quite as good as it could have been from Scriven, and had it been right over the top of the stumps, Gubbins was struggling. As it was, he's diving from yards out, trying to make his ground. And even though the stumps were knocked out, Gubbins did eventually make it home. That was a risky second run there.
Keeper had to scoop it and pull it back, didn't he? If it had come straight over the stumps, I think he was gone.
Well, that was a feature of Hampshire up at Nottinghamshire a couple of days ago, where some of the running was a little bit tight, and in fact Ben Brown suffered because of that with a direct hit. Here comes Hull again. Bowls, oh my word, hasn't missed the stumps very much. That's almost a low full toss come Yorker. I don't think Gubbins picked that up. He's looking around.
Yeah, he looks a bit bewildered for a moment.
It's quite tall, is Joshua Hull, as Richard Ray was telling me before the game. Looks as though he's got a bit of pace as well. The left armour, he's just 18 years of age. And as we've said often already in this competition, this is what this competition is all about. It's the youngsters, the 17, 18, 19 and 20-year-olds that we're seeing, most of us for the first time, and saying, are these potentially big players of the future? Here comes Hull, length ball, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Now there's a question for you here, Dave. It's funny how whenever you're on, people start saying, well, Dave will know this, will know that, and they work you hard. And Mike Martin, solentcricket@gmail.com, at the end of that over, 55 without loss, by the way. Richard Ray mentioned the batter who has scored 100 in 3 competitions. Did anyone score a ton for Hampshire in the 4 competitions, i.e. Championship, Sunday League, B&H and NatWest Trophy? This was a few years ago. In the same season, I'm thinking of Greenwich, maybe Chris or Robin Smith, Paul Terry. But those are just guesses, says Mike.
Same, yeah, they'd be guesses for me at this point, Mike, I have to say. But yeah, there's a good question. Tom Scriven, the former Hampshire bowler, is about to have a bowl. 1973 was an interesting one because Gordon Greenwich actually got 100 against Leicestershire in the B&H, I think, although Leicestershire won it. Jackie Birkinshaw got 100 for them. Now, he certainly got hundreds in the Championship in 1973 because we won it. I'm trying to remember. Actually, it was 2 years later, I think, when he got that big 100. There were those two record scores against Glamorgan and Notts at Southampton. Crazy games, both of them. Yeah, Mike, the answer is I don't know, actually, but it's a great question. And I might try and find out. And, Tom Scriven is bowling from our end, which is the hotel end, the northern end, and he bowls a very full. He's fast medium, Tom. He's not as quick as the other guys, not quite as tall. I suppose if you were a Hampshire fan and you hadn't seen him in his days at Hampshire, it's not dissimilar to, in build, run up and so on, to somebody like Trevor Jesty, perhaps slightly quicker. I'm not sure about that. Trevor Jesty swung it a lot, and that's again very full. It's driven up to mid-on, not quite timed by Middleton. There's no run, so it's still 55 for naught. I mean, I think those guesses were almost perfect, really. And you'd have to start in 1972, which is when the B&H started. So I think it's before then there were just '69 was the Sunday League, so there were three competitions then with the Gillette Cup. Scriven in, bowls, and he just works that a little square of the man at mid-on. He just uses that wrist movement to work that round instead of driving straight through it, and it's gone for 4. So yeah, so I'm waffling a bit about that because I don't know the answer, but then we'd have to remember when the 4 competitions. There was always 4 when you played, weren't there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, Richard just said to me off air that he thought Richard Greenwich had done it twice, in the 3 different formats.
Okay. Here's Tom Scriven again. Bowls. Oh, he doesn't play that very well, and it just trickles past the leg stump. It was just playing defensively. There didn't look to be a lot wrong with the shot, but it maybe just nipped back at him a bit. An off-cutter to a right-hander this time. Yeah.
Looks as though he's put on a quarter of a yard since he left Hampshire.
Yeah. Well, he's playing quite regularly, I think, up at Leicester.
24 years of age now.
Yeah, gets a few runs as well. That's leg side-ish, and Middleton again just uses the wrist very nicely there and bisects those 2 men again. Perfect placing. Placed really, really well. I think it's one of those things that cricketers of my pedigree, that's kind of modest Hampshire League standard, could never quite do, and the best players can do, which is to know where the gaps are and to hit the gaps.
That's part of the game, isn't it, really? Is to have that mental note in your head.
I was always just pleased to hit the ball. But, I think he did that very, very well. And that's shorter and just coming up on off stump. And Middleton plays that very nicely. He gets up on his toes. He's not a tall man, but he gets up on his toes and plays very nicely off the back foot out on the offside. I've seen him do that on a number of occasions. He comes through for a single. 64 without loss. Middleton 31, Gubbins 31.
Well, it looks a good wicket here, that's for sure. And both these batters seem fairly comfortable out there in the middle. William Mulder bowled 2 or 3 serious deliveries early on with the new ball. 2 that nipped back quickly at Gubbins and bounced, went past the inside edge. There was a couple of half shouts for both those. I'm not surprised. I mean, they did actually go very quickly, and then a big leg cutter to Fletcher Middleton, and he missed it by a long way. But apart from that, the pitches looked very nicely paced. As Hull, the left arm seamer, comes in and bowls, and Middleton pushes that out, half stopped at point by Sol Buddinger.
It's interesting that took the conversation about hundreds, because there weren't in the early days that many hundreds in the Gillette Cup. In the first year, incredible, something like 17 out of 30 innings in the first year of the Gillette Cup didn't get to 200, and that was with 65 overs aside. But there's a strange stat that's buzzing around in my head, which I'll let you know after the next ball.
Only one. Here comes Hull again. Gubbins gets a straight delivery, which he pushes up to mid-wicket.
In the first year of the Gillette Cup, there were 17 counties, and they weren't using the minor counties or anybody else, so they had to get rid of 1 to start to have 16.
Is that right?
Even, yeah. And so what they did was simply make the bottom 2 sides in the championship in 1962 play off in a preliminary round, and the bottom 2 sides were Lancashire and Leicestershire. And I'm almost sure, but somebody can tweet, but maybe Richard again, almost sure.
Hull comes in again from that pavilion end and bowls. Gubbins pulls that away, doesn't really time it, goes along the ground out to deep mid-wicket. Ageas in quickly, does well, keeps them down to a single. 66 without loss.
I didn't prepare this one, so I'm not completely sure, but I'm almost sure. I know that the game was between Lancashire and Leicestershire. One of them had to be knocked out, and in fact Lancashire won it and got through to the semi-final. I'm almost sure in that game between Lancashire and Leicestershire, the first ever Gillette Cup match, that 2 men made centuries, and one was Maurice Hallam for Leicestershire, and the other was Peter Marner of Lancashire, who then moved to Leicestershire.
Middleton gets wrapped on the pad, call through for a quick leg by. Throw goes in at Middleton's end. That's from Buddinger again. This is the stumps, but again, Middleton had to hurry. I think he was always in though.
Yeah, they are pushing that, aren't they? Yeah, so I've got a feeling. I mean, the whole story is interesting because in 1962, the very enterprising secretary of Leicestershire decided they'd have a dry run to the Gillett Cup, and he noticed that there were 4 Midland sides who didn't have a game in the Championship, and he had a little 4-tournament competition. Northants, Leicester, can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Palmer Hole in the game bowls. Gubbins pushes up to mid-wicket. No run.
But then, as I say, I'm pretty sure that Maurice Hallam, who at one point he was the opening batter at Leicester and the captain, and Peter Marner, who played big burly all-rounder, who played for Lancashire and then moved to Leicestershire. I'm pretty sure they both got hundreds in that first game. But somebody can tweet in and tell me I'm talking rubbish.
Sport. That's Solent Sport on that one.
Yeah.
SolentCricket@gmail.com on the emails. But as we always said, even in those days, that the batters used to use rulers for batters, and that's an edge from Gubbins. That's gone quickly down to third. That'll be 4. Gone very fine. Not a bad delivery. I think Gubbins was looking to work it behind square. Just got a little thinner edge than he would have was looking to do anyway. And Gubbins moves on to 36, 71 without loss. Yeah, I remember. I mean, I've looked at sort of old videos and whatever of those, and the bats, they just look like slabs of fence slabs. I mean, they're so thin, it's ridiculous. No wonder nobody could hit it off the square.
I had a bat once well, we've still got a bat that belonged to Roy Marshall, who second highest run scorer in Hampshire's history, great West Indian, very dynamic batter. And I met Nick Pothas one day while I was walking along with this bat, and Nick said to me, "What's that then?" And I showed him. I said, "This was Roy Marshall's, and Roy Marshall scored over 30,000 first." And he just wouldn't believe me. No. He said, no, but he didn't do it with this bat, did he? And I said, yeah, no, he absolutely did. This is what I bought it from the family, to put in the archive. And they were incredulous. Yeah,
almost like autograph bats.
Yes,
in those days.
Yes,
they were so thin.
Yeah. That was always the reason I didn't get loads of runs.
No, of course. You would have smashed it out of Portsmouth otherwise, Dave.
Tom Scriven bowled very full and uppish through gully, but there isn't one, and it goes to the man at wide third man, and they take a single.
Just pushed at that one, didn't
it did. Slightly false shot, not the first one. I think it suggests to me that that there are one or two of the 4 of the previous over. 1 or 2 balls are just doing a little bit, and the Hampshire opening pair are pushing the score, taking a little chance here and there, and not always playing quite correctly. And that's well, I don't know what that was.
That's
it
nipped back as well.
Horrid looking shot. It certainly did nip back, didn't it? And I think it was a bit full, and Gubbins was in half a mind as whether to get forward or not, and played across it.
The bat didn't come down straight at all there, really. I think he's trying to whip that on the leg side, so the bat's coming down at an angle. But yes, it's got to be a little bit careful. The ball's coming on nicely. It does look a good pitch, but just every now and then the ball is just getting off the straight a fraction for the seamers.
Scriven again, right arm over. Bowls just wide of the off stump. Gubbins lays into it but makes no connection, goes through the keeper and makes its way back via the fielders at cover mid-off.
It looks as though it might just have been angled across the left-hander, so he's had one that's sort of straightened on him, one that's just, if anything, got away from him and played and missed at both.
Yep. Which is a little surprising given that he's 36 not out from nearly 50 balls, and again he just quite strong bottom hand there, pushes it out on the onside, a fairly straight ball, but straight to the fielder, no run.
The sun still here, which is nice.
I found a game that you played in. I was looking up records against Leicestershire in this sort of competition. I don't know whether you would remember it. It wasn't one of your great games, although you were all right.
There'd have been a lot of those, Dave.
I was looking up high scores between these two sides. Tom Scriven bowls, and that was again seemed to me to be going across him towards off stump, but Gubbins works it round on the leg side, doesn't quite time it, comes up to mid on, they take a single. And just by coincidence, it was in 1987, Hampshire's highest total ever against Leicestershire, 326 for 9, but we were chasing 342 for 6 by Leicestershire. So both those totals are the highest in this competition. That was 60 overs in those days, which you will remember. That would have been Nat West, wouldn't it, in 87? That's just pushed forward by Middleton defensively out to cover no run. Yeah.
Good over, 2 runs off it, yeah. No, I remember it. It was a sunny day at Grace Road.
Yeah. Big 100 by Peter Willey, 154. And a chap called Gower, who played a bit for Hampshire at one time. He got 79.
I remember bowling at them chiefly, actually, getting more and more frustrated.
You got Nigel Bryars out.
Oh, did I? All right. Oh, I did get a wicket then. I don't remember actually getting a wicket. I just remember Gower and Willie just pumping me around the ground.
On and on. You got a wicket and you got double figures.
What, bowling?
Well, yes. No, batting.
Comfortably double figures.
You got double
bowling,
figures batting.
Remind me of the figures, because I think you've got them written down there. His hole, that's worked down to third, a little bit more competently than in the previous over from Gubbins, and he moves on to 38, 74 without loss at the start of the 16th.
You got 10, and you got 1 for 79, but that was in 12 overs, of course, in those days.
Actually, that doesn't feel quite as bad as it might have been, from what I remember.
Well, given that it was a record score, Malcolm Marshall was pretty remarkable. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32. I mean, that's something, isn't it? Really.
I think there was a good crowd there that day as well, from what I remember.
Yeah.
It's funny, isn't it? You usually only remember your good games. You don't remember the bad ones. But funny enough, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Here's Hull. Bowls to Middleton. Middleton plays and misses there as well. There's a few plays and misses going on out there at the moment for two batters that have got themselves in, and when you look at the board, Hampshire are in a pretty strong position. I don't think coaching staff at Hampshire will be particularly enjoying these last 2 or 3 overs.
And if given that we haven't got a Leicestershire commentator right at this moment, if I just become that one for a moment, I'm going to start saying I think we've been a bit unlucky, just a bit.
From a Leicestershire point of view?
From a Leicestershire point of view.
Yeah,
74 for 0, yeah.
Especially those 2 or 3 balls that Mulder bowled early on.
Yeah.
They were definitely potential wicket-breaking balls. Middleton plays that late into the ground, works it down to third. And that'll be a single that takes Middleton on to 35, 75 without loss. Hulls into his 3rd over, none for 14. He's mentioned him earlier, the 18-year-old. Bowls with a decent pace, hits the deck.
You were saying about the pleasure of seeing some of these guys playing, and we had it last year. I think that's shared by a lot of the supporters that I talk to.
Yeah.
They really are enjoying this 50 over competition.
It's a nice mix, isn't it,
Yeah.
of seasoned pros.
Yeah.
That's attempted cut, I think, outside off stump, although Gubbins wasn't particularly convincing with that effort as it goes through to keeper Hanscom.
It is a nice mix, and there have been occasions in our competition so far where people like Keith Barker and Nick Gubbins have really done the business, and they're the top professional, experienced guys. But then somebody else, Ed Jackett up at Notts, bowled beautifully, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Really bowled well, and that's good to see. I think people do enjoy it enormously.
Just 17 years of age. We'll see him later on. He's kept his place, Eddie Jack.
Yep.
As Hull comes in and bowls, Gubbins pulls that away on the leg side, but finds Ramji out there at deep square leg. It'll be just a single. I think Leicestershire will be fairly happy with what's happening in the last 2 or 3 overs or so. The batters just don't seem to be quite the same rhythm and full flow as they were 15 minutes ago or so ago. I think there's been some good bowling. Scriven 2 overs, none for 11. Hull here coming towards the end of his 3rd, none for 15. Hampshire scoring a fraction under 5 and over. Haven't lost a wicket yet, having been put into bat. This comes in again, does Hull from that pavilion end. Bowls, Middleton gets one that bounces past the cover point fielder, and that's just pulled back right on the rope at backward a point by Rishi Patel. Palms it off to Ramji, does well, and that will be just there's 2 runs there.
2 runs,
yeah. 2 runs at the end of the level, 78 without loss then Hampshire. 5 runs off it. We'll do 1 more over and then bring Richard Ray back. Dave will come in alongside him. We'll move over on my side, which is the norm here, Dave, isn't it, really?
Yep.
We sort of got used to our little intricacies moving around the commentary table. The sun has disappeared for the moment.
Time for a little refreshment for the two batters.
Yeah. Other games going on in the Metrobank One Day Cup today. In fact, there's quite a few actually going on today. I'll mention just the ones in this group, which is obviously quite relevant. Essex 126 for 3 after 15 overs. They're taking on Yorkshire. Kent taking on Middlesex. Kent 75 without loss in the 16th. I think they're the only other games. Oh, Nottinghamshire, Surrey. Looks like there's been a bit of rain up at North Nottinghamshire, where Surrey are 1 for 1 in the second.
Is that at Welbeck again?
That's at Welbeck once more.
That looked nice, that ground. I watched it on live stream. Tom Scriven bowls full outside the off stump, lofted drive. He doesn't quite get it. It doesn't plug, but while it runs to the boundary, it doesn't make it to the boundary, and they come back for 2. So that will take Hampshire up to 80 without loss.
Definitely not as much coming out of the middle of the bat from Nick Gubbins in these last 10 minutes or so.
Almost didn't time that. Perhaps Scriven is not quite as quick as the bowlers we've seen so far. Perhaps that just that little bit of pace off is the reason why he's not quite hitting through it in the same way. Bowls again, and that's wide outside the off stump, and tries to deflect it really down towards third man, but makes no contact.
Just get the feeling this might be a period where a wicket is coming. Certainly the last 15 runs or so has not been as fluent. 20 runs probably.
I guess we're assuming that there is no change to the batting order, which would mean Tom Prest next. Scriven in bowls, again short of a length, and this time it's cut away on the offside to the sweeper out on the cover boundary, and they come through for a single. Tom Prest has got runs here and there, but not the big scores that he threatened to a year or two ago.
We got Hampshire's highest list A score last year, didn't he?
Yes.
Down at Beckenham, was it 180 odd?
And he got that huge triple 100 for the second 11 the year before that.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
People thought, but he didn't have a lot of success in the championship this year, so it'd be good to see him get a run or two. That's just played defensively out on the offside and fielded at short cover. But I thought Toby Albert, who came back in on Friday, I thought he played very nicely for 40 odd.
44, yeah. But Welbeck, These two are definitely been the main players for Hampshire. Got Hampshire underway pretty well in this competition so far. Yeah. Tom Prest, just with one score of 30 to his name in the 3 innings so far.
Here's Scriven bowls, and Middleton takes him on and hits it through wide mid-on, and it's picked up by, I think, one of the Hampshire coaching staff. Can't quite see who that is.
That's Mason Crane walking around
with
Mason?
With Giles
White, who would have been in Cardiff last night with the Brave. God, he's doing a few miles because he was up at Welbeck as well the day before.
Yeah.
Cool, he's going around the country a bit.
He is. Pair of leg spinners.
Oh yes, Giles White, yes. He was going to be the next Shane Warne at Hampshire, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Giles White. They had him sort of down as trying to take over from the great man.
They did. Tom Scriven bowls, and that's just short of a length, just outside off stump, and Middleton lets the pace of the ball come onto the bat, nudges it down towards third man. They come through for a single. There's always that famous story about the day when that's the end of the over, I need to stop and shut up and move across.
You can tell that story in a moment, because Richard Ray is coming back in. Dave Allen will continue as well. So 86 without loss then, 17 overs gone. Hampshire put into bat, having lost the toss. Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins have the same score, 42 apiece. Middleton's come off 45 deliveries. Nick Gubbins has come off 57. The bowler's operating at the moment. Tom Scriven's now completed 3 overs, none for 19. And Josh Hull has 3 overs, none for 17. And he's getting ready, the left-arm pacer, to bowl his 4th over. And he's going to be bowling to Fletcher Middleton. Comes in as the sunshine comes out again. Bowls to Middleton. Middleton plays that very late. Has gone very fine. Down to third. They'll come back for 2. 88 without loss. And Richard Ray will continue.
A very promising, solid foundation being laid by the Hampshire openers. 5 and over without losing a wicket of 17 overs. Ideal, really. Any movement has long since faded from the Leicestershire bowlers, and it's about containment now. With their luck at times, but they've played very, very well indeed. Hull in from the pavilion end, bowls to Middleton, looking to work it on the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the top of the pad stroke thigh pad area and runs out into the offside, where Budinger comes in to field. The wind chasing clouds across the sky at a fair old rate of knots at the moment. Just reading your brochure about the 1973 County Championship with great interest. Got your money's worth out of Greenwich and Barry Richards, didn't you? Goodness me, they played every single day. In goes Hull and bowls, and waiting for it is Middleton, just dabbing the delivery off stump with an angle bat down towards Rishi Patel at third man, taking one.
Yeah, I think one of the things I suppose I ought to explain, because people don't necessarily know about it. Every now and then, for what's called Hampshire Cricket Heritage, which is just the history bit of Hampshire Cricket, I produce little booklets about this and that. Did one about Kyle Abbott's record scores, and earlier in the season one about a Derek Shackleton exhibition that we've got on, and I've just produced one about the 1973 season.
Hull over the wicket to the left-handed Gibbons, who looks to whip it away on the leg side. Gets bat on it, but the ball just trickles out, mistimed, partly pad, runs out towards mid-wicket. Josh Hull is sort of sharpish, mid-80s, probably early to mid-80s when he gets it through at a good pace, and perhaps sometime, every now and then, just gets one through in the late 80s perhaps. Usually gets a little bit of swing, but difficult with the white ball. Comes charging in and bowl short, pulled in the air. It's going to drop short of mid on. Just for a minute, looked like it'd been lobbed straight up to mid on, but again,
didn't time that.
Gubbins is struggling a little bit just for his timing at the moment. Middleton is although there's not much difference in terms of scores, 45 and 42, but it's probably Middleton who's sort of picked it up more fluently in the last few overs. Gubbins, who started well, is just at the moment struggling for a little bit of timing. Hull turns. Longish run over the wicket to Gubbins, bowls, and again he's bowled him. Well, as I was talking about mistiming, he was looking, I think, to clip it away on the onside, got the inside edge, and on to the stumps it went. So a breakthrough at last for Leicestershire. Nick Gubbins, who was just struggling a little bit. All of a sudden, it's odd how batsmen can go through phases. Started so fluently, but was getting a little bit anxious, wasn't quite timing it as well. Probably wasn't quite there to work it away, to whip it away. Got the inside edge and onto the stumps it went. Hull has 1 for 20 from 4 overs.
I think it was a shot of frustration. Yeah, I think he just. But you know, he's been terrific this season. He's played 4 innings now, and in this competition as the captain, and he's scored almost 270 runs in those 4 innings. So. And he's done a very good job for them today. But I think he just did get frustrated, and. Credit to these two. I mean, both of them relatively young. Scriven's been around a few years now, but I don't think he will have been capped by Leicestershire, will he yet?
No, he hasn't.
No, so, you know, both relatively inexperienced and done very well. One comment I'll make about the 1973 brochure, you know, which was marking the 50th anniversary of our last championship. And the really fascinating thing, if you look at the teams that are playing today and the teams that played in the championship, the T20, that Hampshire side had a regular reserve, Andy Murtagh, who would come in if somebody was injured. Apart from that, they had 12 players who played in every single championship, Benson Hedges, Gillette Cup and Sunday League game, with the exception of John Rice, who played 1 Sunday League game. 12 men who played. They averaged something like 4.5 days cricket a week, which is far more than you get now in the season. And there were just 12 men who played in all of it, which is quite unimaginable, really.
It is
today.
Scriven.
Yeah. It's me, isn't it? Yes. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right.
Well, it just nudges it. Right. Okay. So Middleton just nudges the ball down to third man. I was getting too excited about 1973 and not excited enough about 2023 for a minute there. But Hampshire up to 90 for 1. Middleton moving up to 46.
He's been joined by Tom Prest.
Yeah.
Who has also played all games in this competition for Hampshire this season. Prest hasn't quite been in the form of Gubbins or Middleton.
No.
52 runs.
I mean, last year he made 3 50s and an innings of 181. So he really did look the business. In fact, 2 years ago, he made a triple century in the second 11, which is the highest score ever for Hampshire second 11. Tom Scriven bolts. It's fairly full. It's just played back and not for the first time this morning. A straight drive by the Hampshire batter hits Middleton, who then acts as the 12th fielder for Leicestershire. Don't think there was a run there anyway, but Middleton tends to turn his back on those, and they've been clobbering him. So, yeah, Tom Prest, hugely promising, I think, but this Scriven bowling, and just pushes that away on the leg side, goes down to long leg, takes single, but hasn't quite come on the way that one or two of the team that he captained in the England Under-19 World Cup have done. Somerset, Rue, and your guy, Ahmed.
Rehan, yeah.
Who's actually in the 100, isn't he, at the minute? Is he gone somewhere?
Yes.
Yeah. They were in his side. They were in Tom Prest's side. Scriven bowls very full down the leg side. There's a shout for a strangled catch, and it's not given, and the umpire does not signal a wide, even though it went down the leg side. It's very tight. I think it probably did. Yeah. So nothing accrues there. Goes to the keeper, and it's on its way back. 91 for 1.
20-year-old Dorset boy, Tom Prest.
Tom Prest, yeah. We find quite a lot from the neighbouring counties. And this time he does flick it away on the leg side. Very fine. There is a long leg, but fairly square. There's no fine leg, and that's 4 runs. And Fletcher Middleton has 50. Well batted Fletcher Middleton, who's having a very good season. He's regular in the championship and made 100 in the first innings in this competition, 36 against Essex. Only got 1 up at Welbeck, but 50 not out today, so he's pushing on towards 200 runs in 4 innings now. Scriven in bowls, and he plays that out towards mid-on, and it plays it very uppishly, and it's gone for 4. It bisected a man at mid-wicket and a man at mid-on, but Richard's still got his hands on his head. I think is a bit frustrated that there wasn't a stunning Gordon Banks, if we can use a Leicestershire reference there, Gordon Banks type dive to pluck that out of the air, would you say? I think there was a chance. It
looked fairly close to Vian Mulder, but if anyone could have pulled a catch off there, it probably would have been Mulder, so perhaps it wasn't quite as close as it looked, but it certainly lobbed in the air.
Yeah.
And it would have been, had he been able to get there, it would have been a fairly straightforward catch, but
not getting a replay, so I can't. We're not quite at the right angle to see that because we're sort of on top of it. But
10 off the over, though.
We are 10 off the over, and 99 for 1. Middleton 54 and Prest 1.
Middleton's 50 came at pretty much a runner ball, 50 off 51 deliveries, 7 fours to him. Hull is into Tom Prest, who covers up, steps across as it might just have shaped back in a touch towards him, blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. Hull, 6'7", 18-year-old, was bowling in schools cricket this time last year for Stamford, where Dean Headley was his cricket master. He's no longer there, Dean, he's moved on somewhere else, but he was the one who brought him through and sent him Leicestershire's way. And he must have been a fairly terrifying prospect if you were a 16-year-old.
I should say.
As Hull is in, 2 press down the leg side. That wasn't a terrifying prospect. Hull just stepped inside, tried to help it on its way, didn't get anything on it, taken by Peter Hanscom, but umpire Paul Baldwin extends his arms. The 100 comes up and a warm round of applause around, well populated now, Ageas Bowl. 100 has come up off 19.1 overs. One, because obviously he's going to have to bowl that delivery again. So I say a very good start by Hampshire. Hull is in, bowls, fullish, looking to get forward. He's a little bit late on that one, Tom Prest. Get it down into the ground. Ackerman came in from the covers to field. Not a tall young man, Prest, relatively, compared to the young giants you get these days.
No.
You seem to.
Well, we've got 1 or 2. Scott Curry, who's due in later, all-will bowl. He's very tall. You do get them these days, indeed.
Josh Holt, that is a farming stock, Huntingdon area, the Cambridgeshire area. In he goes and bowls short edged. Oh, over Hanscom, who got his hand to it and just managed to tip it over the bar. Talking about Gordon Banks, Rishi Patel runs around behind him and makes the stop before it goes over the ropes down there, almost at a long stop, almost directly behind the wicketkeeper. Athletic leap into the air by Hanscom, super bouncer from Hull, took the outside edge as Prest tried to get everything out of the way, wasn't able to do so, was startled by that one. He doesn't bowl the bouncers very often, they're good ones usually when he does. Hull, and a couple of runs, fortuitous, in he goes, bowls again, 2 press full, this time just leans forward and clips it away through the vacant square leg area, out to Louis Kimber, who's out there sweeping on the leg side, and 1 is taken. Prest, who picked up 2 off that edge that Hanscom couldn't quite cling on to. I suppose it has to go down as a chance, him having got there, but a very, very tricky one.
Yeah, I think it was fingertips really, but
Yeah.
do you know whether Hull is interesting the England under-19 people?
I haven't heard anything to that effect yet. He's only really just sort of established himself in the first team, goes in and bowls, slightly short outside off stump, forced off the back foot by Middleton out into the offside. Takes 1, sweep comes in off the offside, Ramji.
Yes, what about Roman Walker, who took 6 for 43? Is he injured?
No, he's just been left out. He's if you look at his scores in the other games, that was almost his first appearance of the summer, Roman. Right. He's been struggling a little bit. Had as I say, that very good game against Kent at Beckenham. Hull is in, bowls, steered off the back foot by Prest, slightly unconvincingly down, but on the ground to third man, where Rishi Patel is the fielder. 4 overs, none for 41 in the first game for Roman Walker at the Oval.
Okay.
7 overs, none for 38 against Nottinghamshire last time out.
Okay.
Everything went right for him at Beckenham, but if they are going to play the young leg spinner, then Walker would be the candidate probably to drop out. Former Glamorgan player, of course. We'll know Annoyer and Donald very well. End of the over. 105 for 1 after 20, Hampshire.
And talking of spin, time for
Uttam.
Is it Uttam?
Ramji.
Uttam Ranji, yeah. Ranji was all right.
U-T-T-A-M.
Ranji seems very historical to me. I'm all right with Ranji.
With an M. Ram.
Oh, Ramji. Okay, so I'm not that all right with it. Yes, beg your pardon. Uttam. Okay. Uttam Ranji.
Leicester lad, who's come through the Leicestershire Academy system, also played at the sort of City Academy, where Matthew Hoggard runs a sort of indoor school.
Okay.
Gives it a bit more air, I think, than Rehan Ahmed, but I'd be interested to see what you make of it.
Right. Well, it's the first ball I've ever seen him bowl. Not a lot of air there, and actually cut. It's another one of those shots that just bisects 2 fielders who've been fairly carefully placed, one at point and one at a sort of deepish gully, but it does bisect them, and Prest gets 4 runs.
Wasn't too much wrong with the delivery, was there? But it was nicely placed by Tom Prest.
just made himself a bit of room. It wasn't that far outside off stump, just made himself a bit of room and played it away there. The gully and point both on the circle.
Probably no more than 10 yards apart either.
No. Here he is, bowls. That's Fuller and driven quite nicely up to extra cover, but no run. Yeah, gives that a bit of air.
Yeah, nothing at all in the pitch at Old Trafford. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can get a little bit of turn here.
Here he goes. Again, fuller and wider and hit out to the man out on the cover boundary, so come through for a single. Not any obvious sign of much turn yet, but the balls are fairly full. It's not always that easy to see whether that much is happening. In he comes. That's a flatter, slightly shorter one, but seemed to go fairly straight on. Hit out to cover, no run.
I mean, he conceded 58 from his 6.2 overs against Lancashire, but he did pick up 3 wickets. So
yeah, I saw
he went for a few.
Yeah. Oh, that's very short, and it's hoiked out to cow corner, and they come back for 2. It wasn't quite timed by Middleton. It was one of those balls that wrist spinners can tend to do sometimes, just pull it down.
Yeah, it was a real drag down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Got away with it.
Yeah, he did really. Yeah. And that's the same, I'm afraid. And again, it's not timed. I wonder why that is. It bounced, but it's gone out to deep square leg, and they come through for another single. So, okay.
That was looked nervous over that, didn't it? A little
I think
bit.
that would be a fair comment.
Generous comment,
Yeah.
but
Well, I think it can happen with these youngsters. We've got this 17-year-old pace bowler who you'll see later on, Eddie Jack, and bowled terrifically well up at Welbeck on Friday, but his first game here against Middlesex, he looked very nervous indeed. There were wides and no balls, and didn't bowl a full spell, so that can happen. And we've got spin from both ends.
Colin Ackerman, who bowled really nicely in the circumstances at Old Trafford, and as I say, had a wonderful game with his unbeaten century off 60-odd deliveries as well. Picked up a couple of wickets.
He's the man who, well, we were speculating actually with some of the Hampshire fans, we were speculating that he had to go off and be an emergency addition for the Southern Brave in Cardiff last night, but we suspect that he came back on the coach with them, and he didn't play, did he?
He didn't.
No.
Ackerman steps in from the pavilion end, bowls his occasional off spin, and it's worked calmly by Middleton out through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on, where Mulder comes in to meet the ball. There's no run. Ackerman, T20 world record holder with 7 wickets, bowls to Tom Prest, who wristily turns it through mid-wicket wide of Sol Budinger out towards deep mid-wicket. Louis Kimber out there. 3 men on the leg side on the boundary. Long on mid-wicket and backward square, and 1 sweeper on the offside as Ackerman is in. Quicker delivery on the off stump, dabbed just outside off stump, dabbed away by Middleton. Didn't quite place it as he would have liked, and it ran to Rishi Patel at short third man, almost on the 45. Ackerman is in, bowls straight and forward goes Middleton. Just turns his wrists on the defensive push, gives the batter twiddle in his hands before stepping back into his guard. Ackerman is in, again wristy from Middleton, clipping away through straight mid-on for 1.
One of these spinners that gets through his overs very quickly.
He does.
He doesn't flight it at all, does he? Well, he's not at the minute,
not
anyway.
really. In he goes and bowls quicker delivery. Back goes Prest, working it off his legs. Behind square on the leg side. Running around is Chris Wright from the 45, and Ackerman takes his cap. It's the end of a fairly unremarkable over, but as ever, or nearly always as ever, he doesn't concede too many runs, and 4 runs from the over, 117 for 1.
I think
Hampshire.
they'd be content, Leicestershire, with with 4 and over from an occasional off spinner.
I think they'd back themselves to chase sort of 5.5s. Once it gets above sort of 6s, then it becomes a slightly different thing, doesn't it?
Right, back at the hotel end, and there's some air on that one as Prest just plays it away out to the cover boundary, and they come through for a single.
You had a chat to David Lloyd out on the Old Trafford pitch on Friday, Uttam Ramji, and Bumble said to him, well, what do you bowl? And they don't lack confidence, these youngsters. He said, everything. I've got everything.
That's funny, isn't it? Yeah. It's all right having everything as long as you do it well.
Indeed.
Here he is again, coming in to bowl a bit of something else, and that's a good ball. Even though I think that yes, they're going to come back for 2. That he gave it some air, and Middleton didn't play through the shot.
Had to reach for it a bit, didn't he?
Had to reach for it, and uppish out towards backward point. In fact, point as a consequence is less square now. It's almost come around just to fill that hole where the ball went. Wasn't a chance, but might have been. Middleton sort of chops that down, really. It runs through first slip. No danger to his stumps, I don't think, but again, he didn't time it particularly. One of the things about a period when the 2 spinners come on and bowl like this in this competition is that the overs go by very quickly, and suddenly the run rate isn't as huge as you thought it might be. Prest gives himself some room there, cuts away, and the ball goes precisely to one of the 2 men now who are, in a sense, deep gullies. You could almost say that one of them is a deep third slip, but they're both on the ring. Again, lots of air, comes down the pitch this time and drives out on the offside, and it comes up to the man at long off for a single. So in the last 2 overs there have been some runs scored, 17 runs scored in the last 3 overs rather, I beg your pardon. 17 runs scored, but only 1-2, otherwise it's singles everywhere, which at some point Hampshire will have to increase if they're going to set what's looks to me like a very strong Leicestershire batting lineup. Challenge, and that's quite nicely played through cover, and again they can come back just for 2 there, Middleton, as the man at the cover sweeper has to run round to deep extra cover to field. So we reach the end of the over at 124 for 1, Middleton 65 not out, and Prest 14.
It was a better over from Ramji in terms of its consistency. It looked as though he sort of got into some sort of rhythm. The lengths were just about okay, but no real turn for him. Well, no turn at all for him that we've seen.
Looks
really
pretty flat, doesn't it, Richard?
It does. It really does. Ackerman and Hill having a chat here, and Ackerman says to Ramji, you go 2 wide long leg from deep backward square, and Chris Wright, who was at short fine, has gone up to pretty much square leg. Wright is they don't have to hide him as such in the field, but he's obviously not as quick to the ball as some of his younger teammates. In goes Ackerman and bowls, little paddle sweep, and he's got that one away down towards long leg. Ramji gets there, puts in the slide. The ball rather bounces off him, but it is still just going to be 2 anyway. He recovers quickly and he's got a good arm, the boy, and got a hard throw away and an accurate one as well. So 2 Prest, who is 16 off 16 and has got into his stride very quickly. Middleton 65 off 63. Ackerman in 2 Prest, who attempts a reverse sweep, misses it. There's an appeal for leg before, hit him outside the line though, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it wasn't that convincing.
And it didn't really turn in that much, did it? But we have a sort of split screen with about 8 different cameras on it, so difficult to know which one's which. In goes Ackerman. He tries it again. Now there's another shout for leg before. Both Ackerman and Hanscom went up that time. Ackerman looks affronted to see it being turned down, but then sometimes umpire Baldwin very obligingly just indicates why he hasn't given it out, and he just sort of points away to his left, i.e. outside off stump.
I'd quite like him to stop doing that for a minute or 2.
The reverse sweep, 2 in a row, and neither has worked.
That's the thing, yeah.
Maybe he'll say, well, connect with the third. As I say, that confidence. Ackerman is in and bowls. That's a dab down towards third man. Rishi Patel dives across to his left. He's a big man, Patel, but he's pretty agile in the field, and he got down well there. Made the stop on the edge of the circle. So Ackerman in again, 2 pressed, who goes back and conventionally just works it away off the back foot out towards deep mid-wicket. Jogs 1, but good so far from Ackerman. Just the 3 runs from the first 5 balls of the over. Can he come out of the over well? Fletcher Middleton will be on strike for the last ball. Ackerman is in, bowls. Middleton looks to turn it to mid-wicket, and he's cross with himself there, just swipes at the air because all he managed to do was clip it straight to Budinger at mid-wicket. So good, another good over from Colin Ackerman, just the 3 runs from it, 7 from 2 for him. Hampshire 127 for 1 from 24, so coming up to the halfway point of the innings. They could certainly be thinking in terms of, you would imagine, 300 or thereabouts, which always takes some getting, however good the pitch. But Leicestershire batting well enough so far this season not to be intimidated necessarily by that sort of score, so it could be a late one here at the Ageas.
We love a late one. Is it me? It's Ramji, and with his leg spin, and that's cut away to deep point by Tom Prest, who moves on to 18, and it's 128 for 1. The 1 wicket has fallen. Nick Gubbins for 42 in the 18th. Bowled playing on to Josh Hull, the 18-year-old, who gets the ball through quite nicely, didn't he?
Yeah, no, a lot of promise. They had a little bit of a side problem earlier in the season. They got him bowling a load of bouncers against Worcestershire, bouncing out the tail, but it didn't do him that much good, so he had to have a month off, essentially, to strengthen up a bit.
There's another youngster that's cut away by Middleton, giving himself some room as it goes out again to deep point. Middleton moves on to 66, 129 for 1. Yes, 2 18-year-olds bowling in the Leicestershire side today, Ramji and Hull. Comes in again, runs away from us, that's flighted, driven out into the cover, slight hesitation, but they'll come through for a single. Middleton just had to run hard to make sure he was in at the far end.
Wind's got up a bit, hasn't it?
That's a bit, yeah, the sun's disappeared.
Plastic bags flying around down below us.
This is more the sort of weather you remember.
Absolutely.
From your visit here 2 years ago, flighted again, driven by Middleton out towards deep. Mid-off this time.
I remember Kyle Abbott bowling so well in the second innings there.
I think he got 6 for it, didn't he? Top of my head. Yes, the big window panes here were rattling, which is not ideal. It's pushed back to the bowler by Tom Prest. Yes, it's just got a little darker with slightly heavier clouds coming over. Still some patches of blue though. But a noticeable drop in temperature by a couple of degrees as Andy comes in. Oh, it's short and it's hammered away in the air, but safe. It's gone out towards deep mid-on where Sol Budinger does the fielding. That's one of those sort of balls which actually produces a wicket. It's so short. Prest moves on to 20, 132 for 1, and Ramji has completed 3 overs, none for 20.
That last ball aside, reasonable over from Uttam Ramji. Halfway point, so drinks are coming on for the Leicestershire fielders and the 2 Hampshire batters, although the Hampshire 12th man is a little... Where is he? I'm assuming he's going to come running on at any moment now, but the 2 batsmen are looking expectantly towards here. He comes, he's moving now. 132 for 1. We usually double it after 30, don't you? So what are they targeting here? 330, something around that sort of area. That would be a pretty decent score,
yeah,
I think.
So
very much in the game.
I think so. It's always ideal in these 50-over competitions if one of your top order, ideally your opener, sort of bats through most of the 50 and gets 100. Doesn't have to, you don't have to go hard at it to do that, do you? Really? Middleton, 67 of those at the moment.
We've got plenty of wickets in hand. Who will be the big hitters to come? Who can sort of pick it up and charge on?
Well, Donald is the most obvious one.
Yeah.
He's the one with the X factor, really, with the way he plays. But he will get out playing a shot you think, well, gets you a little bit annoyed and frustrated with him. But when he's out there, he will get the scoreboard ticking along very quickly indeed. I've got an email here where we're waiting for the restart. Paul Briggs, now Dave Allen, he's in earshot, he can listen to this. Paul, solentcricket@gmail.com. Paul says, good afternoon, enjoying the commentary as usual, and also watching on the live stream. Can you ask Dave Allen whether there was a Hampshire handbook issued during the lockdown years? I have a run of them from 1926 to 2019 and want to keep the continuity going if possible. Was there a handbook issued? He's got thumbs up. So Paul, there was a handbook issued, so you just need to find out where you can buy one of those. I'm sure it's simple.
Where's the club shop these days? Yes. Is it in the pavilion?
In the Shane Warne stand to our right, yeah.
I've still got a mug from the early years with the when it was the Rose Bowl. Yes. It does say that. Ackerman off spin from the pavilion end is bowling. Forward goes Press. You might have just heard the call of weight there as he worked it into the offside behind square. Rishi Patel quickly to the ball though. There's been no turn for either Ackerman or Ramji. He's in and bowls. Back goes Press, just works it away through the vacant leg side. There's competition between the two leg side sweepers, Ramji and Kimber. Kimber wins it, gets to the ball first, gets his throw away. Press takes one, moves on to 21. Middleton waits as Ackerman is in. He too works it into the leg side. Again, it will be just the one. Hit it a little bit harder than Pressed. But it's a big ground. Still quite a fast outfield, quite difficult to pick up twos and threes unless you get it really between the fielders. In goes Ackerman and bowls. That bounced a little bit, judging by Prest's reaction. Slightly startled, he went back and dropped it out into the offside, but then wanders down and prods at the wicket, having taken his bottom hand off the bat as he shovelled it out towards Rishi Patel. Ackerman bowling in sunglasses is in, clipped in the air for a few feet, and in his attempt to get it down towards long gone, but Hill does well. Leicestershire's captain scrambles across to his left to keep it, or to keep the batsman in his crease. Ackerman is in, attempted reverse sweep, and he's got it around towards the wide third man boundary for four. So didn't work in the previous over, but it worked just fine there. Press takes four off the last ball of Ackerman's over. He really does whip through his overs. Doesn't exactly ruin his figures, but that was shaping up to be another economical over, as it is. He's now conceded 13 from 3, and Hampshire, after 26 overs, are 138 for 1.
Got an email here from Martin Hills, solentcricket@gmail.com, talking about Ken Higgs earlier, a great Leicestershire seamer. Martin says, I couldn't find a Ken Higgs one-day cup final hat-trick. Dave? Martin Hills here saying he couldn't find a Ken Higgs one-day cup final hat-trick. No. Although they won both in 1972 and 1975, Richard will know that, as well as Dave, with Higgs picking up a few wickets in 1972. So it looks like the wickets were in that particular game. James Tomlinson was a very good Hampshire left-arm seamer and servant to the club. Seems to be doing a good job as we've got a new bowler. It's Chris Wright, isn't it? The 38-year-old into the attack, having opened from the pavilion end immediately. Middleton works that down to third, 139 for 1. James, yeah, and he's doing a fine job as a bowling coach, judging by the young talented bowlers coming through via the academy. Much hope for the future, although talk that John Turner already on England's radar seems both very premature and a worry, as we all know what England do to fast bowlers. Wow, well, not all of them. Sad not to be at the ground today due to imminent surgery this week, says Martin. As Wright comes up, runs away from us outside the off stump, driven by Prest out into the deep. moves on to 26, 140 for 1. But great to have Dave making increasingly rare appearances on commentary. My dream team, though, is Kev, Dave and Melissa. Lots of great recent jazz releases, which I have to recommend to Dave when I catch him, hopefully in September, says Martin Hill. He's already gushing, is Dave. Thanks for the great coverage, as always. Makes up for not being at the ground today. Thank you very much for that one. As Wright comes in again into his 6th over here. Bowls full, driven. Again, it's out into the deep, and again, it's a single. Middleton moves on to 71-41 for 7. Well, Dave will be making more appearances in September. We're going to have a chat about that at some point today. We haven't made best use of Dave this season. We should have had him on more, and believe me, he's coming your way a lot more in the coming weeks. No slip for Chris Wright. And for 27, halfway through his 6th. Bowls right arm over. Oh, he's playing a missing at that one, although he's trying to work that down to 3rd. Was young Tom Prest. He was on 26. That's still that 1 wicket of Nick Gubbins. Out for 42. Hampshire losing the toss and being asked about first. Looks a pretty decent pitch, Richard. I think.
It does, yes, it does. There was a little bit of movement in the first sort of 8 or 10 overs, wasn't there? But not too much since, that's for sure.
1 or 2 of the Leicestershire batters who are in form will be licking their lips at the prospect of batting when it's their turn a little later. Prest pushes that into the gap on the offside. Off the front foot, moves on to 27, 142 for 1. This does have the makings of being a very, very good game. The top 2 sides in Group A here at the Ageas. Just about halfway through this competition. This is Leicestershire's 4th out of 8. Sorry, 5th. Isn't it? 5th, sorry. Yeah. It's Hampshire's 4th out of 8 today. Played the first one, had a week off after that.
And it's our last away game, curiously. So finish with a run of home games.
That's good. We only had 1 home game so far. That's a slightly slower ball as Middleton works that to mid-wicket. End of the over, 27 gone, 142 for 1. 4 runs off that one from Chris Wright. Yes, it must be a bit annoying all those miles.
That stage, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Just looking at the scores that they've made, Leicestershire 329, 380 and 411. The outrider, the 214 for 9 made against Nottinghamshire on a tricky Grace Road pitch. Ackerman continues from the pavilion end, taking his time to place his sweeper on the off side. Again, the 3 on the boundary on the leg side as he steps in and bowls down the wicket, hit in the air. It's going to drop short, well short indeed, of long gone. That one from Prest sounded a little bit tinny, bottom of the bat perhaps. And Mulder came running in from long gone to field. Prest takes 1, moves on to 28, 143 for 1. Slight changes to the field for Middleton. He's going nicely at a runner ball as Ackerman goes in, bowls to him. He guides it delicately down towards 3rd man, but Rishi Patel is on the edge of the circle there, so straight to him and no run. Ackerman steps in and bowls. Back goes Middleton and muscles the ball away through mid-on down towards Mulder at long gone, takes 1. Playing sort of anchor role as you can with a runner ball. That one is cut by Prest, but only as far as Tom Scriven. I wonder if they'll have known each other. Scriven, slightly older of the 2. I'm sure they did.
I'm sure so,
their time at the academy. Down here at the Ageas as Ackerman is in. Back goes Middleton, tries to turn it into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the pad. Out from behind the stumps, having shed her gauntlet, comes Hanscom to field.
Well, he was playing Royal London for Hampshire in 2021. Fletcher Middleton was, definitely.
Ackerman is in, back goes Middleton, and again he's cross with himself because he attempted to thump it away through the offside, didn't quite time it, ran straight to mid-off, and another good economical over from Ackerman. just the 3 runs from it. 4 overs, none for 16 for him. 1 for 5 for 1. And they have to be careful, I guess, particularly Middleton, not to get too impatient. He doesn't want to give it away. Others can play around him at the moment. If he keeps scoring at a run a ball, then that's fine, isn't it, really?
I agree. I just felt, I don't know if you did, but around the sort of time that Nick Gubbins got out,
he started to get cross and frustrated.
Yeah, the ball wasn't really coming out of the middle of the bat anymore, and both Middleton and Gubbins, you just felt a wicket wasn't too far away. No surprises when he was bowled, playing on for 42. Chris Wright to continue. Email here from Mike Martin, silentcricket@gmail.com. Earlier we were talking about players that had got hundreds in all formats, weren't they? Yeah, that's right bowls. Down the wicket comes Preston, hits it into his pad, trying to ham that away on the leg side. Now Mike says, I've had a quick look, and in 1985 Greenwich made hundreds in the Championship, the B&H and Sunday League.
Yeah.
But in the Nat West his high score was 89 against Berkshire. I remember that game. My money's still on Chris Smith for all 4 tournaments though. To be continued, says Mike. I think there's another email coming on that. But I think that game against Berkshire, if I remember rightly, was in the days when the rounds allocated, or the 3 days were allocated for each round, and to get those games in. And actually we started that game. That's cut away, past the diving backward a point, and that's going for 4. That's nicely timed off the bat of Tom Prest. He was on to 33, 149 for 1 in the afternoon of day 3. We were a bit worried because it looked like it was going to go to a bowl out. We thought we don't really want that. So we went out and put our tracksuits on to try and get the umpires sort of persuaded to start any sort of game. I think it ended up being a 10 or 12 over side game in the end, as Wright comes in and bowls, and that's nicely tucked down to 3rd by Press, moves on to 34. There's the 150 up for Hampshire in the 29th. And we were lying outside doing these stretches, and we were getting soaked on the wet outfield. But it did the trick, and the umpires were persuaded to play a game. So that was probably in a 10 over game, that 80 odd. So
none of those sort of yoga mats in those days, were there? That you could lay down and do your stretches on.
Well, that might have given the game away, that we thought the outfield was too wet.
So, okay. Had to pretend.
Yeah. Well, we saw them practicing in the outdoor nets, and they kept hitting the stumps. As that's pushed up to mid-on, quick single taken by Middleton, and that's sort of stopped by Ramji. And that'll be 151 for 1. Yeah, so we couldn't give the impression that the outfield was too wet, so we just laid there saying, oh, look at this, it's fine. And yeah, we got worried because we had lunch on the 3rd day, and we thought, there's no game here. And then they went out to practice hitting the stump, and they kept hitting them. And we thought, there's no way we're going to win that.
Well, to keep yourselves busy in that, you know, no social media or mobile phones in those days. What did you? Cards, was it?
Well,
like
sleeping.
I think.
Here comes Chris Wright. Oh, and he's hit on the helmet. Pull shot there from Preston. That kicked up from short, and I think we're going to have a break here because that smacked him full in the helmet. He's okay, or he's certainly okay from this distance, but we're going to have the helmet checked, player checked. 2 of the Leicestershire fielders as well, just making sure Tom Prest's okay. And, we'll wait for the physio.
Square on the head, absolutely. Lewis Hill, Leicestershire captain, wanders up to Tom Prest, just gives him a pat on the back, inquires, and he is told, I'm fine. Scriven's with him at the moment, so yeah. Former friends, well, I'm sure they're current friends, but former colleagues, teammates perhaps. Umpires wander across as well to make sure all is okay. Leicestershire gather in a group. Innings, when I say in the balance, I mean in terms of number of, you know, what the ultimate total will be. We're coming up to the sort of 30 over stage, at which point teams like to, if they've got wickets in hand, you think in terms of doubling the score, and that would be the sort of 300, 310 perhaps sort of score. But you sort of feel that Hampshire will need that to put Leicestershire under some sort of pressure, or real pressure in this game. You never know, might bowl them out for next to nothing.
think Leicestershire bowled well here, haven't they? Bowled quite tidily.
They've kept some sort of control of the scoreboard. There haven't been too many boundaries. Hampshire have run well. Hill and Wright in deep discussions. Wright, 1 ball to go in this over, none for 34. He's gone at 5 and over. Ackerman, as ever, has proved hard to get away, and Hill might want to keep him going a little bit. Ramji probably won't continue with that experiment. Might get him to toss a 1 or 2 up at the end just to see if he can buy a wicket or 2, but I suspect might not see too much more of the youngster if Ackerman continues to bowl as economically as he is. And go back to his seamers, Hill, who likes to captain to a plan if he possibly can. Lewis Hill. All is well with Tom Prest, happily.
Yeah, it looked like one of those that hit full on the helmet, but it didn't feel particularly nasty, did it? It was a good delivery. Really kicked up, didn't it? We're all good as Wright comes in to complete the over. It's a length ball, slightly slower. Prest pushes it up towards mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So 29 done. Leicestershire having put Hampshire in. Hampshire are 151 for 1. Middleton is 72, and Tom Prest has 34. These two have put on, my maths is really bad, 11 and 51, they are 62. Oh, now here we go, we've got an answer here. Dave Allen says, Mike is right, Chris Smith with hundreds in 1991 in the Sunday League, B&H, NatWest and the Championship. There we go, Dave has worked that out as well.
Ackerman is in to Middleton, who's lobbing it in the air, and it drops where a normal, quote unquote, mid-on would be. There isn't a normal mid-on. Coming in from long on is Mulder. 1 is taken. 4 trophies in 1 season. Ackerman in, bowls. Oh, back goes Prest, looking to work it on the onside. Doesn't get anything on it. Bounces off the pad behind square on the off side. Was it the 55 overs and 60 overs and then 40 overs and then the championship, wasn't it? In goes Ackerman, clipped out towards long on. 1 is taken. Budinger can't get there from mid on. Benson Hedges was 55, NatWest 60. JPL, as it was the Sunday League, 40 overs. No 20 over cricket, of course, in those days. Ackerman is in, hit up into the air, but it's going to be wide of Ramji. It's going to be short of the boundary, though, at deep backward square. Just 4 to Fletcher Middleton, but nice pickup. It was a bit of a spear down the leg side from Ackerman. Very disappointed with himself, and Middleton saw it early. Almost down on 1 knee as he went down and picked it up nicely down to wide. Long leg, stroke deep backward square. I think that's the first boundary Ackerman has conceded. Maybe wrong. He is in again, outside off stump, steered nicely away off the back foot by Middleton, down towards wide third man by the time Tom Scriven gets there. Gets his third away, single taken.
Was first boundary.
158 for 1. 1 ball to go of the Ackerman over. He is in and bowls to Prest, to minimal foot movement, just waits for the ball, dabs it out into the offside, and is momentarily interested in the possibility of a single, a notion of which he is rapidly disabused by Fletcher Middleton, because it went straight to Rishi Patel at backward point. 158 for 1 after 30.
Well, Mike Martin's back on the emails, and this was a few minutes ago. Dave Allen, who did confirm that Chris Smith in 1991 got hundreds in each of the formats. Well, Mike Martin has gone 1 better, because he's also confirmed that. But he says also he scored a double 100 at the Parks against Oxford University in the same year. That must be some sort of record. So there we go. Thank you. Well done, Mike Martin. Cricket@gmail.com as Wright comes in outside the off stump. It's good catch by the keeper. And that's a diving one-handed take by Peter Hanscom. And that is the end of Fletcher Middleton cutting outside off stump. And Middleton goes for 78 or 79 balls with 9 fours. And Hampshire find themselves 158 for 2.
He's a sort of very unfussy keeper, is Peter Hanscom. Some of our Australian listeners and watchers, Fango Fox down in Melbourne, describes him as a fielder who keeps, basically. And you can kind of sort of see what he means, really. There was no dive there from Hanscom, just reached out with his right hand and sort of plucked it out of the air, almost walking away to his right. But well batted, Fletcher Middleton. A runner ball, pretty much 78.
So that is 69 partnership that was ended there by Chris Wright, and those 69 runs came in 13 overs between Fletcher Middleton and Tom Prest. And the new man out is Ben Brown, the Hampshire wicket-keeper, who has 1 half-century in this competition to his name. That came here against Essex, 11 and 4 against Middlesex and Notts to either side of that. So Hampshire 2 down now. Gubbins 42 off 60. Middleton 78 off 79. George Hoskins has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, great to hear the commentary. Great to hear coming as well, as I was a proud supporter of him during his Hampshire days. I knew there was one somewhere, but wanted to add a tidbit about cricket teachers that was brought up earlier. Cricket teachers. My cricket teacher was an ex-Hampshire opener in Jimmy Gray. And he was a very strict but an excellent coach. He was also deputy head. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Richard. Richard is going to take a break for half hour, and Dave Allen will be back. And, Jimmy Gray, former Hampshire opening batter, sadly passed away several seasons ago as Chris Wright is in bowls. So that's just worked down to third by Ben Brown, who's off the mark straight away. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you.
Mike Martin did a bit extra homework there, didn't he?
Yeah.
I did the double 100.
Yeah. Well, he gave me the hint anyway, so I went straight to Chris Smith rather than work my way through the lot. And well done, Mike. That was good. Yeah. Good question, good answer. Yeah. Jimmy Gray, I remember very well.
About 3 or 4 years, no, about 4 or 5 years ago, he passed away, I think.
Something like that. Yeah.
Well, I remember going to the funeral.
And he was chairman of cricket in your later years, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yeah. Here's Chris Wright, short. That's that's got to be a wide, isn't it? Yeah, signal wide. Really banged in. He's already pressed on the helmet in the last over. It's not surprising he's going to test Prest again, but that was a lot shorter.
Somebody a long while ago now sent you a text or a tweet about Hampshire's tosses this season, whether we've been successful or not. Well,
yes,
I've got some answers for you, but actually there's Kevin just having to do something else for a minute there as Chris White comes in the bowl. Here he is. Let's just play defensively out. Over to you again, but except I can do that now probably. Ooh. The overall this season, as far as I can tell, in competitive matches, we've won the toss on 12 occasions and lost it on 19, which in terms of statistical averages, that's not great really. I mean, it ought to be 50-50, didn't it, statistically? But in the 50 over in this competition, we've only won one. We won it against Middlesex in the first game, and we've lost the last 3.
Yeah.
So I think we'll have to sack Nick Gubbins now.
Wright comes in. That's pushed off the front foot by Prest to the area deep on the offside. He moves on to 36, 161 for 2.
James Vince has won 5 and lost 6 in the championship, so that's statistically probable, you know. And then in the T20, won 6 and lost 10. Ooh. So we don't have a great record in that. I can't help thinking that what we could do actually is decide who's the luckiest guy in the team and get him to go and toss with instructions about what to do.
Right bowl, slightly slower ball, and that's a good diving stop by Budinger. Backward a point.
he wouldn't have to captain the side. He just
Yeah,
you know. I mean, if you were the luckiest guy, you could have gone out and been the man who tossed to Hampshire.
It could be a new role in the side for a player, couldn't it? Really, he's a multitask player. Well, what do they call them now? They're not all rounders now, aren't they? They're oh gosh, can't think of the word. I'll think of it in a minute.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, they're called. Oh gosh, why can't I think of it? I'll think of the word in a minute. Anyway, it's a modern term.
Yeah.
But that could be part of your thing, you know. Bowler, batter,
Yeah.
and winner of the toss of the coin. It's quicker this time, and they hit the deck. Brown pushes out the covers. Good alert. Alertness between the two batters. They can pick up a quick single. Brown keeps the strike. 31 gone. 162 for 2.
I was thinking about the mention of James Tomlinson, which was absolutely right, but in a sense it kind of confirms the point I was making, which is I haven't managed to get through it all, but I think I'm almost confident that you are the first significant seam bowling left armour that Hampshire have ever had in terms of your career record and wickets taken and so on. I just don't think there were any before, and if there were, I'd love somebody to remind me who that might have been. But plenty of slow left armers. You know, all the way through, really. I mean, even way back, Stuart Boys in the 1920s, Peter Sainsbury when we won the championship, Raj Maru, lots of them. But okay, it's a new over, and that's. He's stumped him. Okay, he looks a bit astonished, to say the least. Ben Brown. He tried to sweep that round from outside of stump, and he's just overbalanced, and the umpire's given it. The keeper was in no doubt, actually, and so Ben Brown's really rather unhappy season continues. Stumped Hanscom, bowled Ackerman for 2. Hampshire now 162 for 3. Brown did look a bit astonished, but I think he quite clearly overbalanced as he tried to sweep that round from outside off stump. And things are just not going for a bit. It's extraordinary, really, the way it can change, isn't it? Because he was I say that. I mean, he got a 50 against Essex, but last year in almost every competition he was getting runs. He was. I think didn't he win the batting award for the season last year?
He did.
From on awards night. And
Yeah.
he's just not having a lot of fun this year. Feel sorry for him.
Thank you to Joe on the ground. It's one word. I wasn't looking at multifaceted, but thank you for that, Joe, anyway. I was looking at dimensional. So they call players two-dimensional these days. So if you bat and bowl, you used to be an all-rounder. Now you're two-dimensional. If you can also field, you're three-dimensional. But if you're also very good at winning the toss, you're four-dimensional. That's what I was looking for.
The modern world, I don't know. I can't keep up with the modern world, Kev, as you well know.
It's all
mate.
new sort of speak.
Thanks, Joe.
I find lots of people tell me that now. They're two-dimensional. And some of the younger players went, we're not all-rounders, we're two-dimensional.
How funny is that?
I love it. Yeah, so a little bit of a stutter here for Hampshire, and Leicestershire just keeping things under wraps a little bit. Hampshire not getting away at all.
New man, Aniron Donald.
Now this guy has the potential to get the scoreboard ticking along quickly. So while he's out there, Hampshire will get a big score. But it's up to it's really how long he's out there for.
I was thinking that I've got quite a lot of favourite one-dimensional cricketers. He's played and missed outside the off stump, that one. No doubt at all that Ackerman has been very effective so far. He's in his 6th over and he's taken 1 for 23. And I guess Hampshire will be taking something of a lesson from that. Donald, that's slightly short of a length, and Donald on the back foot pulls it round. It's well fielded by a man sprawling out at deep mid-on, but they come just get back for a 3rd run there, but it was a dive. Certainly don't, at this point, having had a couple of quick wickets, we certainly don't need a silly run out.
Certainly don't.
Just need to consolidate a bit here. Prest is in and has got runs. Donald needs to get in and get going and just slightly rebuild. The score goes up to 165 for 3, and we're in the 32nd over, so there's always that I'm not sure how true it is, but that story about if you've got wickets in hand, you can usually double the score at 30 overs. I'm not sure that it always works. Ackerman in, bowls again very flat, and that was slightly uppish. It's driven very nicely through extra cover as it happens, but it was slightly uppish. It could have been a quite extraordinary sprawling catch, but really quick hands really whips that away on the offside, and Prest is up to 40. It's good to see him getting some runs.
Top scorer in this year's competition now.
Yeah. And
he's 38 previously. This year's competition.
It's good to see Ackerman in again. Gives himself some room, plays it out in the same direction. Doesn't quite time it this time. It's chased out by the man at cover, and they come back for 2 quite comfortably. Still a pleasant enough day here. It's there are sort of hints of sunshine, but the wind, the forecast today was for very brisk wind, and I think it is pushing the clouds across, which means you get spells of sunshine, and as we've got now, shadows on the ground, and rather neatly dabbed by Prest, but just down to the man at deep gully, and there's no run. End of the over, 171 for 3 after 32. Ackerman doing a pretty good job for Leicestershire here. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32, so going at just 5 and over. Chris Wright, on the other hand, is going for just under 5 and over, 8 overs, 1 for 38. So it's, I think, very evenly balanced at the moment.
It's a good pitch. It's a good pitch out there. There's runs out there, that's for sure. Peter Chapman has emailed soniccricket@gmail.com. He's a man from Penzance who's a regular contributor, and I think he might just be the biggest Hampshire fan in Cornwall. If that's wrong, you know how to get hold of us, soniccricket@gmail.com or @SonicSport. If you dispute that fact and want to say that you are the biggest Hampshire fan in Cornwall. Anyway, Peter says, I think we need to be scoring at a faster rate than we currently are. As the new bowler is Joshua Hull, who's coming round the wicket with his left arm seamers, running away from us. Bowls, that's well played by Donald, who off a straight deliveries managed to work that down to third off the face of the bat. He says, I think we need to be scoring at a faster rate, especially as this Leicestershire side are in good form, who scored 400 plus in their last game. Yes, they did. A very good win against Lancashire at Old Trafford, having scored 411 for 6. Lancashire. Lancashire 95 runs behind that in the end. And we're always under pressure chasing that score. As Hull comes in again, just 18 years of age, Hull. That's another good line, worked by Prest. Backward of point, and there is no run.
They've also made past 300 twice, haven't they? So in four games, they've only struggled the once, and that was against Notts. And they played it was a shortened game. They played about 42 overs, I think, but they got past 300 twice and 400 once. So their top 6 look very strong.
Yes, I'm sure Hampshire are very aware they need a good total here as Prest faces Hull once more. It's a little straighter this time, and Prest plays that very fine down to the top end of the ground. They've come back for a comfortable 2. Prest moves on to 44. Got an email here from Sean O'Neill, soniccricket@gmail.com. He says, hi guys, it was lovely to hear you talk about the high scoring one-day game between these two teams back in 1987. Was that the one at Grace Road with Gower and Peter Willie? I moved from Southampton to Loughborough in 1981, says Sean, and by the time of the game in July 87 was on my university placement year. As Hull comes in and bowls short down the leg side, tries to hit that away. That'll be a wide. I was on my university placement year at ICI in Cheshire. I recall taking a day off work and driving my first ever car down to watch the game. Lovely memories of my heroes in those days, Greenwich, the Smiths and Marshall, as well as Gower, of course. Tim Tremlett had a swing down the order and nearly got us over the line. Yes, I remember Tim Tremlett scoring quite a few runs in that game. I recall it was a really hot day. I was burnt to the crisp. You and a few others, I think. There's Hull bowl, slightly slower ball, driven back to the bowler, not quite where Prest was aiming it. and then blew the car engine up on the way home. I'm looking forward to getting to the game on the Isle of Wight next week. Fingers crossed for the weather. Thanks for the great coverage all summer, always entertaining, says Sean. Yes, Hampshire at New Close on the Isle of Wight next week. I think it's next Tuesday against Kent.
Tim Trimble, incidentally, 43 not out in that game.
Yeah, so I remember watching from the dressing room thinking, do you know what, we might get there. We might get over the line. Hull Bowls, again, slightly slower as Prest works that to backward a point where Budginger
he missed you off his list of heroes, though, Kev. I'm a bit surprised by that, mate.
Missed?
He missed you off his list of heroes.
Yeah, but I didn't do much in that game, as you pointed everybody out. Nicholas Rogers, solidcricket@gmail.com, says, as we are playing Leicestershire, has Paul Nixon joined the Hampshire coaching staff? I'm sure I saw a picture of him in a Hampshire top. Yes, he's helping out during, I'm not sure if it's the whole of this competition, but certainly for a few games, and this is one of them. He's here, is Paul Nixon, as that's driven off a back foot into the ground and fielded again at backward a point, and there's no run. I wasn't sure if he would be here because, of course, he was head coach at Leicestershire until fairly recently, and I think there's been a bit of a problem there, and he's no longer head coach. But Hampshire have taken him on for a few games in this competition because basically most of the coaching staff are away with Southern Brave. Although one or two of them are here. I've seen Giles White, the director of cricket, here. But they are generally preoccupied with the Southern Brave, so they've added one or two others for a few games in this competition. Neil Johnson, the Zimbabwean all-rounder that played here a bit, was up at Notts helping out as well in the last game.
He was a very good signing for a couple of years. He was perfect in that he stopped playing international cricket and he could bowl a bit, and he caught wonderfully well in the slips, apart from being an opening bat. It's the new over, and the drive there by Donald, who's on 4 not out, straight back to Ackerman, who fields off his own bowling and turns around quickly in again, fires it in. Donald gives himself some room there, dances down the pitch. It's chased by the man at mid-off. He didn't quite time it right, but he comes back for 2 runs, and you get the feeling that from 1 or 2 shots he's played already, Donald has been in for 5 balls and got 6 runs. You get the feeling that actually he's under instructions to play his normal game, I guess you'd say, because he's flamboyant when he's going well. Here's Ackerman. Fires in again. Really doesn't give it any air, does he? And it's driven out to wideish mid on no run. He's a very flat spinner.
Yeah, I think he probably feels Donald will come down the wicket and try and hit him into out if he does.
In he comes, and this time he plays it square on the leg side. They look for a second, but there never was one there, and it will be pressed to face. 44 not out. It's a pretty decent crowd. It certainly looked busy as I was in the atrium earlier and then walked round at about 10:30. Reverse swept and pushed round the post by the diving man at Deep Gully, who then has to chase and retrieve it, so they do come back for a second. He sprawled but didn't quite manage to stop it cleanly.
Rishi Patel.
So they come back for a second, 180 for 3. Slight adjustment in the field. And I'm not sure. That's driven out to mid-on, and they do come back for a second. The man from long on actually runs in quickly. When I said I'm not quite sure, there was something happened there. Ackerman looked out on the leg side at the guys out in the deep, and he seemed to signal to them to just come in slightly closer, but they didn't. And that's quite interesting, because I think if one of them had, that would have been a single rather than 2 runs. But there we are, 182 for 3 at the end of the over. Ackerman has figures of 1 for 39 from 7.
Email here from Barry Breen, solidcricket@gmail.com. This might be one for you, Dave, to answer, maybe when you're off commentary. Back in the 70s, there was a band called Focus from Holland.
Yeah.
Dave will know this, he loves his music. In comes Joshua Hull with his left arm seamers. He's staying round the wicket, driven in the air but safe, straight down the ground by Nyrin Donald. Don't need to tell you where that's ended up. The crowd Well, their applause will tell you that has gone for 4 runs. Donald 11 off 8. Told you won't be hanging around too much. This band called Focus on. The lead guitarist was called Jan Ackerman.
Yeah.
Any relation to the bowler? Oh, Dave, now there you
that's
are.
not fair. Well, I don't know is the answer, of course. We'll have to get him to sing. Focus made a very odd single with a sort of almost like a kind of yodeling sound.
Short, so that's going to be a wide down the leg side as well.
I can't remember the title of it now, but there was a singing on it. It was a sort of thing.
Right.
Forgive me for that.
Yeah,
But
no.
I don't. Ackerman's South African, isn't he?
Yeah, plays for the Netherlands.
Yeah, but actually plays for the Netherlands. So, I mean, what I don't know is how common. I mean, you know, there was a very strong Dutch presence in South Africa, of course, going back to over 100. You were talking about it the other day, the Boer Wars. Actually, you were talking with Dave Bryce-Girdle up at
Didn't realise
Knots.
there was 2 balls.
Yeah, there were 2. Yeah, they were very close together. Yeah.
Here's Hull, runs away from us, short, pulled away by Donald, helped down to fine leg, moves on to 12. Dave's just going to look it up. Oh, steady Dave. He's so excited he's banged into the chair, but he's okay. 188 for 3 in the 35th. Oh, he's found something.
Well, this has nothing to do with Focus, I have to confess, but this is very odd that I picked this up this morning from a magazine called The Spear in 1900. Cricketers in khaki, well-known players at the front, and the front then was the Boer War. And
here comes Hull, bowling to Prest. Prest drives, going to take a quick single up to mid-off. That's Lewis Hill, comfortable single it was, 189 for 3. Oh, Major Poor, he played for Hampshire, didn't he?
Major Poor of Hampshire is one of them. There are little photographs of 10 men who were involved in the Boer War and were county cricketers, some of them really quite famous ones. R.M. Poor, the year before that, ended the season with a first-class average of over 90 and a championship average of over 100. He was one of Wisden's cricketers of the year and then went off to fight.
His hole short, and Donald just gets turned round there a little bit, trying to work that out on the offside, squared him up a little bit. Ball just makes its way out a few yards square on the offside. Looked like Donald got a little bit surprised by that one. End of the over. Hull has. Oh no, it's not the end of the over. Is that actually going off the bat onto the helmet? Are we underweight? Because it's just clipped the helmet somewhere,
Okay.
so we're going to have to wait again. Second time, although the first time from Chris Wright, the ball went straight into the helmet of Tom Prest. That was an obvious break to go through the concussion protocols and check the helmet, but this time for me this is just a formality because that has hardly clipped the helmet at all. 189 for 3. We've still got one ball left of the 35th.
Kind of surprised by that.
And
we'll have to have more conversations about Focus, the music group.
yes, that'd be one for you off the mic, Dave. Has Mr. Ackerman got any connections with anybody of the band Focus? That would be a turn up if maybe he has.
Yeah.
I mean, Ackerman's a fairly common name.
Well,
isn't it?
that's what I would think about all of that. In all honesty,
It's a bit like saying Smith. Has some
I think
sort of.
quite probably. But there's a great deal about them in Wikipedia, and I found studio albums but not singles. I can't remember what the title of that crazy single. Somebody out there will know. It's where they do this sort of very odd yodeling type thing for whatever reason. Really.
Does your band do that, Dave?
No, we don't. No. I do have a fondness for certain kinds of yodeling, but it's more the kind of American country stuff that I don't know whether anybody would remember really. There's a guy called Jimmy Rogers back in the 1920s who was really hugely popular.
Okay.
And then the other yodeler that some people listening might remember, who used to get in the charts in the early 60s, was an Australian man called Frank Ifield.
Oh, I've heard of that name.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he used to do yodeling songs, or put bits of yodeling in them, but It's rather frustrating because I can't find... Oh, it was called Hocus Pocus, that's it. Yes, Focus, who made a record called Hocus Pocus, and on it they went or something like that. Anyway,
Sounds
there we
amazing.
are. I'll shut up about it.
Right, we're going to finish the over off. You haven't missed any action. Outside the off stump, and that's smashed away back with a point by Narin Donald. Just a modicum of width outside the off stump. Donald never needs any invitation in that situation. And he moves on to 16. That's off just 12 deliveries. Hampshire 193 for 3. In fact, Richard Ray off commentary has just said to me that Ackerman apparently means what, fields or farmer in fieldsman, farmer. Yeah, so that might be sort of why it's a fairly common name. But anyway, you never know. Somebody might do even more digging, and you never know. They might come up with some sort of tenuous relationship between Mr. Ackerman and Hocus Pocus, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I often prepare things. I think, right, okay, tomorrow Leicestershire. What shall I? I'll prepare this bit about Leicestershire, or that bit, or I might even have something that I've just brought that piece about the war cricketers, you know. But some things you just don't prepare for, really. And one of them is Ackerman, who bowls now, and the ball is just pushed out to mid-wicket by Tom Prest, who gets 50. He's got his first half-century for the first team in any competition, I think, this year. I say that, 2020, I'm not sure now, but having said that, confidently, I'm now not sure whether he did.
Well, a couple of championship matches didn't get into double
He didn't
figures.
get anyone there, no. And that's swept nicely from outside off stump, out towards long leg. A finish long leg, but it was long leg, and there's 4 runs. The scoreboard seems to have refused to get very excited about all of that. Not sure where we are now. 50 runs for Tom Prest, yes.
He did play 7 T20 matches at either end of the competition because he got injured in the middle.
Oh, he did?
And his top score was 33 in that. So his first half century in first team cricket this season.
Now, well done, Tom. He's clearly very, very promising, and it's been a bit frustrating that he hasn't come on quite this season. He gives some charge there, Donald, and plays it out to deep point, almost out on the boundary, and takes a single. So Hampshire 199 for 3, Donald 21, Prest 50.
It's no surprise in the run rate. He's starting to go up a bit, isn't he, with Donald out there, isn't it?
Uses his feet this time. Prest comes down, drives it to extra cover, really, and there's no run. There's a one saving field on the offside, but deeper men out on the onside, and that's pushed through, and that applause is for the Hampshire 200 for 3 in the 36th over. So I think perhaps the charge is on. Ackerman just pauses for a moment and comes in and bowls to Donald. Donald tries to sweep that, not sure that he got anything on it. Could be leg by. It's running down very fine on the offside, and it's retrieved just inside the boundary, and he did get something on it. It's off the bat. So 146 minutes for 203 runs, and I'm not sure what happened there. It looked to me as if Ackerman was about to bowl another ball, and then didn't, but now is having a discussion with the umpire about which cap he's going to take. All a bit confusing, that end of that over, but I think it's been resolved. He's given another cap to somebody else, to the keeper. Keeper's taking his helmet off and putting his cap on. So it's 203 for 3 after 36 overs. Donald 24, Prest 51.
Yeah, the run rate is starting to increase. 11 off the previous over, 10 off that one as well. Thank you to Roger Han, Mike Martin and Brian Budd, who all said Hocus Pocus was the single that Dave was looking for. So thank you for helping out on that one. And we've got a change of bowling. Ian Mulder, who bowled very impressively with the new ball from this commentary end, the hotel end at the Ageas. 6 overs, none for 25. He bowled better than that, actually. Bowled some wicked nip-backers to Nick Gubbins, 2 which cut him in half, and then a big leg cutter to Fletcher Middleton, one he missed by a mile. It went that far. So here he is back into the attack with his right-arm seamers, the South African. One of 2 overseas players in this Leicestershire side, and that's tried to heave away on the leg side. Donald misses that one. A little bit hopeful there as he's coming down the wicket as well, playing that shot. We're in the 37th over then. Hampshire's run rate is just over 5.5. It has slowly increased over the last few overs. Certainly if they can keep some wickets intact, they are on for over 300 and against an in-form batting Leicestershire side. Now I've got to quickly disappear for a minute. I might have to just get Richard Ray in if he doesn't mind, as that's a cut away to backward of point, and you'll come in for me in here, Dave. So Richard Ray from BBC Leicester to take you through this next period of play. Dave Allen is staying on. So 204 for 3. Ian Mulder into his 7th over here. The 3 batters out. Nick Gubbins for 42, Fletcher Middleton 78, Ben Brown is who made just 2. 1 wicket for Josh Hull, Chris Wright and Colin Ackerman. I'll just do this delivery as Mulder bowls short. He's trying to pull that away from outside off stump and misses that one, does Tom Prest. Richard Ray.
It is a sense that Prest is getting a little increasingly anxious to get on with things now. 51 or 59 for him. They have got the run rate up though, Hampshire. 5.7 it is now after 36.2, so every prospect of 300 plus as Mulder is in, slogged up into the air. He was very slow taking off for that one, was Chris Wright. Seemed to see it very late, and there's 1 or 2 hands on hips and players having sunk down on haunches. He was back on his feet on the edge of the circle, Chris Wright. He was plunked up into the air essentially by Donald, and that should have been a fairly straightforward catch, you would have thought, but Wright was very, very slow in reacting to that, and by the time he did start to move, he was too late in terms of getting there, and a few disappointed teammates. Should have been a wicket for Ian Mulder. Miscued pull. Mulder is in again, bowls, and that wasn't miscued at all. Pulled around the corner at a sharp rate of knots, but more or less straight to Colin Ackerman on the square leg boundary. So just the single there to Donald. He moves on to 26. 208 for 3, brings Press down on strike again. Am I being a bit unfair on Wright there? I thought he was very slow to react.
I thought he was slow, yeah, and he wasn't that far away, was he?
No, in goes Mulder, bowls, full bowled him, through it goes Tom Press. I was just saying, Dave, that it was a little bit in the same way as Gubbins went. He was sort of playing quite nicely at a runner ball, but once he started to get a little bit anxious and started to try and get after the ball, started to mistime it, and now he's gone bowled, so it's not entirely dissimilar, really. Maybe that sort of wicket, I don't know. Played
across it and hand came off. Well, I thought that with that catch chance, that there does seem to me to be it looks a good pitch, but there seem to me on occasions where it's just stopping slightly, it's just not coming on quite as the batters are anticipating it, and there just might be that little bit in it. I don't know. I guess we'll know better when we've seen Leicestershire bat as well. But Hampshire still have batting in the locker, and Toby Albert, who's coming in now, played a very good innings up at Welbeck of 44. He would have been expected to have played all the games in this competition, but in fact in the first game against Middlesex here, injured his back quite badly in the field. Couldn't bat but didn't need to, in that particular game, so he just went down as did not bat, and then didn't play in the game against Essex, but came back against Notts and got a good 44.
Well,
so he can certainly play.
The scoreboard seems to have. Has the scoreboard got that right? Because the scoreboard is saying
that it's
that
an Aaron Donald. I've got to say,
but I thought
it did look like an Aaron Donald playing that shot. I think the scoreboard has got it right.
Originally, then.
Yeah, it has got it right. Yeah. Interestingly, my memory is that Donald got out exactly the same way against Notts, one hand off the bat.
Mulder is in, bowls to Albert, who just pushes the ball back down the pitch to Leicestershire South Africa international. End of the over. Successful one for Vian Mulder. 207 for 4 after 37. 13 overs remain.
So the two young men together, Preston and Albert. One of the consequences of Donald being the kind of batter he is that he will occasionally play a loose shot, and that was a loose shot. And as I say, my memory is that up at Welbeck he played much the same, slightly across it and one hand off the bat, and not sure why really, but there we are. It's probably for the best for Hampshire that Prest is still there and going, although when Donald is going really well he'll score more quickly than probably anybody in this side. If James Fuller was playing, he might well have come in at this point.
Well, Hill's rolling the dice here. He's gone back to Ramji.
Yeah. Perhaps he thinks they know something about Albert. Not sure. Perhaps he just needs to get him to bowl. Anyway, he's coming in from the pavilion end, and it's driven very nicely through long off for 4 runs. Just uses his feet, dances down the pitch. Prest moves up to 56, Hampshire to 211 for 4, and there will be 12 overs after this one. They will certainly be hoping to get 300. Leicestershire will certainly be hoping they don't, although I was saying earlier, Richard, that you've had 4 games so far and you've got a 400 and 2 300, so you're not going to be daunted by a chase of 300.
No, absolutely not, but I think they'll be targeting a few more really than I think they'll be looking at 330 sort of area. And if the odd one is sticking in it, and they haven't been, they've had to run a lot of these runs.
Yes.
Then this could be a tricky chase.
Yes.
Well, it would be a tricky chase, no question about it.
Ramji bowls, and that's a cutaway on the offside, and the man comes round from the sweeper. They look for 2, but they're not going to do it. There hasn't been a 6, has there? Yeah.
No.
So
there was one almost down.
That's right.
That long leg, wasn't there? Off Ackerman, curiously.
So whether that reveals something that it's not quite the flat pitch that we think it might be, don't know.
Be a very good score if that's the case.
Shifting of the field now. People running all over the place, long on and long off. Have swapped positions. The man who was down at long leg has come up to mid-on, wideish mid-on, and long leg is inside the circle now. So the men out deep are all in front of the wicket, and Albert just gets off the mark with a square drive to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And those 2 men at long on and long off, well, one of them is actually now at mid-on. They're having to do quite a lot of running about if they're going to take singles, because they're swapping each time. Ramji's in, bowls. Prest gives himself room, hits it over Ramji's head, but not at all close to a catch for the man out at long off. And it's another single, and sure enough, they swap round again.
That's 4 off the first ball makes a big difference, doesn't it, to the batters? They
Sure.
can then look to get singles and still then look to get 10 off the over, really.
Yeah. So, gust of wind blows everything in the commentary boxes. Big sweep there. Bit of a shout by the bowler, less of a shout by the wicketkeeper, but I didn't think there was great enthusiasm for it. Probably
just
outside
the line, yeah.
And so it remains at 214 for 4. dot ball, and the man at long off is now running into the circle, and the man inside the circle at mid wicket is being sent out on the boundary. So there's 3 men patrolling the leg side boundary now for the attempted sweep, and instead of which Albert just stands back and plays it out on the offside and gets a second single in exactly the same place as his first run, goes on to 2 not out and keeps the strike 215 for 4.
So 8, I think, from the over, the 4 and 4 singles. Brave from Hill and Ramji, because with the number of overs that Ackerman has bowled, he could just have used seam for the rest of this innings. 12 overs to go. Vian Mulder has bowled 7 overs, so he's got 3 to come, 1 for 29. Ramji has gone for 28 off his 4 at 7 and over. Mulder from the north end, the hotel end, bowls straightish on towards Midland leg. Ramji picks up nicely at mid wicket and throws, but they'd gone through for the single. Messrs Albert and Preston, they went ahead with the run.
Well,
throw wasn't it? It was a nice pickup, wasn't it? The throw wasn't quite as accurate as he would have liked. He would have had to hit the stumps, of course, because Hanscom didn't have time to get up to the stumps.
It is one of the frustrations of the modern scoreboards, which are screens, that they don't ever, well, this one at least, doesn't ever tell you how many overs each of the bowlers has bowled.
And then goes Mulder, bowls, not timed on that occasion by Prest, as he was looking to drive, and again he swishes angrily at the air. Well, Mulder has 7.2, so
Oh, it gives you the ones that are bowling now, but I mean,
overall,
I'm suddenly thinking, how many Scriven got left,
yeah,
you know? And,
sure.
Sure. It's a bit of a frustration, because the old-fashioned things were hanging on nails.
Mulder is in short, goes for the pull. Did he get a top edge on that? Because it wasn't taken by Hanscom. It's run down to the stumps. He did get a top edge on it, so that was a drop by Hanscom, and it wasn't a good drop, because he got 2 hands to it above his head, and the Australian obviously looks disappointed. That should have been a dismissal, as it is. Prest picks up 4, moves on to 62. Went for the pull, top edged, and although he did have to jump into the air, leap into the air, Peter Hanscom behind the stumps, he did get 2 gloves to it and should have hung on. Mulder is in, bowls full, and again that curious sort of, as though he gets in position to drive, but he's reaching for it a little bit. He doesn't put his front foot too close to the pitch of the ball, Prest, and as a result he's not quite in the right position and jams it out into the offside rather. 220 for 4. Mulder hasn't enjoyed a great deal of fortune with the ball in this innings. He is in and bowls a bouncer that might be signalled wide, and it is signalled wide. He didn't get that bouncer right, Vian Mulder. Prest did duck, but he didn't really need to. It banged it in, and it was high and wide, bit leg sidey, and the umpire rightly signals wide. Bowled that one again, Vian Mulder. Not a front foot. No ball though, so it's not a free, it's just the wide. Just has to bowl it again. 2-2-1 for 4. Mulder sort of shuffling before he gets into his run. Bowls, that is the bouncer. It was a better bouncer, pulled by Press, but a good stop by Ramji at mid-wicket. Sprawling to his right on the edge of the circle means it is just the single.
He's doing well out there, Ramji.
Good fielder, the boy, no question about it. Claps his hands together. Not bad to play your first 2 games at 2 test grounds, Old Trafford and now the Ageas Bowl. Yet to make an appearance at Grace Road, and he won't on Tuesday either if he plays, because it's being played at a club ground. In goes Mulder, cut away nicely, and nicely placed by Albert, down to the wide sort of third man boundary, backward point really by the time Kimber's diving away, sliding away to his left, makes the stop, and 2 taken. Albert on to 5.
Where's
2-2-4
Tuesday?
for 4 at Kibworth Cricket Club, which is about 5 miles south of Leicester.
Right.
Seconds often play there, but
Yep.
first team, whether the first team have actually ever played there before, frankly, I'm not absolutely sure. But it isn't an outground I mean, I've been there to watch the twos play, but I've never seen the first team play there, so it's certainly not recently. The only outground Leicester have used recently is Oakham School.
Okay.
In Rutland, of course. So that it will be a
Yep.
first. Fingers crossed it all goes well.
Will be. Oh, I've complained about that, and they've now put the whole list of the bowlers up. Thank you very much. Ramsey bowls, and that's just cut away backward of square. It's fielded out on the boundary, and Prest comes back for a second run. Thank you very much, scoreboard people.
Perhaps
I
they
have no
heard.
idea
Perhaps
if they're
they
listening.
heard.
Yeah, they might have done, but and it's not their fault. It's just that the design of the modern scoreboard doesn't make that kind of thing easy in the way that it used to be. Ramsey's in again, he bowls, and he's bowled him. It was down on one knee, Prest attempt to sweep it round backward of square on the leg side, and he missed it. And in fact, he was well outside off stump trying to turn it back to leg, and not an ideal wicket for Hampshire to lose at that point. Prest bowled Ramsey for 65, but a very, very good innings by the young man. As I was saying earlier, it's his first 50 for the first team in any format this season. So for a man with considerable promise, that's been a bit disappointing, and it's great to see that he's managed it today. Getting a good round of applause from a pretty decent crowd. It's always difficult to know at the Ageas Bowl with county games. It was clear to me. I was here very early this morning, fiddling about in the archive, but it's clear to me that there were a lot of people coming in when I made my way round here at about 10:30.
Where is the archive? Is it over in the?
It's in the Shane
Friends
Warne
Road?
stand.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So we've been incidentally the new batter coming in is Ian Holland, who quite often opens the batting in the championship. So pretty useful. Another huge gust of wind. We've inherited from my predecessor and mentor, a man called Neil Jenkinson, wonderful, wonderful Hampshire historian, files on almost every cricketer and research that he did over many years. Ancestry.com, writing to schools to ask about somebody who was there in 1903 and so on and so on. Inherited the lot, and I'm just organising them in big box files now so that we can work through them alphabetically and know more about the players that have played here over the years. That was my job this morning. I had an hour at that before the gates opened.
So every Hampshire player has a file.
Yes. Yeah. Ramsey in and bowls, and that's just played away on the leg side. And it's not going to run away to the boundary. They're coming back for two, having a look for a third, but not taking one. Well, what we did a few years ago was to publish an A to Z of everybody who'd played since 1864 when the club first played a first-class game. Quite a lot of counties have done it. I don't know whether Leicestershire have. I know Kent have, Yorkshire have, Somerset, Northants, Warwickshire. I think everybody will eventually kind of pick up on it. And we did that. Ramsey bowls outside the off stump this time, and it's just played down to the gully and there's no run. But when I did it, I wanted to get it out there because I thought if it's out there as a book, then it's a thing that people can refer to in the future and can actually go through and say, well, this isn't right, that's not right, we can correct this, correct that. Ramsey bowls, and that's driven very nicely through extra cover. It's going to be fielded out on the boundary, but they can come back comfortably for two. Takes the score to 230 for 5. I just thought once it's out there, then people can do what they need to do with it in future years. So we're now, it's all online, of course. We're now trying to adapt it, change it. Again, driven straight to the fielder at long off this time, and there's just a single to Ian Holland, so he's very quickly on to 6 from 5, and Albert's on 5 from 6. I think. Oh, unless the scoreboard was so quick that it was ahead of me there. So in fact, Albert 5 from 6, Holland 5 from 4.
So 10 overs to go.
Yeah.
2:31 for 5.
Yeah.
8 and over gets 3:10.
Yeah.
10 and over is what Hampshire will be hoping for. Well, they'll be hoping for more, presumably,
Yeah.
but 10 and over would be a acceptable target, and that would get them to that sort of 330 score. And if there is a pattern to be discerned, it's that batsmen have found it okay to score a run a ball, but have struggled to find the boundaries to really accelerate.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens over the last 10, but in which case that 330 will be a very decent score. Chris Wright is coming back on to replace Vian Mulder at the hotel end, the north end. Wright, very straight run, is in to Holland. Slower delivery, fullish, clipped straight out towards Mulder, who's at mid-on. And a good call by Holland. Went straight for the run and made it comfortably. So 2-3-2 for 5. But they've got to be careful at the same time, Hampshire, that the innings doesn't sort of peter out or expire in a sort of flurry of shots and they don't get 300 or something like that. So tricky one, just to get the balance right. Innings could still go either way. Wright is in, short, nicely turned, well, I was going to say nicely turned off his hip. We're quite high up here, and I thought for a minute he'd turned that down to fine leg. In fact, it sort of looped up in the air towards sort of wide, long leg on the edge of the circle. Josh Hull came running into field.
Another example, in a way, of not quite getting the timing right, and I think that has as much to do with the pitch and what the ball coming off it.
Yeah, I agree. So anything over 300 is going to take a good bit of getting. Right. In. Bowls and looking just to dab it down to third man. I don't think, again, he got quite all of that one. It might have been glove a little bit and indicates Holland that there was a bit of extra bounce there, and it trickled on down towards third man. One taken. Had a quick walk down in between stints just to see what it was like downstairs. It's warmer, but it's windy. Goodness me.
It is windy,
the wind has really got up out there. So slightly tricky conditions. The fielding side. Right, 1 for 41 from 8.5 overs. 8 wickets in the competition for him now. Runs in and bowls short, pulled hard out towards deep mid wicket and pulled for 4 by Toby Albert. Good shot, poor delivery from Chris Wright. Wasn't quite a bouncer. It was a bit of a long hop, to be quite honest, and Albert picked up the length very quickly, pulled it away, moves into double figures onto 10.
Hampshire's batting to come, Keith Barker, who can certainly hit the ball and is a useful all-rounder. Scott Curry, who's a very promising all-rounder, but has hardly batted. I mean, so far in this competition, did not bat, and 2. So, not in any particular form at the moment, but certainly a useful hitter. And then Mason Crane at 10, well, probably at 10. He batted very well at Welbeck the other day, got 31, so he might come at 9, actually, I'm not sure.
Mid-wicket has gone back to the boundary as Wright goes in and bowls outside off stump, chopped towards point by Albert. Budinger reaches across to his right, makes a half stop, single is taken.
But they need a boundary every over, don't they, to get that target, which they've got now in this one. So it's 1-1-1-4-1, so that's 9. And,
good over so far.
Yeah.
For the Hampshire cause. Double figures. Always a good result. Wright is in to Holland, short, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket where Ramji is now stationed about 10 yards inside the ropes there. Gets to him quickly, gets his throw away quickly. 1 is taken, so 11 from the over, the 4 helping considerably in that respect. 240 for 5 with 9 now overs remaining. best over that Chris Wright has bowled. 9 overs, 1 for 47 for the veteran seamer. Will Ramji continue? No, he won't. Ackerman is going to pick up the attack from the pavilion end. So the gamble sort of came off there. He did pick up that one wicket, didn't he, of Prest. Went for a few though, Udam Ramji, as inevitably a young leg spinner will.
Seems odd to think, we were talking about the start of the Gillette Cup in 1963. Seems odd to think that if we were playing to those format now, there would still be 24 overs of this innings to go. Ackerman bowls, driven up to long off, single. Yeah, it feels like that would have been a long day, but in fact, for all sorts of reasons, people bowled overs quicker in those days. There were fewer breaks, fewer changes, fewer stops for concussion checks and so on. There weren't any, of course. Ackerman bowls and attempted a sweep which probably just runs off the leg. They take a run. Yes, it does. It's a leg by. And Albert, a gesture with his bat, which is either one of frustration or a one-handed practice of the shot that he tried to play, as Ackerman bowls again, and Holland comes down the pitch and then turns a straight one round the corner. They look for a second but don't take it. Square leg comes in, fields nicely. 243 for 5.
Tide must have come in. Gulls are suddenly wheeling around.
Yeah,
lots of them.
And reverse sweep by Albert goes out to, well, I suppose strictly speaking square leg, it being a reverse sweep, but there's actually the cover. Yes, I ought to know about the tide really, because I live 100 yards from the sea and the harbour and the fishing port. And seagulls around my way of where I live all the time. Single now to the legitimate square leg this time, so it's just 1 leg by 1, 1, 1. So 5 runs.
Does that make Ackerman an illegitimate square leg?
Yeah. 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 Of course, it might be because it's lunchtime that they've all turned up, thinking there'll be bits of sandwiches around. That's swept, and it looks as if it's, yes, it is going backward a square, long leg for 4. So again, the pattern is perfect. You know, they single off every ball, 4 off the last one, 9 runs from the over. They just keep that rate going. 249 for 5, and there are 8 overs to go. It's going to be. I think with the Leicestershire batting, we could be in for a really super game here. Really good finish.
Could go deep. Could go very deep.
Yeah. And I don't know. Is it a real 4-pointer? Are we a bit too early in this competition yet? Perhaps.
It's sort of 5 wins. Usually gets you into the quarterfinals, doesn't it? 5 out of 8. So with both sides having 3 wins to the name, albeit Hampshire having played 1 game fewer, then pretty much almost be there, whoever wins this game. Wright is in from the hotel end bowls and on off stump, just waiting for the delivery. Holland plays carefully off the back foot, guiding it down towards third man and brings up the Hampshire 250. So nice bit of acceleration over the last 3/4 overs by Messrs Holland and Albert, albeit that they only just started to really get going. Albert has 16 now, Holland has 12. Wright in his final over has 1 for 48. In he goes past umpire Phillips and bowls and ramped down towards fine leg, and that is going to drop just short of the boundary but does still run over the boundary. So huge applause from the appreciative Ageas Bowl faithful. Clever shot stepping across the crease there. Toby Albert just lifted it on its way, didn't quite have the legs to get down to the boundary for what would be the first 6, we think, of the innings. But Josh Hull couldn't get round to fine leg from long leg. So 4 again from the over, a boundary in the over, and the run rate is now up to 6. Right. Is in and bowls short, top edge down towards long leg, could be caught, is caught. Good catch by Hull, because he had a bit of ground to make up to the ball, caught it low a couple of inches above the ground, but never really looked like making a mistake. He's got a good pair of hands on him, has young Josh, and he made no mistake. So Toby Albert's promising innings comes to an end. He's made 20, but he's gone now, caught by Josh Holt, bowled by Chris Wright.
Top edge, wonder if it again didn't quite come on. Just difficult to know, really. I'm not sure whether I'm reading more into this than I need to. Perhaps it just wasn't particularly well timed, but he looked in good nick. As I say, he got 44 the other day, and I'm always disappointed to see him going because we don't have many Hampshire-born players in this side, and he's one of them. So always a special cheer from me. Any of my fellow Hampshire.
What do you call someone from Hampshire? Hants. Is there a sort of
I don't know.
Hampshireman? It doesn't sound quite right, does it? Somehow.
No, it doesn't really.
In the way that.
There's not. There isn't a Lancastrian.
Lancastrian.
No, yeah.
But is there a word? Kentish man of Kent.
Yeah.
Man
somebody might tweet us, and I don't think.
Hampshirean.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm from Portsmouth, and there is this term Portsmouthian, but people don't tend to use it really. They were more likely to say I'm from Pompey or I'm a Pompey lad.
Yeah.
But I don't know about Hampshire, which is an odd thing given that I've lived my whole life here. But I don't know that there is. There is the famous Hampshire club called Hampshire Hog, and sometimes people will use that term as a general sort of But the Hampshire Hogs is one of the more famous kind of old-fashioned clubs. I don't mean the league sides. Been going for, I think, over a century now. In fact, I'm sure it's over a century. Yeah.
Right.
But don't know really. Yeah.
Keith Barker has come in to face his old companion in arms, Chris Wright. These two opened the bowling for Warwickshire with great success not so very long ago. Wright is in to Barker, who leans forward and with an angle bat steers it calmly and carefully down towards third man. Josh Holt comes into field. One is taken. Now they were the spearhead of a championship winning Warwickshire side. Chris Wright and Keith Barker.
They were.
They must have taken 100 wickets that season. 50 apiece for sure. Was that 2009? Feels like a long time ago now. Probably was a long time ago now.
Yeah, probably was then, wasn't it? Yeah.
They both kept going very well indeed. Wright is in outside off stump, and Holland missed that by miles. It was a little bit short, and he was looking to cut it away, and he cut underneath the ball, but it must have been about a foot over his bat there. That was curious. I don't think he anticipated it bouncing quite as much as it did. It wasn't excessive bounce, but fairly normal, and he seemed to just cut underneath the ball.
I'm going to depart, Richard.
Thank you, Dave. Getting in the queue for lunch, perhaps. As Wright is in, bowls, bad ball, short and down the leg side. He's going to have to bowl it again. Should have been the last ball of his spell. It isn't the last ball of his spell. 255 for 6 now. Wright has to try again. To Ian Holland on 12 off 13. As Kevin comes back up alongside. Been good in the last few overs from Hampshire, Kevin, in terms of accelerating the run rate, but a couple of wickets as Wright is in, bowls straight and played firmly back past him by Holland out towards mid-on, takes one, keeps the strike. It is the end of Wright's bowling. 2 for 56 from 10, 258 for 6, 7 overs to go, but just the 4 wickets left, and just have to be a bit careful and not sort of bowled out for under 300 or something like that.
It's a tricky part of the game, actually.
It is,
isn't it? Really, it's this could go horribly wrong for Hampshire. It could go particularly well for Leicestershire if they pick up another wicket or two in the next 2 or 3 overs and really keep Hampshire in check. Hampshire, of
again,
course,
we're speculating on the sort of nature of the pitch, that it's been okay to score a run a ball, but quite difficult to accelerate beyond that. So 300 plus is going to be a good score.
Yeah, I think you're right. And Hampshire have just lost wickets at bad times, haven't they, really? Just as players were getting in and then getting themselves out threatening to do something and then losing their wicket. Here's Ackerman to bowl his last over. Quick off spin there. That's fired in as Ian Holland works it away on the leg side. The old seagulls are making a noise. Must be getting towards break time and a bit of food.
As that, well, it's nothing to do with the tide. Well, we were speculating the tide might have come in, but perhaps they know it's lunchtime. Is that the rationale behind their emergence?
Maybe
appearance?
A combination of both.
Yes.
Ackerman's going to switch around the wicket to the left-handed Keith Barker. He was the one change in the Hampshire side for this game, taking the place of Brad Wheel, who played his first game of the season, competitive game of the season. Last game against Notts. Here's Ackerman then, round the wicket. Barker pushes that out behind square on the offside, and Holland was looking for the single. Barker wasn't. So, yeah, batters getting in and getting out. Fletcher Middleton 78 off 79. Nick Gubbins 42 off 60. Press 65 off 70. Here's Ackerman again. He's fired in. He's trying to ramp that away on the onside, and he's caught off the pad or the bat pad, and it's looped up behind the stumps, taken by Peter Hanscom, his second catch of the match. He had a stumping into that as well, and Barker goes for just one. And there is one of those wickets that you don't really want to be losing at this particular stage when you're looking to score 300 plus. So another good wicket there for Leicestershire, and Hampshire are 259 for 7.
A little bit of an inside edge or onto the pad, and Hanscom will not have many simpler catches than that in his career. Just looped up and he put out his gauntlet and took it, and it wasn't really an appeal. They just turned for confirmation to the umpire, and Paul Baldwin's finger was already extended. Scott Curry can bat, I'm told, and might just need to just work it around for now, just have a little bit of a look, because there's still plenty of deliveries left in this innings.
Yeah.
Potentially. What have we got? 43.3, so still 6.5 overs here. Got to be careful not to make sure you use them all anyway. That's for sure.
Yeah, Mason Crane, Eddie Jack still to come, but yeah, all of a sudden 300 is looking a little bit further away here. Scott Curry. And we're starting to get into sort of the area of the batting where I haven't really done too much. Scott Curry had his first bat in the last game against Notts. And only scored a couple. Here's Ackerman then from the pavilion end. Bowls to Curry. Curry's playing a missing outside the off stump. Trying to manoeuvre that away square on the offside where there's a big gap. That's probably where Ackerman wants him to look to hit that. Fortunately for Curry, doesn't get an edge. Ackerman bowls again, a little straighter. It's pushed out on the offside. No run.
It was like somebody said, you make sure you stay there with Ian for your overs.
Ackerman again bowls. Again, that's straight. Curry's off the mark, working their way behind square on the leg side, fielded by Chris Wright. 260 for 7. That's a good over to finish Ackerman's spell. 10 overs, 2 for 59.
Protect that as an occasional off spinner, a part-time off spinner. The gulls are big creatures, aren't they? And they're wheeling around right in front of us up here on top of the hotel. As long as they don't come wheeling in here.
Well, not as yet. I'm just wondering, I don't know if you've noticed it, but certainly on this ground, I don't know, maybe a few others as well, there seems to be more of them around this year. Certainly here there's more than in past years.
Well, I guess we are not so very far from the coast. Are we? A couple of miles? Something like that?
Yeah, somebody did tell me how far it is, because it's literally over Telegraph Wood down to the Solent. Somebody did tell me it's at least a mile or so, yeah.
What was the wood called again?
Telegraph Wood.
Telegraph Wood.
Yeah.
Okay. For why?
I've no idea.
Josh Hull, 7 overs, 1 for 41, is coming back on, this time from the north end, the hotel end. He's going to be bowling to Curry, slightly open stance, goes in, bowls on the legs, thumps into the pad. It's going to run out towards long legs, should be 2 in it, and there will be 2 in it. Is there a signal from the umpire? Yes, there is, but hitting the pad instead of the bat just slowed it nicely and meant there was a long old run in there for the man at long leg. Rishi Patel couldn't get there in time to prevent 2 extras accruing to the Hampshire cause.
Just don't see there being too many fireworks from Hampshire between now and the end of the innings.
Hull is in and bowls, slower delivery, just dropped out into the offside by Curry, goes for the run, makes his ground, although the throw coming in from extra cover was a good one from Mulder. He hit the stumps, but Mulder himself underarmed throw at the stumps, didn't really appeal. Good running really by Curry, who went straight away, and if you do, you usually get there, and he did.
It's good cricket that, wasn't it? Really?
It was.
Good pick up, good throw, good run, good ball.
Not a bad slow ball either, yeah, all the way round. Holland then on strike as Hull is in and bowls a little bit short onto the hip, looked to turn it away into the onside. Again, don't think he got anything on it, did he? No, he didn't. And it bounced out towards backward square. This time didn't go quite as far, and Hanscom, running out from behind the stumps, was able to get there sufficiently quickly to keep it to 1. 264 for 7.
I think Leicestershire will be very happy if overs get run down like this. Nothing gets smashed over the rope, not too many anyway.
Curry waits with bat raised as Hull is in, bowls full outside off stump, pushes it across him. He goes for a slightly flat-footed drive, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Hanscom. Curry looks immediately hopefully at the umpire, but that certainly wasn't a wide. It was well within the blue line. Good from Hull, who's a very mature 18-year-old in sort of tactically, in terms of the way he plays his cricket as well. Runs away from us past umpire Phillips and bowls. Length delivery that is turned off the back foot by Curry, but only as far as Ramji, who is, as I say, about 10, maybe 15 yards in from the ropes at deep mid-wicket. So it's just 1. Curry on to 3. Brings Ian Holland back down on strike. IG Holland, Baltimore born, as I think it is, Ian Holland. Has a British passport as well as an American passport.
And lives in Oz in the winter.
Cosmopolitan individual. In goes Hull, bowls. Oh, good bouncer, takes Holland by surprise to a certain extent. He went for the pull anyway, but he was beaten by pace as much as anything then. It went through to Hanscom, who applauds young Hull. Good over from Josh Hull. 8 overs, 1 for 43 for him, 265 for 7. 5 overs now remain to be bowled.
So you've got, what, potentially 2 for Mulder? You've got a couple more out of Hull, haven't you?
Yeah, we've got, I think, and Scriven's got a couple as well,
course,
so
yeah.
They didn't need Ramji to sort of bowl, but they took a bit of a risk and gave him another couple of overs and did get a wicket.
Yep.
So they pressed bowled, so a little bit of a gamble on Hill's part, but just about came off.
And also, this is what this competition's about, isn't it? I mean, you know, you want to see what these guys can do. If you're going to play them, let them get in the action. I mean, I know you as a captain, that's where the skill's coming in, isn't it? Is to allow yourself and the coaching staff to see what the youngsters do in a competitive environment, but still manage that situation. And otherwise, there's no point in them just fielding and hardly taking part in the game. But you still want to win the game.
Scriven's actually gone for 29 from the 4 overs he's bowled at 7. I don't think he's bowled that badly. The figures, no, maybe don't quite reflect.
So this is him, isn't it, from the pavilion end. Changing ends, actually. Right arm over. That's pulled away by Scott Curry. There are 3 men out on the boundary. That's out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up 2. Hit along the ground. And Hampshire move on to 267 for 7.
forget with not coming here very often how this is a big outfield as well.
I think more so because we're fairly central, aren't we? Really? In fact, I think the previous couple of wickets against Middlesex and Essex was more to the left, and the boundary on the left towards the tunnel area was a little smaller. Scriven bowls off the back foot is Curry, hammers that into the offside, into the gap, and moves on to 6. 268 for 7 in the 46th. But yeah, these are pretty decent boundaries all round, as we're just slightly to the right. I think we're only about 1 wicket off centre. Wicket even with a W. Very, very central. There's a matted wicket just to the left, about 3 to the left, which I presume will be the next Southern Brave wicket, but that looks a used wicket. This one looks fairly new from a distance anyway. Here comes Scriven into Ian Holland. Holland just works it away on the onside. Scriven comes across to field off his own bowling. Holland moves on to 14 now, and it's 269 for 7. No big overs here in the run-in, and Leicestershire will be very happy with that. Hampshire's run rate just a fraction under 6s. I think Leicestershire will feel that's pretty manageable. With keep it quiet between here and over number 50, assuming Hampshire, of course, bat out all 50. Here's Scriven. Bowls and slightly slower ball. Curry works it away on the onside. I think that was an inside edge onto the pad, yeah. Will be comfortable too, as well as Hampshire comes in from behind the stumps. Yeah, inside edge onto the pad. The crowd like that aggressive running, which Hampshire will need to do. Scoring off every ball at the moment, but if you're not scoring the boundaries, you need to be scoring off at least every ball to keep that scoreboard ticking along. Just about on course to get 300, but losing wickets at regular intervals has not helped. And for a few more than that, when likes of Preston, Middleton and even Albert to a point were going along nicely. Here's Scriven again. Curry works it away on the onside. He may look for 2 here as well, and they do. Again, it's a comfortable 2 as it goes out to backward a point, and Chris Wright fields. Crowd enjoying the running between the wickets, it seems. Even our friends, the Barbie lookalikes out away to our right, and the Shane Warne stand, there's about 8 of them, isn't there, in the pink? Yeah, out at sort of deep extra cover as we look. Group of them in pink, male and female. There's Curry works it away on the onside again, almost falls over as he runs the first one. He's going to run 2 here as well. A little bit more of a tester. There's the crowd, see, they're loving these 2s. They know that perhaps boundaries are going to be hard to come by between now and the end of the innings, so the Scott Curry led 2s are very welcome. He moves on to 12, 275 for 7.
Yeah, good running. If you can't get it to the boundary, and that isn't easy on this.
This is actually a ground well known for 2s, actually. It's amazing how a number of sides come here, actually, and it'll be interesting to see how Leicester approach it, because a lot of balls that land on the 30-yard circle and just beyond. Regularly there's 2 runs there, and be amazed how many sides visit here and don't actually do that. Sometimes in a close game that makes the difference.
Yeah, they didn't adapt particularly well, Leicestershire against Nottinghamshire. They went still go for their shots and weren't quite reaching the boundary. Hull is in, oh, and he's bowled him, gone through Ian Holland. I think it was the slower ball, and he was looking to pull it away. Let's have a look-see. And he just went a bit too soon, I think. So well bowled, Josh Hull, who picks up another wicket. And Ian Holland tried to wipe it somewhere over mid-wicket. Doesn't get anything on it. Hull has his 2nd wicket, 2 for 43 for him now from 8.1. And 8 down for Hampshire for 275. After just the first ball of the 47th over. Mason Crane, he's no poor batsman. He knows exactly what he's doing with bat in hand, so still anticipate 300 plus, certainly if Curry can keep playing the way he has been.
It's an example of a wicket again, isn't it? Just as things get a little bit of a momentum. Always important to keep taking wickets in one-day cricket. Leicestershire have been doing that. Got an email here while we wait for the new delivery from Bill Maidment, solidcricket@gmail.com. Dave will like this as well. Enjoying the stream and the commentary. It's a wonderful thing to be able to watch and listen from here in Germany. I do miss the cricket. I saw Focus, we were talking about Focus, the group a little earlier, a few years ago, and they are still playing now, and they're into their 70s. I had a quick look on the internet, and they're due to play at the 1865 in Southampton at the end of November. There you go, Dave. There's something for you to go to.
Focus. And they had a record called Hocus Pocus.
The one.
And then they ran out of rhymes or something. No other words.
Did they just say Hocus Pocus throughout the track?
Yeah, I seem to remember, yeah. The lyrics weren't hard to learn. Hull is in 2, Mason Crane short. He just gets up on his toes and drops the ball down at his feet, makes sure he gets the one, and brings Curry back down on strike. 275, 276 now for 8. Not having had to do an update all morning, I've got one coming up in. Better make some telephone calls soon just to remind them I exist. Back in BBC Radio Leicester, they had to make some changes to their schedule this morning, which didn't require my presence. Hull turns. Goes charging in and bowls. Again, I think slightly slower ball took some of the pace off it, and Curry went back, just wristily turned it away down towards long leg. Has to take one. He's cross. He wasn't able just to work it wide of Rishi Patel and try and make one into 2. Hull has in this little spell from Hull. Third spell that he's bowling his 10 in which he's bowling his 10 overs. This has been as good as anything. And he goes and bowls and straight, pushed out into the offside. In goes Mulder, picks it up, but he doesn't pick it up. Hurled himself forward, ready to underarm the ball at the stumps, but in reaching for the ball he wasn't able to take it cleanly. So in the end, Curry and Crane weren't under any real pressure in completing the single.
Well, I think that's an indication of what we might see between the wickets there, because, I mean, he literally just pushed it to the fielder. Quick running.
Hull is in, bowls very full, driven into the ground. It bounces out through the sort of forward point area out towards Louis Kimber, who's been a lonely figure out there for much of Hampshire's 50 overs. Single is taken again, 279 for 8. So again, good from Hull, who's just gone for singles from the last 4 balls, having taken a wicket with the first ball. Can he finish the over well? In he goes to Mason Crane, slightly short into the air, should be a comfortable catch for Lewis Hill. It is a comfortable catch. Hull has his 3rd wicket. Well, Hill dropped an absolute sitter like that at Beckenham against Kent, but no mistake on this occasion. And Hull confirms the good impression he's making in this game with his 3rd wicket.
Yeah, he's mixed his pace up very, very well indeed, and good control as well. And Hampshire are going to fall well short here of 300, you'd think. And I think Leicestershire will be very, very pleased with that. And anything under 300, they'll feel on this wicket that they will be able to chase that down.
They will, but you never quite know, do you? With it, once you see them bat and see what the Hampshire bowlers maybe can find a bit of something.
No, you're right.
So,
but I think you'd settle for that, wouldn't you? I mean,
I would have certainly have done after the opening.
Yeah.
Opening, you know, from 158 for 1 after 30.
Yeah.
At the end of the 30th. You know, certainly, if Leicestershire can keep them under 300, they'll be thinking, well, with our batting lineup, we should be in the game.
Yeah, I agree. So that's what, 119 for 8. Is that right?
Yeah, they were
Mistake
158 for 1.
Yeah.
The second wicket fell on 158, so yes.
You've got to be happy with that, that's for sure. Hampshire certainly won't be. So we've got Wian Mulder back into the attack. Looks like Scriven's just had the one over from the pavilion end, has been whisked off. And Wian Mulder, 8 overs, 1 for 38. Picked up the wicket of Anarin Donald. Bowls. Curry works that on the onside. I think that's off the pad, judging by the shout from Mulder. Quickly again, his handscomb from behind the stumps, fielding at square leg. Oh, was there an inside edge onto that? I didn't see the umpire signal.
No, he didn't signal, so that is probably what saved Curry on that occasion, because it looked fairly straight, didn't it?
So,
Mulder looks a bit nonplussed. Umpire Baldwin.
How on earth can that be a run? I was appealing. So we got the left-hander Eddie Jack, who still has no name on the back of his shirt.
Or number.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, no, it's number, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is.
The anonymous man.
Oh, actually, you can have both, can't you? Yeah. Actually, you guys have got both on the
Yes,
back.
absolutely, yeah. Plus a sponsor.
Yeah.
Busy, the backs.
Here comes Mulder around the wicket to Jack, playing a missing outside the off stump. Length ball, a little bit late on that one. Of course, all the teams have names and numbers, don't they? Of course, I forget. I don't really. Yeah, I should pay attention more. You would think so by the middle of August, wouldn't you? Though I might have worked that out by now. 280 for 9 in the 48th. Yes, we did. Yeah. No, we had names. That's right, names. Dave asked me. Yeah, just no numbers. That's pushed up to extra cover. Because somebody asked me what number I would have had, and I don't know. I'm not sure you get to choose, do you? Or do
Usually,
you?
if there's one if you have a favourite and it's available,
okay,
then you can. But they have such odd choices. That's why.
99, don't you? Somebody had 99 a while back. I forget who that was. 280 for 8, which seemed no reason at all. But I suppose over the years, players are going to have to adopt other people's numbers. Try to pull that away. Gets a top edge over first slip. There is no first slip. And that's gone for 4. Again, Jack's a little late on that one, but it doesn't matter because that's usually a safe area of the ground in the last few overs of a one-day game. That went very quickly indeed. Jack moves on to 4, and it's 284 for 9. Can Hampshire scrape their way now up to 300? As Richard Ray said earlier, they were looking good at 158 for 1 in the 31st. That was when Middleton was out. That's again a slight leading edge off that one as it goes down to short third this time. Oh, it's off the pad. Just looks a little late on these Eddie Jack at the moment, but he's not mainly in the side for his batting. So 285 for 9. There's 13 balls left potentially of the Hampshire innings if they can eke out as many as they can for this last wicket. It's going to be Scott Curry to face the next delivery from Mulder. Curry works it away up to mid-on, not timed, but the fielder was quite deep on the circle. So Curry will keep the strike for the penultimate over. The scheduled penultimate over of this Hampshire innings. 286 they are. 9 down. Curry has 16 off 16, a runnable 16 for him. Jack a runnable 4, courtesy of that late pull shot in the last over off Mulder. Mulder has 9 overs, 1 for 44. May or may not be bowling his 10th, depending on what happens in this penultimate over from Josh Hole, the 18-year-old, who's been impressive today. 9 overs, 3 for 47 with his left arm seamers. Picked up the first wicket of Nick Gubbins, played on for 42. That was 89 for 1 in the 18th. Here's Hull. Comes in and bowls away from us. That's lofted over mid-off. Nice shots from Scott Curry. That should go all the way. Ah, the crowd like that one as well. They like Scott Curry. They've been applauding these running between the wickets when he's made ones into twos, and then they like that boundary from him as well. Curry moves on to 20. This could be a valuable knock. If Hampshire can get over 300, they'll feel, well, they probably still feel they've got a competitive score, but The way Leicestershire have been batting in this competition, I do feel they've got to push it a bit further than this. As Curry works that away on the onside, flat bats that away out to deep mid-wicket where Ramji fields. That'll only be a single though. Curry moves on to 21. Now this is important from Eddie Jack. He just needs to get a bat on this. Just get Scott Curry back on strike. Scott Curry's the man that is more likely to push Hampshire to 300 and beyond. 10 balls left of the innings, 291 for 9. Haven't seen a lot of Eddie Jack. I'm told he can bat. I'm told he's a better bat than a number 11. I guess we'll find out. Not just in this game, but slowly and surely, as I'm sure he's got a good future. That's down the leg side. That'll be a wide bonus for Hampshire. He's gone for the Yorker there. Straight Yorker hole and not quite got that one right. 292 for 9, still with potentially 10 balls left of the Hampshire innings. The other scores in this group, I'll quickly bring you those. Essex against Yorkshire. Essex made 221 all out. That was in the 36th over. Yorkshire were already in their second inning, replying 38 without loss in the 9th. Jack hits that over extra cover. In fact, over mid-off. Flat bat, and he's hit that well as well. Four runs to the 17-year-old left-hander, who's mainly in for his bowling. 2 boundaries off 5 balls, takes him on to 8. 296 for 9. Can Hampshire push it to 300? And then, of course, can they push it further than that? Kent, 279 for 9. They're in the 49th over there against Middlesex. As Hull bowls. Jack tries to pull that away on the leg side. Misses it. Hanscom is appealing for the court behind, and he's given. I don't think Jack is particularly pleased by that. He's there with his bat, stood on his bat, and he has given out. So Jack goes for 8, and Hampshire are bowled out for 296 in the penultimate over of their 50 overs. So Jack is out for 8. Scott Curry is left 21 not out. Jack's 8 came off 6 deliveries. And Hull has picked up his 4th wicket in the Hampshire innings. So we are heading towards the break here. Hampshire 296 all out. The top run scorers for Hampshire, Fletcher Middleton with 78 at the top of the order off 79. There was 65 off 70 from Tom Prest, 42 off 60 for Nick Gubbins. They were the chief run scorers. Scott Curry, as I say, left not out on 21, and Josh Hole leading the Leicestershire bowlers finishes with 4 for 57, and there was a couple of wickets apiece for Chris Wright and also for Colin Ackerman. So we'll take a break, half an hour it is, a break between the innings, and when we return we will bring you the start of the Leicestershire reply. Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway the Leicestershire reply in this Metro Bank One-Day Cup Group A fixture between the top two sides in the group. Second place Hampshire hosting top place Leicestershire. In the first innings, Hampshire were bowled out for 296. That was in the 48th over. 48.4 overs bowled to be exact. It looks a little light, if I'm honest. I think Hampshire would have expected to get past 300 when they were 158 for 1 in the 31st over. So a good comeback from Leicestershire. Led their bowling attack, led by 18-year-old left-arm seamer Josh Hull, who picked up 4 for 57. That was off 9.4 overs. The top run scorers for Hampshire, Fletcher Middleton with 78 off 79. That was batting at number 1. Tom Press batting at 3, 65 off 70. Batting at 2, Nick Gubbins 42 off 60. So Hampshire got away to a decent start, but weren't really able to capitalise on that. The Leicestershire bowlers keeping Hampshire under wraps. 2 for 59 from 10 for Colin Ackerman, the off spinner, and Chris Wright, 38-year-old, with 2 for 56 from 10. The standout bowlers for Leicestershire. So Leicestershire here need 297 to win, and it's going to be Ian Holland, the medium pace all-rounder, to bowl to Rishi Patel, who's most certainly in form in this competition, having hit 161 in the last game. That was the win over Lancashire. Huge score Leicestershire racked up there. Patel drives on the up, runs straight away, might even be a boundary through the offside, and it is away to our left. Leicestershire underway straight away. Nice looking shot there from the 25-year-old. I say 161 out of 411 for 6 that Leicestershire posted at Old Trafford. Won that game by 95 runs. They've also passed 300 twice. Sorry, on 2 other occasions in this competition. 380 for 5 against Kent, that was at Beckenham, and 325 all out against Surrey at the Oval. So they are used to making big totals in this One-Day Cup. As Holland comes in to Patel, just comes back a fraction. Patel plays that into the ground, goes to backward a point, and there is no run. So 4 without loss. Leicestershire needing another 293 to win this game. Hampshire would have hoped to have got well over 300, but I think Leicestershire will feel that they will knock this off. Richard Ray from BBC Leicester has just wolfed his beanburger down, and he's back with us.
Splendid beanburger it was too.
Here comes Holland, runs away from us, 2 slips wait as he bowls to Patel. Let's come back a fraction as well. Patel steers that off a thick inside edge down to backward of square leg. Come back for 2. Patel moves on to 6-6 without loss.
Yeah, Rishi Patel, 236 runs in 4 innings at 59. Obviously that 161 helped. He also has a half century. But it's his red ball form that's got him noticed. 4 centuries in the county championship already for him this season.
Wow. Comes Holland again and bowls to Patel. Good leave outside the off stump as that one held its line. Good move for him from Essex. 2020 has been a good move.
Made a lot of runs for their 2s. Never really got a run in the first team. Took the decision to come up to Leicestershire. Took a while, but Paul Nixon said at the time and since, there's an international player there in the making if he wants it badly enough.
Certainly making a good claim at the moment as Holland comes in. Edges, call second slip, Scott Curry. Wow, you don't edge it to Scott Curry and get away with it, although that was a fairly simple chance for him. And Patel goes. Again, that ball's just held its line and he just pushed at that one. And Curry's taken a catch about chest height. And that is a big wicket for Hampshire.
It is.
6 for 1.
Poor shot, really. Having taken 4 off the first ball. He's dragging himself off very slowly. He does get out driving, either hitting it in the air or edging sometimes, and that looked casual. And that is important. An early breakthrough. They will keep going for their shots, Leicestershire, and usually it comes off, or has come off in this competition, but when it doesn't, as it didn't against Nottinghamshire when they were 70 odd for 6 and Mulder had to drag them up to around to a score that was remotely competitive, it can go horribly wrong. Hill has work to do.
It's always an interesting fact that when players come into games off the back of some super form, that actually you do believe that you can almost strike runs at will, and you sometimes forget what actually got you into the position of scoring big runs. And I think there's probably a case in mind where really you could say, having already scored 6 off the first over, you didn't really have to play at that. Certainly didn't have to play it as hard as he did. And yet you feel, and certainly having hit a shot on the up through the covers, which is a beautiful shot first up, you feel that you can do that again, having done it so many times in the recent past. And it can be your doing sometimes when you're actually in fantastic nick. Which sounds a bit of a contradiction, but I think if you were just scoring average runs, it's a ball that you'd probably leave alone. So Hill it is, another right-hander to face Ian Holland. Comes in and bowls, that's outside the off stump. Hill leaves that one alone. End of the first over, and you can see the way Ian Holland celebrated that wicket. That meant a lot to him, and also to the rest of the team. 6 for 1, Leicestershire.
Sol Budinger certainly won't change his approach. He will throw his hands at not everything, but sometimes feels not far off. 205 runs at 51, 2 half-centuries to his name, and he batted very nicely last time out as well. 81 off 61 balls against Lancashire. His scores this season: 33, 67, 24 and 81, so yet to fail, inverted commas. Famous last words.
He's another one that's made the move, isn't he? Was it Notts?
Correct.
Good move for him as well.
Hopefully, from Leicestershire's point of view. Barker is in from the pavilion end. He goes for the drive. Bottom edges it down into the ground, taken by the wicket-keeper. Above his head, bounced down, as I say, won't hold back Budinger. And Leicestershire as capable of being 15 for 3 as they are of being a sort of 90 for 1. You know, it's that sort of approach.
It hasn't been too bad for him so far.
No, it hasn't, but it leads to a few nervy moments, I promise you. Barker is into Budinger, who pushes a delivery that bounces and leaves him nowhere near it, really. Looked a very tentative and nervy jab from Sol Budinger. Walks away.
There's been a swing there actually for Barker. Haven't seen too many of balls like that, as shaping it away from the left-hander or into the right-hander. We haven't seen too much of that from Keith Barker this year.
Square-shouldered figure, Barker always was. Maybe carrying a pound or two more than in his prime, but still a very fine exponent of swing bowling if it's moving, and it will for the first couple of overs. At least 3 slips in now as Barker is in to Budinger on off stump, but it's a no ball, front foot no ball as well, presumably. Umpire Baldwin's arm goes out, so a free hit. Budinger will require no second invitation, and no changes to the field allowed, I don't think, for a front foot no ball. So the 3 slips have to stay in. What can Budinger make of this this free hit? In goes Barker and bowls. He looks to drive it away, and it was a good full Yorker length delivery just outside off stump, so a puff of dust as ball and bat and ground come together fairly quickly, and it is just a single stopped in the covers. So Budinger is off the mark. He'll have hoped to have got a few more than that off that particular delivery, but well bowled by Keith Barker, who's going to go, of course, around the wicket to the right-handed Hill. One of the slips comes out, so just the 2 slips now. Pressed at first, Curry at second, as Barker is in and bowls. Fullish, looking to drive is Hill, slightly angled bat, waiting for it, steers it really in the end towards backward point, and there is no run. Yeah, the navy Hampshire kit with the yellow numbers and names also has sort of, obviously the sponsor's name on the front, but a hoop or two. So it's quite busy at the front, smart at the back, as Barker is in and bowls. Hill defends on the off stump, then holds up his bat to Sol Budinger. Indicates there's no chance of a run, and there wasn't. Fletcher Middleton, the fielder, at backward point. The two men out are at long leg and third man. Barker starts his run almost directly behind umpire Baldwin before bowling. Hill has again a sort of ugly little fend at the ball, push at the ball, whether he was trying to guide it down to third man, not sure. Either way, he kind of got away with it really, with the two slips there, went through to the wicketkeeper and there was no run. So pretty good over from Barker. The no ball notwithstanding. Leicestershire after 2 overs, 9 for 1.
Just notice the umpire having a look at Barker's follow through that last delivery. I have to say his follow through looked very close to down the line of the stumps. The umpire looked at it in between the overs there. Hasn't said anything to Barker yet. I'm sure he will at the start of the next. I'm not sure he's going to get away with that too often. Even for him, that's very close. And he does get dangerously close most of the time. Ian Holland to continue from our commentary end, the hotel end. 1 for 6 from his first over. Bowls to Budinger, dries pleasantly up towards extra cover. Nice diving stop there by Nick Gubbins.
Hill hasn't been in the greatest touch in this competition. He started okay the first game. Since then, I think 3 single figures scores.
Budinger faces once more the left-hander, pushes that length ball out to point. It's fielded by, I think that's Scott Eklund on there as the substitute fielder. Sorry, Joe Eklund. I said Scott Eklund. Joe Eklund.
46 first up at the Oval against Surrey, but 3 against Kent, 6 against Notts, and 7 at Old Trafford against Lancashire for Leicestershire's captain.
Due a score. Here's Holland again to the left-hander. So has a swing at that one and misses as it goes through to Ben Brown. A little wider though from Ian Holland. I just can understand this sort of shot that Budinger was trying to play, but no movement of the feet.
Get used to it.
Just stands there and delivers.
Tends to. It's disconcerting because he also has that sort of left-hander's grace when he does connect.
Yeah. Holland in again. Pushes that out square again. Oh, Eklund misfields. Took his eye off it right at the last moment. Looked like a regulation piece of fielding which you'd take 99 times out of 100, but just slipped past his hand. So a single there to Leicestershire takes them on to 10 for 1.
The weather hasn't been brilliant of late, but one thing that the rain has done is the outfield's a great deal of good going around the country. Grace Road has certainly sort of greened up and filled out and softened. It looks like a really good, decent outfield now, but the same is true around. Old Trafford looked a picture yesterday, on Friday, and it does here too.
It was about this time last year. They were all parched, weren't they? Always beaten outside the off stump. Prod forward there from Hill. He's past the outside edge, but not very far away. Stuck on the crease there a little bit as he played that one. Looked like a man that perhaps hasn't scored too many runs recently with that one. But you're right, and this outfield did need a bit of help because there was the Arctic Monkeys concert here not so long ago, and parts of the outfield looked very worn.
Did you go?
No, I didn't. Are you an Arctic Monkeys fan? Oh, sounds like you are. As Hill plays that length ball back to the bowler, no run.
Leicestershire had Tom Jones, so different eras, different styles.
Good.
Well, I could, fun enough, from where we live in fairly central Leicester, could hear him, Tom.
Oh, right.
The wind was blowing in the right direction. But it had a very good turnout, and it wasn't the greatest of nights, but it just about stayed dry. I know Derby had the Who.
Ooh.
Our colleague Dave Fletcher had managed to get a ticket.
Just imagine that's right up his street.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the Who with full orchestra. Fletcher was in his element. Barker over the wicket to the left-handed Budinger. From the pavilion end, he is in. Budinger defends, straight delivery, back down the pitch to the former Warwickshire man.
So a sellout at Leicester for the Tom Jones?
I think they were pretty happy with the number of tickets that they sold for him. And just where the stage is, it took a bit of a pounding, but I think essentially it's recovered pretty reasonably. Barker is in, bowls, a little bit short of a length. Budinger sort of got in position to pull and kind of pulled out of the shot. Also sort of went through it in the way that Mark Cosgrove often used to sort of deliberately pull under the ball a little bit late, and whether Budinger was doing the same there, whether he was actually going for the shot, a little bit hard to tell, but either way he didn't make any sort of connection. And Leicestershire struggling early on. 10 for 1, the Foxes. Barker is in and bowl short, pulled around the corner by Budinger, and I think that's going to go for 4. It did rather sit up from Barker, and it was the right direction as far as Budinger was concerned, sort of into the sort of ribs under the armpit area, but a little bit leg-sidey, and he could almost help it on its way round to the deep backward square boundary. No chance for the sweeper out there to get across. Joe Eklund, not Joseph. He goes by Joe, does he, rather than Joseph? Or Mrs. Eklund, no doubt. His mum calls him Joseph. But
well, I've only
Joe,
spoken to him once or twice. I suppose Joe, yeah.
Barker is in again, a straighter delivery, fuller, and played firmly back down the pitch by Budinger, fielded in his follow-through by Keith Barker.
Yeah, I spoke to him during the winter before he went off with the England under-19s and to wherever they were. And I did actually, that was the first question I asked him. I said, do I call you Joseph or Joe? And he did actually say, and I think he said Joe, but I can't remember exactly. So I hope I got it right.
Barker leans forward before getting into a very familiar run. Bowls and swinging at the delivery is Budinger. Gets a thick bottom edge and it trickles out towards mid-on, and Budinger again just struggling to find his timing on the pitch, and well, that score of 296 even after 3.5 overs is looking competitive, as they say. We'll see what happens once the what shine there is goes off these white balls. Barker is in, Budinger steps across and lifts it down towards long leg. Indeed, that is a maximum. Well, talking about telegraphing it, Budinger stepped right across his stumps well before Barker was in his delivery action. Barker went through with the delivery, hoping, I suppose, that Budinger would miss it and it would go onto the stumps, but he got the length wrong as well, and Budinger helped it on its way down towards wide long leg, and the first maximum.
Ooh.
First one, yeah, indeed. Budinger into double figures onto 12 from 14. Leicestershire after 3 overs, 20 for 1.
Wow, that's an interesting shot, wasn't it, really? I mean, you're right. I mean, he is the sort of player that you don't want to see too much of out in the middle. I'm sure Leicestershire are thinking exactly the opposite, but from an opposition point of view, if he sticks around,
he'll do damage. He will for sure.
20 for 1. We've had 4 overs. Rishi Patel out for 6 in the first over, the 1 wicket that's fallen. To this man bowling now, Holland, length ball as Hill pushes forward, and that's out on the offside. Well, Hill's faced 7 balls, hasn't got off the mark yet, but it doesn't matter when you've got a man like Budinger playing at the other end. I don't think that really matters at all.
It does give Hill an opportunity to try and find some sort of, if not form, some sort of timing, some sort of idea of the pace of the pitch.
It's not the biggest of totals, it certainly should have been more. As Holland comes in and bowls, Hill drives, found the gap. Through the covers, that'll be 4. Bit of width and full from Ian Holland. and Hill is off the mark.
Was in the air. Holland shouldn't be too disappointed with that.
The front foot wasn't too close to the pitch of the
No,
ball, that's for sure.
It wasn't entirely convincing, was it? From Hilly.
Hilly.
That's what he's. I'm afraid the nicknames on the Leicestershire side are disappointingly unimaginative.
Here comes Holland again. 24 for 1. Leicestershire. Length ball driven, not timed, but it goes to extra cover. Throw comes in close. Underarm throw. This is the stump. Probably only had about a stump to aim at. I think that might be Gubbins there at mid-wicket. Probably about 7 or 8 yards away from the stumps by the time he had a shy. I think he might have been home actually. Hill. It was close either way. So 25 for 1. We've got the left and right-handed combination out there, and of course the way Budginger is playing at the moment, slightly unorthodox. I think it's a pretty difficult field to set in a power play. The men out deep are at third and at deep square leg. As Holland comes in, runs away from us. Right arm over and bowls. Budginger gets a thick outside edge as the ball squeezes out down to third. Barker is at the far end of the ground as we look. 27 for 1. The Leicestershire side need. 26 for 1. Leicestershire need another 271. Hampshire earlier bowled out for 296 in the 49.
We were remarking during the interval Gloucestershire's score 458, I think they got against Somerset. Over 200 for Bracey.
Oh, interesting. That's cut away down to third. May look for 2 here. It's gone fairly wide and not picked up cleanly by Eddie Jack. Down on the other side of the pavilion as we look, the left-hand side. Bit of a fumble there, yeah. Well, you guys got 411. You must have felt that was millions, but 450. Whew.
One assumes it's a record, because certainly 411 was a list day record for Leicestershire.
Bracey 200. He's
221 not out, I think he finished, something like that.
Just feels like he's fallen off the radar a little bit. That'll certainly help. Outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Hill. End of the over, 5 gone. 28 for 1, 13 to Budginger. That's come off 15 deliveries, and Lewis Hill has 7 off 11.
Sun back out, but there's still plenty of cloud around. If you're out of the wind, it's delightful. In the wind, you might need a fleece or a gilet or something similar. Barker will continue, of course. 2 overs, none for 13. What will Budginger try to do in this over? Very difficult to set a field when Budginger's in this form and you're only allowed 2 men out. So third man is wide and deep backward square are the 2 out. As Barker is in, Budginger swings, gets a thick bottom edge. It's running out towards mid-wicket, but mid-wicket, who would have had a throw at the stumps, Tom Prest, had he gathered cleanly, wasn't able to gather cleanly. So in the end, no jeopardy, no real jeopardy for Hill and Budginger. Budginger moves on to 13, 28 for 1. Sorry, I was just going to say, he goes back to second slip, 2 slips again now instead of the 1.
Budginger already looks like he's moved into a shot of ball mode.
Barker round the wicket to Hill, who fences and misses as it leaves him, swings away outside off stump. It is the way Sol Budginger plays, as they say. We had Roland Butcher with us on commentary in the county championship game against Worcestershire at New Road when Rehan Ahmed was playing and trying to trying to hit every ball to the boundary, and got himself out in fairly short order. Come back to that little story in a moment. In goes Barker and bowls. Hill, thick bottom edge, inside edge, just past his stumps, runs down to long leg. Hill takes 1, continuing to search Lewis Hill. He's surviving at the moment, moves on to 8. 30 for 1. But having hit one up into the air, very, as I say, in fairly short order, Rehan Ahmed said to Roland Butcher, well, this is this is how he plays. He says, this is how I play, is what he always says. Barker is in. Budinger is looking to drive, checks the shot, so it's stopped at extra cover. Butcher said in that lovely sort of Caribbean voice, well, if I was his captain, he said that to me, I say, well, you go play like that for the second team. You go play that way for the second team. You know? But different eras, different approaches.
Definitely.
He spent most of his time on his phone trying to do selections for the various West Indies sides. Barker is in again to Budinger, looking to swing it away on the leg stump, comes off his pads, trickles down towards a sort of leg slip area. Prest moves smartly across the field, and Budinger has to make sure he's back in his ground.
He's chairman of selectors or something, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's a fairly recent appointment, is it?
I think so. It's not an easy job at the moment. 30 for 1 remains the score.
Not easy over when you're over here.
No. Barker is in. Budinger swings outside off stump, misses again, tries to drive it away with minimal foot movement, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, bounces past the outside edge, end of the over from Keith Barker. So it was only his second over in which he sort of had any sort of real punishment. 3 overs, none for 15 for Barker. Holland 3 overs, 1 for 15.
6 overs, Hampshire had 24, so Leicestershire are ahead. Early days, but that early wicket of Rishi Patel doesn't seem to have set them back too much. As we'll bring Dave Allen in a moment as Ian Holland comes in, starting over number 7, and his 4th over, 1 for 15 for the Hampshire medium pacer. Down the wicket comes Hill, just turns that away square on the leg side. Eklund Fields, just trying to work out who he's on for. And the total moves on to 31 for 1. 266 needed by Leicestershire. The real danger man, and there's a few in this Leicestershire innings, Rishi Patel out driving at a wide-ish ball outside off stump, wasn't quite to the pitch of it. Well caught by Scott Curry at second slip. He was out for 6 for 1 in the first over, having previously played a beautiful shot on the up through the covers. Flicked away by Budinger, down towards backward of square leg. That's Fletcher Middleton out there in the deep. 32 for 1. Welcome back, Dave Allen.
Thank you.
Early wicket for Hampshire just seems to have been tempered a little bit by Leicestershire scoring at just a bit more than the required rate. Budinger, a bit of a mixture in his innings, wasn't he, for 15?
They're behind on Duckworth-Lewis.
Actually, the Duckworth-Lewis looks unbelievably high for this stage, considering Hampshire look under par. That's pulled away by Hill. That'll be 4. Short outside the off stump, pulled away in front of square on the leg side. That was a good, confident-looking shot, and looks like Ben Brown is calling for the helmet. He's going to come up here and try and put a little bit of pressure on Hill by keeping him back behind the crease line. 36 for 1, Leicestershire.
They may not be behind Duckworth-Lewis for long.
No, not playing shots like that. And we already know what Budinger's going to do. He's almost playing a shot of ball. He's playing a missed once or twice, but he's got hold of 1 or 2 as well. So Hampshire, as we say, look a bit undercooked at 296 all out. Looks a decent pitch. And it won't take much for Leicestershire to get pretty close, although 261 behind at the moment is still quite a way as Holland comes in. Hill gets a length ball. They're going to take a quick single out on the leg side. That's good running. Ben Brown's quickly from behind the stumps, but can't prevent the single being taken. That's good running. Hill moves on to 14, 37 for 1.
Yeah, they've played 4 games so far, and in 3 of them they've made more than they need to make today. So it's a bit of a challenge for Hampshire. He bowled extremely well on Friday, and we'll have to replicate that. You're
right. I was saying to somebody at the break that they bowled very well collectively at Notts. They're going to have to do exactly that this time round as Holland bowls. Budinger goes big down the ground, and that could be 4 runs. It is 1 bounce. Length ball there from Holland. Budinger just struck the ball through the line and made good contact. He is a dangerous player, this guy. hit clean shot through the line. Holland stands there with his hands on his hips. There's not a lot you can do about that when you're bowling medium pace. You've got to get the ball in the right areas, which he did. If a batter plays a shot like that, you just got to accept it and get ready to bowl the next delivery. 19 of 21 now, Budinger, the left-hander. 41 for 1 as Holland comes in again. And Budinger goes big again, and this will be 6. This will be 6 over mid-on. And it is comfortably. Now that ball was a little fuller, and Budinger was able to get underneath the ball a little easier this time. And that was certainly out of the middle of the bat. That is a lovely, clean shot once more. 10 runs off the last 2 balls. Leicestershire 47 for 1.
They're ahead on Duckworth Lewis.
You were right, Davey. You're right. I know, even when you said it won't take long, I don't even you didn't believe it was going to be that quick.
I suppose one of the advantages for Hampshire is that they do have 7 bowlers who have bowled this year. In they've got Holland and Barker. They've also got more pace in Jack and Curry, but they've got 3. They've got 2 spinners, not 3, sorry. They've got Prest. Oh, no, they haven't. They've got 3. They've got Prest, Gubbins and Crane. So that's 7. Barker bowls. Clipped off his legs up to mid-on. Shy at the stumps, covered on the other side of it as they get home comfortably for a single. Yeah, so they've got 4 pace and 3 spin from which to pick, not necessarily 5 bowlers, but the equivalent of 5 bowlers. So they can shuffle things around a bit. Change things.
Might need to, the way these two are going. 42 these two have put on for the second wicket. And they've put that on in just over 6 overs.
Yeah. Between them, they're just about going exactly run a ball, which will get them home. Barker bowls down the leg side. That's it's not a wide. Okay, that's interesting. One of those that goes across them at the last minute. Maybe the bat Budinger just moved across towards the offside. I don't know, but
I think that was the only reason that wouldn't have been a wide.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt, but a bit lucky. So, single and a dot from the first 2 balls. And the very dangerous Budinger faces the next one and whips it. Well, I was going to say whips it straight into the man on the boundary at backward square leg, and he does indeed do exactly that, and then the man at square leg on the boundary puts it down. And that might be a very, very expensive drop.
Eklund.
26. And now I heard you mention Eklund because I was walking around, missed the beginning of the innings. So Eklund is on 4?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's see if we can work that out. If we can't, Joe will tweet, of course, and tell us. But well, he'll be very disappointed with that. Barker bowls, and it's just pushed out in front of him, and there's no run. So this is a decent over so far. 1.1, which should have been a wicket dot. But I hope they don't pay for that. 48 for 1 when it went down.
I didn't think it was going to carry initially, and then I don't know if the breeze is across the ground. In fact, to keep the ball in the air a bit longer, but that should be taken, isn't it?
Went into his stomach. Yeah, it should be taken. Yeah, no doubt. And, Barker bowls, plays and misses outside the off stump. So again, good ball by him. Eklund is a wicket keeper, of course, so he's not necessarily used to fielding out there, but. No, it would have been coming at him out of a fairly bright coloured Ingleby Mackenzie stand, I think. It was just sort of white and fawn coloured. So he should have been picking it up, I think. Barker bowls. And that's off the edge and down to 3rd man, where Eklund is now fielding. Throws it way over the head of Ben Brown, but it's okay. And the Foxes, Leicestershire, 50 for 1.
Well, when you're defending what looks like to be a below par total, you cannot afford too many mistakes in the field, and there's the first one. And that'll just be a little bit draining on the players out there. They know that should have been taken.
Yep.
Eklund himself knows it should have been taken. Doesn't need us to remind him, but even so, everybody will be looking at the scoreboard now and seeing, well, just how costly might this be. So Hill keeps the strike, and Scott Curry is coming on. Now, this guy bowled particularly well up at Welbeck, and it was a wicket that really suited him because he does bowl a very good mixture of pace and cutters, and the wicket just absolutely suited him. The cutters were biting into the surface, taking the pace off the ball, and it looked like the sort of surface he could bowl on and would want to bowl on all day long. Comes in and bowls, and that's turned away by Hill to mid-wicket, fielded by Ian Holland, whose spell has come to an end at this commentary end. 4 overs, 1 for 32. Last 2 balls went for 10.
Scott Curry 5 for 98 this season in this competition in 3 games. He's a wicket taker. That's the thing I like about him.
Yes,
always expecting. He's sometimes expensive, but he does take wickets.
Comes in again, right arm over, tall, bowls on the line of leg stump, and they're appealing for a caught behind. It's not touched anything because the umpire is giving a wide. That's the thing about Scott Curry. You'll find that there will be a there are a section of fans, I think, who are just really funny. I don't know if it's our friends who look like Barbies over towards deep backward square leg. There's a group now, I think it might have increased by 1 or maybe 2, but there's about 7 or 8 of them all sitting together, all dressed in pink, including males. And we think that it's some sort of tribute to the Barbie movie, as that straighter turned on the 45. They're going to take a single. Barker's right back on the 30-yard circle. That's one thing about Scott Curry. When he sort of mixes his pace up, he does tend to bowl quite a lot sort of leg stumpish with the quicker ball, and we saw there with a wide, that was one of those. But 7 overs, 1 for 23. He bowled knots at Welbeck, but he got the ball past the bat quite a bit with his cutters. They were just biting into the surface, and Knotts didn't really have an answer to it.
He reminds me physically and in terms of the way he plays his cricket very much of a guy that you played with, John Ayling.
Yes. Yeah.
Not super speed, fast medium,
but just clever.
But yeah, clever. Yeah. Useful bat.
Bowls.
Good catch.
Budginger might find him a little bit of a handful. Let's just push back to the bowler, because, as I say, he will bowl a mixture of cutters and quicker balls, and Budginger, we know, will. Well, he's played a defensive shot there, which I don't think you'll be seeing him play defensive shots 2 or 3 balls on the trot anyway. So you'll have to be a little careful, because this guy is quite a skillful bowler. 52 for 1 in the 9th. 2:45 needed from here. Budginger already dropped as Curry comes in and bowls. There's the slower ball, and he's through that too early. Trying to smack that away on the leg side. There's the cutter. It just bites and holds into the surface. And Budginger trying to smash that away through deep mid-wicket. It's just too early on the shot.
There's a very good article about Scott Curry, which is actually in the Portsmouth News a couple of nights ago, but it's in the cricket paper this week, in which Scott talks about himself and his brother Brad, compares the two of them, and it's written by Alex Smith, who works here a lot.
It's Fuller, driven by Budginger up to mid-off. No run.
One of the interesting things about it is that, and I didn't realise this, is that Scott Curry is fairly unusual in the modern world in that he's a comprehensive school kid. And there aren't so many. I mean, it's one of the things that recent report is making a point about. State school kids coming into cricket, and he's done very well. His brother went to Millfield, unlike Scott, and he makes a very interesting point about it.
Come back to that. Budginger goes big over mid-off. He struck that well, and that is 6 more. That's 2 sixes now in the region of mid-on and mid-off. Another one over the top, which one bounce for 4. And Budginger ends that over with a maximum, and it's the 50 up.
That was an effort.
Those two was a good shot.
Really?
52 runs unbroken for the second wicket, and that's come off just 50 deliveries. Leicestershire 52 for 1.
Yeah, Scott Curry makes this interesting comparison between him and Brad, and he says that the thing about Brad at Millfield was that because Millfield is such a cricket school, they wanted to fairly much be in control of what their young people did, whereas Scott at a comprehensive school was really free to associate himself with Hampshire's age group sides and come through the age group sides into the academy, into the second 11, and it wasn't as easy for Brad because he was at the public school. Barker bowls. It's nudged into the gully. There is a diving throw at the stumps, which from the reaction of the fielders suggests it might have done the business, but it didn't do the business because it didn't hit the stumps. And
Donald.
they come through for a single.
Yeah, Donald it was.
Yeah, Donald, yeah. Donald, distinctive because he very often wears that sun hat. They haven't taken to wearing bucket hats yet, have they? Apparently bucket hats are very fashionable.
But on the field of play.
I don't know about that, probably not. Can't say you're ever likely to see me wearing one. But Keith Barker bowls, and that's pulled, and that well, I was going to say that's not timed so well, and it's only gone for 4, but actually only just gone for 4. It was timed pretty well. I would say that's one of the differences between this innings and the Hampshire innings, is that our guys were not hitting cleanly through the ball in the same way that the Leicestershire guys are, and they are racing ahead now on 63 for 1. I don't think Duckworth Lewis is likely to be too relevant today, but just because it's indicative sometimes. Like Duckworth Lewis score is 53, so they are well ahead of the win predictor or whatever you might want to think of. Hampshire need a wicket or 2.
Well, he's unorthodox, Budinger, and that's what's causing the problems. They're trying to get the field right because you can only have 2 players outside the 30-yard circle, and both those now are on the leg side.
Yeah, he's got a ring on the offside, and he's still quite happy to hit down there. He hits along the ground this time, and he's fielded at backward square leg on the boundary, and they take a single. But the thing is, when you've raced ahead like that, you probably can be quite content just to push the singles for a little while, can't you?
Get up with the rate early, and then there's not too much pressure on the players coming in next when you're out.
Change for the right-hander now. The second slip comes in, so certainly looking for wickets. And here's Barker to bowl left arm round, and goes straight through a defensive shot by Hill. Just does enough, just does a little bit off the pitch, bowling left arm round.
He's got Hill like that a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Just angles in, just straightens a fraction, and Hill playing down the wrong line in the end. Yes, it's a dangerous partnership, these two. Hill is not under any pressure to get on with it.
No.
Budinger is doing all the work.
Here's Barker again. Bowls, and it's nudged down to third man, and that comes through for another single. I was in the office after lunch, had to go and check out 1 or 2 things, and was talking to Greg, who is pretty much in charge of membership and the like, and he was saying how they would like to talk to the authorities about this competition and say, can we have 1 or 2 more Sunday games, because they're really pleased with the attendance today. I mean, he was quoting to me 3,500 or perhaps even more. But, just generally, the business that's being done today on a Sunday, and the fact that this competition is proving to be popular, even if it's old and some people think it might be on the way out. I don't think it is. Full toss and no real effort there. The only danger there really was a little lad in a grey top with a hoodie on who had to duck so that he wasn't hit as it just races away for another boundary. And Leicestershire 69 for 1 after 10 overs. So they are well above the rate needed, and it's the second power play, so they can have 1 more fielder out.
I think that's right, yeah. 3 out.
Yeah.
So, now Carol Illett has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. I haven't read this article, Dave has, so you'll be able to help out on this one. Carol says, in the article, does Scott Curry explain how he has played for England but his brother for Scotland?
No, he says he wants to play for Scotland. That's what he says in the article.
Here he is, full driven by Hill into the gap through the covers. That'll be 4. That's a half volley there from Scott Curry. He won't be playing for Scotland bowling too many balls like that, I'm afraid. And that's the start of his second over. He's gone for 12, and Leicestershire race on here. 73 for 1, needing 224.
I'm not sure if the fact that his name's Scott is what qualifies him to play for Scotland, but I think it's sort of uncomplicated, isn't it? Because they're like a second division international side, so he could theoretically play for both.
Comes in and bowls straighter this time, turned away past Gubbins at mid-wicket. Or is it Ian Holland? I think it's Ian Holland. That'll be 2 more, might even be 3 here actually, as Donald slides into that one on the boundary. And 3 runs it is. Hampshire have got a real problem here at the moment. Leicestershire calling the shots here at 76 for 1 in the 11th. Well, I think you have to have some sort of parentage, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, but there must be, because Brad, as she says, Brad already has played for Scotland. But Scott in the article expresses an ambition to play for them next year. So we shall see whether that comes to pass.
Because Brad is his older brother, isn't he?
Yeah.
By about 2 or 3 years.
That's right. Yeah.
Had a good game against Hampshire for Sussex in the T20.
Yeah,
took
did.
that magnificent catch, which I think, I'm not sure it's official, as Buttinger swings and misses outside the off stump. And I think I'm not sure it was officially voted the best catch in the T20 tournament, but if it wasn't, then it should be. Right on the boundary, full length, diving, full stretch, flat, about 3 or 4 feet in the air. Took a one-handed catch, unbelievable. Here comes Scott Curry again, runs away from us, bowls to Buttinger. Buttinger just plays that quietly back on the pitch. He knows that he's getting a bowler that is mixing his pace up and bowling some cutters, so even Buttinger has to be watchful every now and then. 41 off 33 though, doing some damage after being dropped on 25. 24 balls he'd faced then.
Yeah, of course they've got 7 from the first 2 balls, so he doesn't have to do anything daft to the next 4.
He doesn't. And comes Curry again and bowls. Buttinger swings away, hits that through deep point. Just jog through a single. 77 for 1 here at Leicestershire, making that Hampshire total of 296 all out. At the moment, look even smaller than even we thought it might be. 220 needed.
I'm not sure if I think there's only one other unbeaten side apart from us in this competition. That's Warwickshire in the other lot. But we lost a game last year and went through to the qualifying. So
top the group.
To be
7 wins from 8.
I think you have to be phlegmatic about these things, and we haven't lost it yet anyway.
No. Curry bowls and Hill just cuts that down to a third. That'll be a single. 78 for 1. Yeah, the 2 group winners go through to home semi-finals, and the 2nd and 3rd places, well, the 2nd gets a home quarter-final, plays the 3rd place team in the other group. That's how it works.
Yeah. Economically, it's quite a good thing to get a home quarter-finals, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and, you've got an extra payday at the gate.
That's right. 25th of August is the quarter-finals. Semi-finals are on the 29th of August. And then you've got to wait until the 16th of September for the final.
And that's at Trent Bridge, yeah?
It is again, yeah. I think they've probably got it for a while, haven't they?
Yeah.
Trent Bridge.
Might be a bridge too far for me.
Whee.
Now, Mr. Barker has finished.
Surprising.
I think it's Tom Prest.
Yeah.
He's going to bowl some off breaks. He's got a short extra cover, really. A man out on the cover boundary, a gully fielder on the circle, and a long leg on the circle as he bowls round the wicket, and it's just driven up to long on. There's a long on and a mid off and a long on. That was to the right hander. I shall have to tell you it all again now that we have a left hander. And I would guess that Prest will continue to bowl around the wicket. Offies tend to like to bowl around the wicket to left-hand bats, so he's got an extra cover again, really, and deep gully and a sort of deep third slip, really, on both on the circle. Man out on the cover boundary, man out on the mid-wicket and backward square leg boundaries, and he comes in and bowls. And Buttinger just plays that quite easily out on the onside. The ball is fielded out at mid-wicket by Scott Curry, I think. It's a long way away, but I think it's him. and they take a single. So it's 80 for 1. And Prest is in again. And again, it's just nudged out backward of square to the man down on the very square kind of long leg boundary, really. He runs in. And Ben Brown rushes up to Nick Gubbins, who's the skipper, of course. Has a little word about something that he spotted, while Budinger just waits to face another ball. Preston bowls, he bowls that quite flat and quite quickly, and it's hit out towards deep cover for another single. So this over so far 1-1, 1-1. And it means with a left, right hand and different fields, quite a lot of people moving about. This is cut backwards. They're going to get at least 2, if not 4. They're going to get 2 here. And it is Scott Curry out there again fielding. They come back for 2. So for the first ball in this over, no need to change the field for the final ball. But 6 off the over is more than they require. Sun out now. Pleasant afternoon. Prest fires that one in. It's just pushed out on the onside. Fielded at short mid wicket. No run. So end of the over. 84 for 1 from 12. That's almost exactly 7 and over, I reckon.
So, Mandar Kent has tweeted at Solent Sport. He was saying about a lot of people in the atrium day between the break. There was a good crowd here, there's no doubt about it. Mandar says, Dave, there are so many people here today. I'm practically parked in Telegraph Woods. Wow, that is a way away. Well, a little way away anyway. Phil Webb has sent an interesting tweet because we've been referring to our friends in pink away to the right, maybe as a sort of a tribute to the Barbie film. Apparently everybody's encouraged to wear pink now because of that. As Scott Curry comes in round the wicket, bowls to the left-hander Budinger, and Budinger just steers that into the covers. Good diving stop from Gubbins, can't pick it up cleanly. Curses himself as well because he wanted to have a shot at the stumps if he could. Total moves on to 84. And 78 this partnership has put on. Phil Webb has tweeted, seeing as you've just mentioned the Barbies in the ground, I was going to hold back with this tweet until Melissa Story or Emily Windsor were on commentary. But here are the artificial intelligence interpretations of the Solent commentary team in Barbie form. They look just like normal Barbie characters, actually, as that's turned away on the onside. I don't know which one you are there, Dave.
Well, I did get married in a pink shirt and pink socks, so I think I'll qualify. It was quite a long time ago, I have to say. But,
yeah. Well, he sent us 6 pictures and of various Barbie characters.
Okay.
There we go. 86-1. Thank you, Phil.
I'm not really up to date on Barbie, I'm afraid.
I didn't expect you to be really, Dave. But Budgie just swings that away on the onside for a single out towards deep square leg. And he moves on to 46. That's off just 38 deliveries. Hampshire certainly do not want to see too much of him the way this game is going. And it's 87 for 1.
I'm a bit better on the obscure 1970s rock acts, really.
You know, Hocus Pocus and all that. Or whatever it was. Okey Cokey or...
Hokey Cokey, yeah.
Oh, Focus, that's right. Yeah. Focus. Switches to over the wicket here. Curry comes in and bowls to Hill. Hill gets wrapped on the pad. He goes up in the air. Was there an inside edge onto the pad? It goes down towards third. What is the umpire signalling or not signalling? It was an inside edge. No, it was a... Was he signalled it?
Bye.
It's not a bye.
Did he signal bye, or was he just signalling at his mate?
2 balls left.
Yeah.
Certainly wasn't a bye. It's down as an officially a 1.
Yeah.
Because there was a huge deflection on that one. 88 for 1. Budinger is back. He's gone a bit quiet, Mr. Budinger. I don't like him playing like this. I like it when he's just free and easy. It's entertaining. As swings that away on the leg side. He's got bat on that. That's gone for 4. That's 2 straight again from Curry. And that is 50 for Budinger, I think. Yes, it is. 50. And that's off just 39 balls with 5 4s and 3 6s. It's been a really good knock. It's been an entertaining knock. And for his side, it's given them the perfect start. But I'm afraid, just to remind you, he was dropped on 25 out in the deep. He wasn't particularly difficult. and that was off just 24 balls. 25 he has then, so he's doubled that total. 92 for 1 as Curry comes in and bowls. Budginger whips it away again on the ground this time towards a deep square leg. I don't think you can bowl too straight to this left-hander. He's only just 23 years of age, so.
Do you know, it's surprising to me that he's the only one of their top 7 not to have a list A100. Let's hope today isn't the day. And if you're listening from Leicester, my apologies.
They've all got you down now, Dave, as a marked man.
Yeah.
North of Watford Gap.
Yeah. I spent a week in Leicester once.
Yeah?
Yeah, when I was training to be a teacher.
Right.
I went to visit a particular comprehensive school called Countess Thorpe College,
right.
which was quite famous for being very progressive. Tom Prest bowls and is struck fiercely out towards long on for 6. So there wasn't a 6 in the Hampshire innings, and there's been 4. I'm looking at Richard. We think it's 5, 4 or 5 in the Leicestershire innings
there
already.
There is 4.
4, yeah. So, and Tom Prest, dismayed by that, has gone to the umpire and said, "Don't like this ball, ump, what do you think?" And the umpire said, "It's perfectly fine. Bowl it again." And he does, and Pottinger just plays that quite gently. He takes he's a bit kinder to him.
Are you quite surprised the Prest is on before Crane?
Not necessarily before. He pushes it up to mid-on and takes a single, because I think this season they've tended to leave 100 runs for Leicestershire, 100 for 1. They've tended to leave Crane quite late in quite a lot of competitions, but I think we are now at the point where somebody's got to come on and take a wicket. Prest bowls, and off his own bowling, sprawling, fields it, and there's no run. You wouldn't say that Prest is necessarily a likely wicket taker. Crane can go for a few, but he does take wickets, so, and they do need one desperately. That's pushed to square leg. They set off for 1. They're thinking very seriously about 2. They come back for 2, and they get back for 2, and that's very good running. Very good running. Hill will go up to 37. But the other options they have, they can bowl the young man Eddie Jack with a bit more pace than anybody else. Yeah, he's the quickest of them, isn't he? Prest just chops that down to gully, no run. Or they can bowl Crane, and somebody's got to come on and do something a bit special fairly quickly, I would suggest. Just going back very briefly to my comment about spending a week in Leicester, I went to study this particular progressive comprehensive school, but I'm talking about something like 1972 or 3 or something. 74 it would have been. Yeah. So I don't even know if the place still exists, to be honest, but it was quite famous and people wrote books about it, and I found it fascinating, but some people didn't like it very much. They thought there were all sorts of things going on that weren't quite like English grammar schools of the 1950s, I suppose you'd say. So whether Countess Thorpe College still exists and whether it's still the same kind of place, I have no idea, but somebody might let us know. And it is going to be Eddie Jack for you, Kev.
Well, yes, your wish has been granted here, Dave.
I think it's wise.
The momentum is all with Leicestershire here at the moment. Hampshire need to wrestle something back here. Hill and Budginger are doing a fine job here, having come together with the score on just 6 in the first over. Rishi Patel out, caught in the slips off Holland for 6. And since then, Leicestershire have gone along very nicely indeed. So here's Eddie Jack, right arm over, bowls. Budginger tries to pull that away, gets off the toe of the bat as it goes out towards mid-off. He's too early on that one. Looks at the bottom of his bat, he's playing a bit of snooker. So 195 needed. And the way Leicestershire are playing, that will be knocked down fairly easy. The momentum is all with the away side here. Budginger's 58 off 44. Hill is 35 off 37. There's Jack comes in, 17 years old this guy, he bowls, and Budginger swings that away on the onside. This could be out, caught! And this time he is taken. And Eddie Jack, the 17-year-old, has done it. with just his second delivery. It's Fletcher Middleton out there at deep square leg, and Budinger has just gone aerial one too often, but it's been a very, very good knock, and one which has put Leicestershire in a good position to win this game.
Good catch, well caught by Fletcher Middleton, tumbling there, and well, the drop cost him 30 runs, and that might be crucial, but at least he's gone. And it just I just did have that feeling that at that point that they bowled the steadier bowlers, or the usually steadier bowlers, although Curry takes wickets for sure, and they had to do something, and it was either Eddie Jack with pace or Mason Crane with wristspin, and that wicket falling makes it easier now perhaps to have a go with Mason at the other end as well, because he is an attacking bowler, but he can be expensive, but he is an attacking bowler, and with a new batter coming to the wicket, just gives them the chance. I mean, Hill is going steadily, almost a run a ball, which is pretty good going really, but just think it gives them that chance to do that.
So a 96-run partnership for the second wicket has ended, and that 96 runs came off 14 overs. And Peter Hanscom, the Australian, comes in for Leicestershire. Another batter that's got some decent scores in this competition. 87 in the big win against Kent at Beckenham. 57 in the first game, the win against Surrey. If I remember rightly off the top of my head, the last time Hanscom faced Hampshire was for Middlesex in a championship game at Lord's. I think he's also played for Yorkshire against Hampshire in the championship. So he's done the rounds a little bit. He stayed, I think I'm right in saying, Richard, he stayed on, hasn't he, for this competition? He's not listening to me at the moment.
He's not listening to you.
But I think he has. He stayed on for this competition because Rahane was going to play for Leicestershire.
Oh, was he?
In this competition, but apparently his workload is a little too much, so he asked to be just taken out of his contract. So they asked Hanscom to stay on, and he's duly obliged. Here he is, facing Eddie Jack, full straight. And Hanscom's in behind that one quite nicely, so he pushes that up to mid-off. So Eddie Jack has taken his third first-team wicket. Didn't get any wickets in the first game that he played here. That was against Middlesex. He was quite expensive. He just looked a little nervous, but bowled. Didn't play the next game against Essex. Bowled really well against Notts. 8 overs, 2 for 28. And I have to say, if he can bowl a similar type spell here, that might just transfer the momentum a fraction. But it's certainly with Foxes at the moment as he comes in again. Right arm over, tall, bowls. Hanscom works that away onto the leg side. Fairly full on the middle and leg there from Eddie Jack. But we have to remember he's just 17 years of age. Shows a lot of promise.
Yeah, Brad Taylor remains the youngest Hampshire cricketer in all three formats from about 8-9 years ago, and the youngest List A wicket taker. But after him come Dom Kelly, who took a wicket against Middlesex in the first match, and then Eddie Jack, who took one. Okay. So Eddie Jack is the third youngest ever List A wicket taker for Hampshire.
Sunshine out, outside the off stump, cut away by Lewis Hill, down to third. That'll be a single, 104 for 2. Leicestershire need 193. I think I can remember Brad's game. It was Lancashire at Old Trafford.
That's
day-nighter.
That's right. Yeah, and he played in the championship against them at Southport as well.
He did, yeah, I remember that as well.
He became the youngest ever debutant in all three formats: List A, T20 and Championship.
Here's Eddie Jack to Hanscom. Bowls, length ball. Hanscom pushes that up to mid-wicket, and there's no way. Dave, stay on. You're going to come in and take my place, and then Richard Ray will come in alongside me. That is 15 overs completed. So from 35 overs that remain in this innings, Leicestershire need another 193. They're 104 for 2. Lewis Hill has 36 from 38. Hanscom 1 for 3 from 3. Richie Patel out in the first over for 6. That was 6 for 1. And then in the last over, the 15th over, Sol Budinger caught in the deep for 58 off 45 deliveries. 96-run partnership with Lewis Hill. Richard.
Duckworth Lewis, or Duckworth Lewis Stern. Not much in it. It's the opinion of that particular system. As Leicestershire at 91. And they are at the moment 104. So a little bit ahead of the game, but not by so very much. Right, Ian Holland, having bowled 4 overs from the hotel end, the north end here at the Ageas, is going to have a go from the pavilion end. Got a little bit of movement early. Comes stomping in and bowls to Lewis Hill. His favourite shot pretty much is the cut, and he cuts that one away just wide of backward point, but good work down there. Running around from the sort of, well, almost the cover boundary to backward point means that it is just the one. Mason Crane out there, who we can presumably expect to see turning his arm over before too long. Brings Hanscom, the Australia international, down to face the bowling from the pavilion end for the first time. As Kevin was saying, started the competition pretty well, Hanscom, as in goes Holland, bowls to him, gets up a little bit more than he expected, I suspect. He got in position to cut it and had to adjust. Perhaps it came back into him a bit and ended up guiding it down towards backward point. And there's no run. Started with a half century at the Oval against Surrey, 57, then 87 off 67 against Kent. In goes Holland, bowls, just dabs it down, and there was a run there. Hill wasn't quite sure, and Hanscom looked questioningly when Hill called no, and then Hill realised actually it had gone well wide of backward point, and apologises to Hanscom, having taken the run after all. Last 2 games not quite so productive, 21 at home against Nottinghamshire, and then 2 off 5 in the huge total against Lancashire. Wasn't really needed. Holland is in to Hill, who waits and dabs it down. Not quite a cut, just a guide down towards third man. Jack, I think it is down there, so just the single taken.
Actually, that's odd. I understand why you said Jack, because he's got no number again on his back.
But it is
it's
not tall enough, is it?
I'm just thinking it might be Dom Kelly who's come on as... I haven't worked out who's not on the field, but whether Eklund has gone off and Dom Kelly has come on.
Holland is in. Bowls, and nice, chopped on. Hanscom has chopped on. Well now, Holland has picked up his second wicket. Hanscom, minimal foot movement, looked outside off stump, perhaps came in a fraction, and he isn't the first batsman in this match to play on to his stumps. Again, suggesting that sometimes it doesn't quite come on in the way you're expecting it to. So 2 quick wickets for Hampshire, and all of a sudden the game very much back in the balance. Leicestershire 107 for 3, needing 297.
Yeah. It's intriguing, this, because it's almost as if Budinger has played a game different from what everybody else has been playing throughout the afternoon. I mean, Hill's going quite nicely at 38 out from 40, but in a way he's playing an innings similar to the innings that the Hampshire openers both played until Gubbins got a bit stuck towards the end. But Gubbins and Middleton both played steadily, as he had. It's just that Budinger has come in and played as if it's a different match, and maybe on his own has changed everything and taken the game away, but we shall see. Maybe not, if wickets continue to fall.
I think that we're behind on Duckworth Lewis now, Leicestershire.
Yeah, it could be again.
With that wicket falling.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Dom Kelly down there, outfield and sub now. I mean, there may be 2 subs on, but I can't see that there are. So far, I'm trying to think who's not on. Whether it's somebody who might... No, it isn't somebody who might bowl, is it? No, I don't think so. That I don't know.
Ackerman comes to the crease to replace Peter Hanscom, and if they can nip him out quickly, they really will be feel confident. Hampshire. Holland looking to do just that, runs in and bowls. Ackerman leaves outside off stump. End of the over, a successful one for Ian Holland. 2 for 35 from 5 for him now. And Leicestershire 107 for 3, as a consequence, after 16, they are behind on Duckworth Lewis now, which is showing 116. So this really is a game that could very much go the distance. 107 for 3 after 16. Much depends on the skipper now for Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Hill, as I say, had been struggling a little bit in the competition, but he's got himself in now, and he is the one around whom the Foxes must play.
And here is Eddie Jack, one of the men without name or number. Driven to cover, sprawling stop. Good stop. Thrown to Dom Kelly, the other man with no name. Having spent some part of the day talking about obscure 70s rock bands, I could start talking about Traffic now. Stevie Winwood's Traffic, who once made a record called No Face, No Name, No Number. Well, Jack and Kelly have got faces, but they have no name and no number. So
Happily, one is much taller than the other, so
yes,
should be able to identify.
Yeah. Is Jack bolts, and he just gives himself some room there to play that away down to the man at third man, and they come back very quickly. A bit of a wild throw anyway, but they run well there, Hill, and he gets two, and the wild throw has possibly wounded whoever has collapsed at mid-wicket. Retrieved it well, but I think it's Holland. Can't quite see, but yeah, I think it's Holland. As Jack bowls, and he has to go down and field the ball, and this time, briefly, I thought he also hit I think what he's done is actually just ricked his back slightly. Yeah,
he's stretching off.
Doing his, yes. Well, I have every sympathy, having spent many more years than Ian Holland has with a bad back. I have every sympathy, but he won't want to do that because he's needed to bowl. As Eddie Jack comes in, bowls to Hill on 40 not out, and Hill helps that round the corner, and it's bisected to two men fielding out on the boundary and goes for 4. Bit short, a bit too leg-sided. He just helped it on, really. No effort for him, and the Leicestershire score goes up to 113 for 3. The scoreboard says Foxes. Should I be calling them Foxes, really?
Yes, by all means. In one-day cricket, that is their
is it
nickname.
Rather than, yeah. Jack bowls and Kelly fields, but they take a single, Kelly up at mid-on.
Hampshire no longer the Hawks, then, obviously.
I think we are in T20.
Okay.
But I think we've for some time now opted just to be Hampshire, which I'm okay about, really. I don't mind that, really. I'm not desperate for a nickname, but I don't mind, Spitfires, Foxes. The only one I don't like is Birmingham, because I just think I like county cricket, really. But Eddie Jack, that's driven up to mid-off this time, and Gubbins has a go, and mate Ben Brown worked rather hard gathering the throw, which is pretty wild again. So they come through for another quick single. It's 115 for 3. Ackerman is on 1, Hill is on 45, and Jack has 1 for 10 from his 2 overs. Ian Holland, I think, will bowl again. Yeah, even though he's
a wicket in the last over.
Yeah.
Bad back notwithstanding.
Yes.
Did yours come from sort of standing on stage then, Dave, with the band, or?
Yeah, I've got a really odd thing. I've got a 25-piece skiffle orchestra now.
Okay.
It's the only thing. I don't play the sort of more contemporary, electric stuff anymore. I'm definitely.
But it does involve standing a lot, does it?
Yes,
right.
Yeah. But the skiffle band is really great fun, and we only play at lunchtimes, which is also restful.
Holland in from the pavilion end, bowls to Ackerman, who is solidly forward, pushing the delivery into the gap off stump between extra cover and point, and taking 1. Hill 45, a runner ball. There was 8 off that Ian Jack. I beg your pardon. Yes, it was 8 off the over, wasn't it? Previous over, because he just took 2 from his first, 1 for 2 from his first. As Holland is in, Hill looking to turn it on the leg side. It just indicates with his right hand that it just straightened a fraction, and he was squared up, came off the pad, dropped out into the offside. no run. Holland has got as much movement as anybody, really. Although that ball, you have to remember that ball is still only in its, 9th over.
Yeah.
So it still should be reasonably hard. White ball notwithstanding. Holland is in. Hill is looking to work it in towards mid-wicket. And a bit of a flourish, but doesn't quite time it, and it is stopped at mid-wicket.
We did say in the Leicestershire innings there was a point early on where the guy's Scriven, for example, just taking a bit of pace off. He's about the same pace as Ian Holland, probably. Seemed to be getting a bit of help with it, so it may be that it suits that kind of pitch.
Holland bustles in and bowls slightly short outside off stump, and Hill up on his toes cuts it down to Kelly at third man. Crane is warming up now. Looks like he's had the word.
Yeah.
On the point boundary. Hill on to 46, 117 for 3. Still behind on Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, Leicestershire, as Holland is in to the very upright Ackerman, who he too is squared up by that one as he reaches forward, plays in front of his pad defensively, thick outside edge, runs out towards Crane. Ackerman takes 1.
I think it's possible that the man not on the field is Toby Albert, who came off during the first game with a bad back, and he's the one I can't spot at the moment. So whether he's got a recurrence of that.
Holland is in to Hill, who's looking to cut. That one probably came back in a fraction to him. Thick bottom edge down into the ground, and it came out of the back of the hand, says Hill. And well bowled then by Ian Holland, who's asking questions, 2 of which Leicestershire have been unable to answer. 6 overs, 2 for 38 for him, 118 for 3 off 18. They're ahead in terms of the run rate, Leicestershire, but 3 wickets down.
The Holland analysis is interesting. 6 overs, 2 for 38, but 10 of those came off 2 balls before his first spell came to an end. So, other than that, pretty economical, really. Just do have that sense that that one batter has just played a different innings from anybody else in the game. Now, somebody's running about. Is that Albert who's coming back? And
Kelly's not going off.
No, because Kelly's still on. I think actually, yeah. Okay. Well, it's Eddie Jack bowling from our end, the hotel end, and he just fields off his own bowl quite nicely. So it's driven back to him. No run.
There's 3 Hampshire players out there now, without names or numbers.
Oh, are there? Oh, goodness.
Jack and Kelly we know, but there's as you say, a third man who's come on at mid-wicket.
Okay.
Well, it may have donned a sweater that just happens to be number and nameless.
Doesn't look familiar to me. So there we are. More and more like traffic every minute, and the bowls are full. And again, Ackerman is just forward defensively, drives it up to mid-off. There's no run.
Did their lineup change frequently then?
No, it was rather that they were getting up to 4. There were normally 4 of them, but okay. I think there were 3 at one point. But yeah. Is that a band you would remember or not?
I remember the name, but
it was Stevie Winwood was the star act in Traffic. They were a lovely band. I really liked them a lot. Bowls and that's the shout of the crowd suggests to me that was in the air, close to the man diving at gully. It's many miles away from me, and I couldn't make that out. I don't know, Richard, if you thought that was.
I'm not sure.
It was a bit uppish, but not really a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably.
It was sort of. I think it.
Yeah.
Fairly well short of.
Yeah. They go through for a single anyway. 119 for 3. He comes in again and bowls. On the back foot this time and hits it into the ground. It bounces over the man at gully. It's fielded again down at third man, but they run back very well for 2. The throwing from the boundary by the Hampshire guys is making Brown work just a little bit. It's not actually threatening these rapidly scampered singles by Leicestershire. I think Leicestershire are beginning to feel comfortable about turning around for a second. They need to put them under a bit more pressure, perhaps. two more, 121 for 3. Hill closing in on a 50. Jack Bowles, and it's chopped down into the gully, but this time it's fielded quite nicely, and there's no run. What's the time? 4:20. Could be in for an evening finish.
Does feel like it's going to go the distance, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Of course, if it was a Sunday league game, they'd be bowling off shorter run-ups, wouldn't they? Back in the old days. I think it was 12 paces, was it? You were allowed? Something like that. Eddie Jack Bowles, and it's driven quite nicely, not very far beyond the stump. Storm Kelly fields it at mid-on, tumbles as he does so, threatens to throw, doesn't, and they complete another single. So Hill, who keeps the strike, is on 49 not out, and the Foxes are 1-2-2 for 3.
Hill and Ackerman confer. Ackerman too leaving at the end of the season. He, like Callum Parkinson, is heading up to Durham. Another former Fox in the Durham changing room is Ben Rain, so he won't be short of acquaintances.
You do lose them, don't you? It's not fair, I think, sometimes. It just seems unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, both Parkinson and Ackerman have been at the club for 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah.
So, sort of understandable. Wright, of course, offered a longer deal by Sussex, so again, understandable. It's when the younger ones get hoovered up by Notts that
yeah, sure,
tends to grate slightly.
Sure. No, I entirely sympathise with that. I think it's always encouraging when a team like Leicestershire does well in one of the white ball competitions, because they have a really tough time in a lot of over recent years.
Crane is in from the pavilion end. Hill sweeps, but directly to Jack on the short fine leg on the edge of the circle. Well, they do operate, Leicestershire, as a county on a much lower financial plane than most. Crane is in and bowls. Oh, Hill looks to cut, and it doesn't miss the off stump by very much because he misses it, and Brown nips off a bail. But Hill, fortunate, sort of skidded on a little bit, but although he gets a lot of runs with that cut shot, Hill, I've seen him get out with it plenty of times as well. Crane is in, bowls to him, he goes back, works it to square leg, takes the one he needs for his 50, an important 50 for his side. It's come off 55 balls, and he's hit 4 fours, so not quite the fireworks of Saul Budinger earlier, but he will be hoping to go on. Hill will, or should, and knowing him will, continue to play in the same sort of vein, slightly restrained. In goes Crane, gives it some air, waits for it, and rather digs it out in the end, Ackerman, and flicks it out towards mid-wicket, takes 1. 1-2-4 for 3. It's the 2 singles from the first 4 balls of the over. Good then from Mason Crane, but DLS shows 125 at the moment as Crane goes in. Hill takes Leicestershire onto 1-2-5, so it gives you an indication that by every calculation, including an impression up here, there's nothing in this game.
Nope. We could end up thinking that this has been a really, really interesting game of cricket, I think.
Crane is in to Ackerman. That is wide, and Ackerman can legitimately rock back and cut it out to the fielder on the point boundary. Take 1. Crane 4 singles off his first over. Pretty respectable. Just that last delivery was arguably a touch wide. Leicestershire, after 20 overs, are 1-2-6 for 3.
I was thinking what we were just chatting very briefly about, the economic state of Leicestershire and the potential and all the rest of it, and thinking that when I first watched county cricket in the very late 50s and particularly through the 60s, that was a period when, to a very large extent, it was dominated by Surrey and Yorkshire. The reason I think back really fondly to the 1970s and 80s, and a little bit beyond that, is Eddie Jack comes in and bowls very full on leg stump, and it's hit to mid-wicket, no run. is that there was that period from the early 70s for about 20 odd years when seriously almost any county was in contention for a great many competitions. And you know, Leicestershire were winning championships in the 70s, they were winning them in the 90s, and it really was possible for every county to begin the season and think, oh, this might be the season for us, we might do well this year. Jack Bowles, and that's hit very crisply and very straight, and it goes across the boundary for 4 runs. And I regret that those days are. Well, I'm not sure that they're gone forever, but they're not very present at the moment. And for some counties, and I think Leicestershire at the moment, a very good example of it. For some counties, the white ball is the great hope. It's the one area where you think, well, we might do something in this. But I wish it was more democratic, if you like. Eddie Jack Bowles, that's a little wider, a little shorter, and is crisply hit out of cover for a single. 1-3-1 for 3.
I guess it's not just cricket. Football sort of feels much the same.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
You know that only a handful of clubs can win it. Leicester City having been a club that bucked the trend in recent years.
They were almost the last exception to prove the rule, really. Yeah. Eddie Jack Bowles, and that's crisply played with a turn of the wrists. Bottom hand out on the onside, and Hill takes 2 more runs. So.
Got away with that one a bit, Jack, there. Full toss.
Yeah.
Didn't quite middle it, Lewis Hill. The white ball now isn't moving as much as it was.
No.
10 overs old, each of them now.
Here's Jack again, he bowls. And, I think I'm just waiting to see the umpire single out. It's a 4, so he got under edge on that, and it's gone down on the leg side. Very, very, very fine. One of those things. I don't think it was a quite perfectly exercised harrow cut or whatever you call it, but unlucky there for Jack a little bit.
Been a few of them, haven't there?
Yeah.
Been chopped on or chopped down fine.
Yeah. So 1-0 hasn't moved, has it, the scoreboard?
No, it hasn't. It's stuck.
Yeah. Well, I think it's 1-3-7 for 3 now.
Oh, dropped! Oh, my goodness. Another catch goes down at mid-wicket this time. Oh, my goodness. And that wasn't a difficult one. Low, but it wasn't difficult.
Unless that's Eklund come back, and I'm not sure, we don't know who that is. Is it because he's one of the no face, no name, no number people?
Hill on 57.
No. But could be right, time for me to go.
Kevin comes back alongside. Well, Hampshire, one catch was quite expensive. Buttinger dropped on 25, went on to make 58. Hill has now been dropped on 57 and is still there. Crane is into Ackerman, who is driving into the ground. It bounces out towards extra cover. And there is no run. Fielding can make such a difference. Outfielding. Got to take your catches. Crane is in again, gives it lots of air, full toss almost, but he had to reach for it. It was quite wide, and Ackerman didn't get too excited. Half drove, half steered it out to the fielder on the extra cover boundary. One of the anonymous fielders. Crane blows on his right hand, bounces in, bowls. Hill drives, misses. Taken on the bounce or knocked up into the air by Brown behind the stumps. 138 for 3. Hill has to recompose himself, if that's the right word. Just settle down again. As Crane is in, bowls to him, he's forward and just dropping it out into the offside. No run as bouncing in. From cover comes the skipper, Nick Gubbins. Crane is in and bowls. Hill wasn't quite sure about that one. went back, turned his wrists on it, dropped it down at his feet on the onside. Good over so far, this then. Just a single from the first 5 balls. Mason Crane. Hill still perhaps recovering from that drop. Not like it. He'd given it away there as Crane is in, bowls to him. He's just pushing out towards mid-wicket and jogging a single. But a good over from Mason Crane. Just the 2 singles from it. Leicestershire after 22 overs then. 139 for 3.
Well, it's been Hampshire's slip catching in the championship which has been costing them quite dearly in terms of extra time spent in the field, but I'm afraid in this game it's been the outfield catching. Budinger dropped on 25, went on to make 58, and now Lewis Hill has been playing very, very well for his, well, he's on 58 now, and dropped at mid-wicket. Hampshire making this game again too hard for themselves. Both catches should have been taken and not particularly difficult, and when you're defending what looks like to be a slightly below par total, 296 all out Hampshire bowled out for, you really cannot afford to be dropping any sort of chances, let alone 2 fairly simple ones. At the moment it hasn't cost Hampshire too dearly with Lewis Hill. He's only added 1, but with Budinger the way he was playing, it just helped the momentum for Leicestershire at the start of the innings. Barker's back into the attack, left arm round the wicket, just bounces a little bit, hits high up on Hill's bat, but he manages to guide it down safely to third, and he moves on to 59. Well, it's 2 real blows, and that last one especially, because that was not difficult at all. 157 Leicestershire need from here. We're into the 23rd over. Plenty of time for Leicestershire. They're scoring at over 6 1/4 and over here on in, and he's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a beauty from Barker, who's just got the ball to straighten on Ackerman, just having a little nibble outside the off stump. They need to score from here just under 5 3/4, so they're going way above the rate they need, and that's a perfect way in which to chase down this total. Barker, who switched ends, was fairly expensive towards the end, with Budinger hitting him for a few runs. That's a slight leading edge from Ackerman as it goes out into the covers. It's not so much quiet overs Hampshire need, it's wickets as well. Now the umpire is having a look at Keith Barker's follow through. The umpire at the far end did, but didn't really take it any further. The umpire at this end saying get off. Cannot do that.
Barker's an old enough hand to know what he's about, isn't he?
Yes.
He's probably been warned a few times in his career.
Oh gosh, yeah. He's always dangerously close at the best of times, and Ackerman drives up towards mid-off. Throw from Donald goes in towards Ben Brown at the far end. Leicestershire move on to 141 for 3.
Donald has a sort of wide-brimmed sun hat, and every time he moves it comes off. But I'm glad to see that Hampshire, like Leicestershire, are not yet sporting these sort of new beanie hats that a few counties are wearing, well, like England are wearing.
Yeah. Oh, they'll come.
Do you reckon?
I don't know.
They probably will. There's a few quid in it.
Yes, anything that will make money. Here's Barker into Hill. Hill makes himself some room, hits it out square on the offside. This will be another single, and he moves on to 60, and that's come off 65 deliveries. 142 for 3. Leicestershire need 155 from here. Still in a very good position.
Need a bit of a partnership though. They don't need to take too many risks.
No, they don't.
They need to score at 5.7, so as long as they sort of keep it around that level, they'll be okay.
Just push it around. It's Barker, bowls to Ackerman, gets a length ball, just pushes that up towards extra cover. End of the over from Barker. He's now bowled 6 overs, none for 32. I think it was just 1 run off that one. 142 for 3 then. Leicestershire. Hill has 60 and Ackerman has 13. The batter's out. Rishi Patel for 6. Budinger for 58, having been dropped on 25. And Hanscom for 2. Played on, did Hanscom, off Ian Holland. Mason Crane doesn't seem to be getting too much out of this wicket. I don't think Ramsey either did really with his leg spin.
He didn't, did he?
No. It's not a spinner's wicket, this one.
Nonetheless, has only conceded the 6 runs from his 2 overs, Mason Crane. He's ready to go. But then he just sort of looks up and sees a fielder in not quite the position he wants him to be in. So makes his adjustment, goes in and bowls. Fullish, Hill sweeps. A good swooping, diving stop away to his left by Jack. I think that is that short, fine leg. He gets a huge round of applause and even a few cheers from the Hampshire faithful below us.
I think he's going to become a Hampshire favourite, Eddie Jack.
You get that impression, don't you? In goes Crane and bowls, slapped down hard into the ground, driven hard down into the ground by Ackerman, but a good diving stop away to his right by Nick Gubbins. So 2 good pieces of fielding by Hampshire from the first 2 deliveries of the Crane over. In he comes, bowls, and smacked over long on by Ackerman, and that will bounce away, I suspect, for 4. It doesn't quite plug. But, it did go for 6. It did go the distance. I beg your pardon, Colin Ackerman. There's a rope that is probably about 10 feet inside the advertising hoarding at that far end of the ground, and up here, I'm making excuses here, but it is a long way away, and it does rather blend. It's a slightly grey rope. It does rather blend into the green. Anyway, 6 taken as an appeal for leg before, but that was surely going down the leg side. Mason Crane was convinced, absolutely convinced, but umpire Baldwin has given nothing today, and he didn't on that occasion. I went down like that, wasn't it? Was I missing something there?
No, I think it's leg stumpish, yeah. I don't know if he hit him on the back foot, but it didn't. It's not doing enough, is it?
You can understand why the umpire didn't give it. Crane is in. Back goes Ackerman, cuts it down into the ground on the bounce to the man sort of at deepish gully stroke backward point. He took the catch and or made the stop cleanly and got a cheer from the crowd in Holland because they thought it might be a catch. 149 for 3. Crane is in again, leg stump again. Ackerman is sweeping. He does sweep well by and large. He picks up 1. Brings up Leicestershire's 150 at the end of the 24th over. So 3 wickets down. Again, the game is very much in the balance.
Looks like Mason Crane and the umpire are having a chat about that appeal. Got an email here, sonatcricket@gmail.com from Andy Stamp. He says, hope you're all well. Thoroughly enjoying the One Day Cup campaign and the commentary as always. This time from a hot and sunny Paphos in Cyprus.
I've been there.
Have you? Nice.
Lovely.
Oh, good. Plenty of fielding practice for Corey taking place in the pool. That's his son. Come back to that in a moment as Barker starts a new over. Left arm round the wicket, played into the ground, bounces nicely for Fletcher Middleton at point, and there is no run. Plenty of fielding practice for Corey taking place in the pool too. Best wishes and thank you for your excellent commentary as always. That's from Andy, my son Corey, and my parents Terry and Carol Stamp.
We do get some nice emails and messages.
Yeah, I filter out the bad ones. It's about 10 to 1. The bad ones.
I don't believe that for a minute.
150 for 3. Here comes Barker bowls. That's flicked away by Ackerman out on the leg side. May look for 2 here. It's quite a lot of work for, I think that's Dominic Kelly out there. There's another substitute fielder. That'll be 152 for 3. So Leicestershire need another 145 from here. And we're coming up towards the halfway point in the Leicestershire reply. Remember, Hampshire bowled out for 296 in the 49th. Top scorer was Fletcher Middleton with 78. Second man out at 158 for 2. And at 158 for 1 in the 31st, Hampshire looked like they were going to rack up quite a few runs as that's pushed out into the covers by Ackerman, and there's no run. But Leicestershire kept the pressure on throughout the innings, and 296 was certainly way below what Hampshire would have been targeting. And as we're seeing on this reply, looks a few runs light at the moment.
A couple of results already elsewhere. Yorkshire have beaten Essex by 5 wickets.
Good win for Yorkshire, that. Essex have struggled in this competition. Slower ball, flicked away behind square on the leg side. Now they run 1, they look for 2, they don't. As Dom Kelly comes in off the boundary. Horrible bouncing throw to Ben Brown, who doesn't take it cleanly. 153 for 3.
And Northamptonshire have won up in Durham by 6 wickets. Essex are Leicestershire's next opponents on Tuesday.
At your place, isn't it?
in Leicester,
Kibworth.
but in Kibworth rather than at Grace Road.
So pulled away in the air. Oh, Ben Brown has taken it. No, he's not. I thought he had it.
There. Yeah.
Ball just bounces away from his outstretched hands and runs down towards fine leg. But for a moment, and I think even he may have thought he got it.
Camera just jumped out of screen as he thought he might just have got gloves to it.
Keith Barker, looking at his reaction, thought he might just have reached it as well. Just fingertips. 154 for 3. Ackerman on strike here as Barker comes in. And he's got in the air, he's got an edge, and it's gone down towards third. That could have gone anywhere. That's an un-Ackerman shot. Certainly from the way he's played in this innings, at the very least. He's 24 off 28. 155 for 3 at the end of that over. And Leicestershire need 142. And we're at the halfway point, so we're going to take a bit of a break. Well, we're not. We have to keep going, but the players are going to take a quick drinks break.
Duckworth Lewis 143. Leicestershire 155. So they've just nosed ahead, if that's your guide. But there's nothing really much in the game. They're over halfway in terms of runs needed. Another 142 off the last 25. Ackerman 24 off 28. Hill 62 off 67, but both living dangerously. Hill, if you count that as a chance, if Brown did manage to get his gloves to it, and difficult one it was, has been dropped twice since going to his 50. We're still not sure who the dropper was when he was on 57 at mid-wicket.
I think it was Gubbins, was it?
It was in an anonymous. It didn't have a name on his back. No.
Oh, right. Oh, apologies. I only looked
so
up
it was one of the sub-fielders, but I don't think it was Kelly. So at one stage we had 3 without names and numbers, and it certainly wasn't Jack. So it was A.N. Other. I think he named quite a big squad, 15 or 16 man squad for this game. So it could have been. Who might it have been? I don't think Wheel's been out there, has he yet?
No,
or is likely to have
They've
been.
all got numbers.
Yeah.
It must be another one of the rookie contract players. I must admit, I didn't look up that hard then. I didn't take much notice. I was just disappointed it went down, probably like most of the crowd listening to the reaction.
Yeah, it was reasonably straightforward. So Hill and Ackerman have had their drink, as have the Hampshire players. Where are you on the Hawks then? In terms of the one-day game, not. You're okay with not being having a nickname in this cup, really?
Just Hampshire.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm easy either way, really. You guys are the Foxes, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A long-standing nickname, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes we're the Hawks and then it disappears and then it's back again, and I don't know. But it's always Hampshire. That's the one constant.
Foxy Phil has joined us after whatever he's been watching, some sporting event or other. Mason Crane is in. Ackerman is driving. Fullish delivery, and he managed to drive it almost off the back foot. He's going to have to hurry a little bit there, but again, not the greatest of throws from deep mid, some deep extra cover. Brown is getting a bit of a battering out there. It's not easy for him. The throws aren't, the one bounce throws are a little bit too close to him, so they're sort of thumping into the lower part of his pads and gloves, and he's not one to remonstrate with the fielders. In goes Crane, bowls, and Ackerman, having picked up 2, goes back, works it off the stumps, hence Crane's oohs and ahs out towards deep mid-wicket, takes 1. Just at the moment, Leicestershire innings has a slightly frenetic air, and that's good from Hampshire's point of view, in that something might sort of happen as a consequence. Neither batsman looking particularly settled. Crane is in to Hill, who is playing firmly on the front foot, back down the pitch towards Crane, who feels in his follow through. He's got a beer mat, or beer towel I should say, or something similar, piece of toweling hanging out of the back of his trousers. Crane is in, gives that one a little air, and again playing off the stumps, but the ball isn't really turning for him. Hill pushes it out towards square leg, takes one as a in from sort of mid-wicket stroke square leg. Comes the fielder, and Irene Donald. Crane is in to Ackerman, who goes back and works it off through the vacant mid-wicket area down towards deep mid-wicket, takes one. 5 from the over so far, so they've milked it reasonably effectively, the Foxes. Happily we're now getting the sun up here. In goes Crane and bowls. Hill looks to cut, misses, and it just misses the off stump. Crane has both hands on the top of his head. End of the over, 160 for 3-5 from the over. The point means the sun is coming on, and temperature up here is now 10 degrees warmer, thankfully.
I know.
You must get cold up here sometimes.
We get very cold and we get very hot. Very rarely is it nice temperature in between.
No, I can believe it.
Yes, well, it's welcome. We haven't seen too much sun, have we, over the last few weeks. Paul Williams, who's still watching and listening in Portugal, has tweeted at Sun Sport. Feel that John Turner could have made a difference today. Sad that he's getting no cricket in August. Well, yes, I think we're surprised. Here's Barker, start of a new over, round the wicket. Length ball, we're going to take a quick single up to mid-on. Eddie Jack can't quite get there in time. 160 for 3. Yes, he was released by the Trent Rockets, having not played for them so far in the 100. Comes all the way down, and well, I presume he's come all the way down. Don't actually see him on the ground, but you would presume that if he's named in the squad, he will be, and then doesn't play. So yeah, that's a bit of a shame, but who knows? He might be when Hampshire move up north for the next game. He might be in that one if he's not involved with the Rockets. Length ball driven to mid-wicket, fielded by Ian Holland there. Score remains on 161. So Leicestershire need 136. It's a run rate that's less than 6s. They'll be happy with that. They're scoring at just over 6s. It's almost a perfect reply in terms of pace of reply.
You're heading up north, are you?
We are going to Old Trafford on Tuesday and York on Thursday.
Oh, York.
Yeah. I've never been to York in any shape or form. He's flicked it away. That looks out. Oh, there's the wicket. That's the wicket they so badly need, and it's Lewis Hill. It was a straight delivery, and he's just trying to flick that over mid-wicket, come right across the line. From the moment it hit the pad, it looked out. He's been given so, and Hill goes for 63 off 72, and Leicestershire are 161 for 4.
Yeah, not many LBWs have been given today, but that looked pretty adjacent. Hill turns, walks philosophically off. So in the end, the drop could have been more expensive than it turned out to be. Dropped on 57 Hill, but wasn't able to add too much to that. Goes for 63, and just when it looked as though Leicester were beginning to nose ahead of the game, they lose another wicket, and again they fall just behind. On Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, Vian Mulder comes to the crease now to join his compatriot, Colin Ackerman.
This bloke can play a bit.
He certainly can, and he has been playing very well this competition, which is one of his favourite competitions, really. Mulder started off with 3 consecutive half-centuries.
So those 2 drop catches, Buddinger and Hill, a combined total of 33 runs added. No, hang on, 25 and 6, 31 runs added.
Yeah.
So it wasn't too expensive. Of course, could have been a lot more, but when you're defending a below par total, who knows? Those 30 odd runs might make a huge difference yet. So Barker with his first wicket in his 8th over, 1 for 38. Leicestershire 161 for 4. And Wian Mulder, who took this competition by storm last year with his batting. He is facing Keith Barker. Oh, it's a short ball. That's a goodie. Now, is that a wide? That is a very good short delivery. Mulder just had to duck underneath that. He's only called 1 for the over. That was an interesting one. I don't think he would have expected that too much. I know you've probably got better figures than me, but last year over 500 runs in this competition, averaging 88. I think that got him back in the South African side, or helped, didn't it?
I think it didn't do it any harm at all. No, he's played all winter in all forms.
Yeah. Facing Barker. Barker bowls. Length ball pushed up towards mid-wicket. Good couple of balls that from Barker. Bowled arrow straight to the new batter, but the first ball, I like that one. Don't see that too often from Barker, the short delivery.
And 226 already in the first 4 games of this season for Vian Mulder.
This is a
big twice out.
Big partnership, this, isn't it?
It is. It is very big. Probably the key partnership to the game.
Barker round the wicket, bowls to Mulder, leaves that one alone. Let's just come back a fraction. Good leave and a good end to that over from Keith Barker. 1 for 38 from 8. And a big wicket of Lewis Hill in that over. And Leicestershire need 136 from 23 overs. That run rate is a fraction from here on in, under 6.
Where's your money?
Still you guys.
50-50, you reckon?
Yeah, I would just, because I think the calibre of batters out there at the moment, they're not the sort of guys that just give it away.
No.
You've got to earn their wicket.
2 internationals, and the ball's getting older, of course, as well. And it does make a difference. Crane bounces in, bowls down the leg side, swept by Ackerman, down 2, long leg for 4. Perfectly placed by Colin Ackerman. As I say, he does enjoy the sweep, and he does, by and large, play it pretty well. He moves on to 33, I beg your pardon, off 33 balls, 165 for 4. Crane mustn't stray on the leg, down the leg side. Forward goes Ackerman to the next delivery, on middle and off, pushing the delivery back out on the offside. Mason Crane himself feels in his follow through. In he comes, gives it some air, but Ackerman is content to push the delivery back up the pitch to him, having taken that 4 off the first ball. It took the pressure off to a certain extent in terms of runs needed from the over. Crane is in, a little bit straight, and Ackerman can go back and just work it wristily, almost on the jump, Ackerman, when he plays that shot. And his 2 feet both go back into his crease, pushes it out gently to mid-wicket and takes 1, moves on to 34, 166 for 4, which is exactly where Duckworth Lewis Stern says they should be, so, or need to be. So again, absolutely nothing in this game. Crane is into Mulder, who is looking to drive down into the ground. Good diving stop away to his left by Nick Gubbins. Saves a couple because it would have been between the offside sweepers. Both would have had to work to get to the ball. Crane is in, Mulder is forward. Pushing the ball back up the pitch. Good finish to the over, having conceded 4 from the first ball. Mason Crane just conceded 1 from the next 5. 166 for 4 as a consequence. Leicestershire, 28 overs gone, 22 remain, from which they need to score another 131 runs.
Yeah, it's a good game, this one, here at the Ageas Bowl. And
we're saying whoever wins is pretty much almost in the quarter-finals.
I think top 3 from each group go through. As Barker starts a new over, driven by Ackerman, half stopped by Barker on his follow-through. Donald mops up at mid-off. I think I like the way they're playing Mason Crane, because there's nothing in the wicket for him, but every time he gets the ball in exactly the right areas, just don't do anything, don't take any chances. The minute he's slightly short on the back foot, playing it into gaps, picking him off a little bit, and then the odd sweep shot thrown in as well from Ackerman, who's facing, he's on 34. There's a little wide. Good diving stop from Nick Gubbins. Great athleticism. Crowd enjoyed that one as well. I enjoyed that one, I'm sure Richard did. And it's
fielders like those, don't they? Because when you hit them down into the ground, then a ball's not going too fast. It's not going to hurt too much.
Yeah.
And it looks brilliant.
It does, doesn't it? Crowd pleaser. Yeah. As Barker runs away from us and bowls. Ackerman drives, half stopped by Barker. Deflects up to mid-on. They'll come through for a single. And Ackerman moves on to 35 now. 167 for 4. 130 needed here by Leicestershire. You mentioned a couple of results already. I mean, there's quite a few games going on in this group. Yeah, Yorkshire beat Essex, as you mentioned earlier. The other games going on in this group, Middlesex are 122 for 6 in the 30th, chasing Kent's 288, so they need another 167 from just over 20 overs. Here's Barker, length ball to Mulder, who pushes that quietly out into the covers. I think that's the only other game in this group. Oh no, Nottinghamshire, sorry, what am I saying? Surrey 244 for 7, that looks like it's a 40 overs a side game. Nottinghamshire are 104 for 3 in the 21st, so need another 137 from just over 19. Bit of rain up at the John Fretwell, which always looks a danger at any time of the day, even when the sun's out. As Mulder works that up to mid-wicket. No run. Yeah, even when there's blue sky and the sun's out, it always looks as though rain's round the corner up there.
It's usually not far away, that's for sure. There's something about the place, isn't there? I don't know. There's wide open sky, I suppose, but yeah.
Hampshire found to their cost in a championship game there about 3-4 years ago, when got the first day in and the next 3 days absolutely pelted down with rain. No chance of any play. Here's Barker to Mulder, who's yet to get off the mark. Just pushes that out square on the offside. He's not off the mark there. He's faced 8 balls now. And another good over from Barker. 1 for 39 from 9. The crowd's warming up a little bit to this game. 130 needed by 21. That run rate has just crept to over 6 now. And for the first time I think I can remember, Richard, the actual current run rate is slightly below the required run rate.
Nothing like a wicket to bring down the run rate. Usually. Not always, but usually. Such an important partnership for Hampshire to break or for Leicestershire to build. Crane looking to do the former. Comes in to bowl to Colin Ackerman. Ackerman with that characteristic jump into the air as he goes back, tries to work it to mid-wicket. Crane scrambles across to his right, desperate to stop the run, succeeds in stopping any potential run. Ackerman wasn't going, but Mulder had gone quite a long way down the pitch, and he had to make sure he was back in his ground. As Kevin said, none from 8 from Vian Mulder as Crane is in. Ackerman looks to cut him away from a very close to the stumps. It misses, and it misses the stumps as well, but not by much.
It's been an interesting couple of overs or so, and may yet be an interesting couple more.
Just as I say, a slightly sort of frenetic mindset Leicestershire have got into as Ackerman goes forward, and he's appealing for a stumping, is he, or a catch behind, or anything? He'll take anything. Neither umpire responds in any way, shape or form, and Ben Brown points to the square leg umpire in the end. I was asking you, umpire, not umpire Baldwin, but in both cases the answer is in the negative. So Ackerman living very dangerously in this over.
I think Ackerman also just pointed to his inside thigh as well, as if to say it brushed
that's what it flicked, perhaps. Well, Crane is in to him, drops a little bit short. He's trying to whip it away into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. It bounces up, hits him around the thigh area and bounces out into the off side. This sort of, not sense of panic, but most uncomfortable out there at the moment, these two batters. They're looking so. In goes Crane, gives it some air leg stump, and that's where Ackerman likes it and sweeps comfortably enough, but he hasn't beaten the field down there on the wide long leg boundary. It's Holland, so just the one. One's suddenly becoming much harder to get for the Foxes. Crane is in wide outside off stump, and that's going to get Mulder off the mark, although with just the one again he's rather gotten away with that one. Mason Crane outside off stump, driven away, and Mulder picks up one. But applause for Crane for just the 2 singles from the over, and 2 moments of great excitement when he might have had a decision. Didn't quite go his way, but after 30 overs Leicestershire are 169 for 4, and well, Hampshire were 158 for 1, so they had wickets in hand at this stage.
This is when it just started to go a little bit wrong for Hampshire, didn't it? From now on in, they never really got the acceleration that they wanted, and they'll be hoping that for Leicestershire that'll be the case. But two very experienced players out there, two very, very good players out there, and this is an interesting passage of play as Barker bowls his last over round the wicket, and that's tucked away by Moulder out into the deep. Moves on to 2, 170 for 4, and Leicestershire need 127 here. That run rate is a fraction under 6.5 an over now required, so it is creeping up, has crept up in the last couple of overs. The run rate that they're scoring at is just over 5.5, so amazing how quickly things can change. But one big over will change that again, as that's hammered away by Ackerman, and that'll be 4 runs. It needs to be a tight over, this from Barker, trying to build up some pressure from the previous 2 overs. That's a bit of a let-off. Ackerman moves on to 40, that's from 45, 174 for 4.
It's the ball he's been waiting for, isn't it? Yeah. No deep mid-wicket, no cover out there.
123 needed. It's Barker into his 10th and final over here. Picked up the 1 wicket of Lewis Hill. LBW bowls length ball. It's played out point. They'll have to hurry. Oh, there's a misfield. It's probably difficult with the mat there for Fletcher Middleton, but even so, it looked a tight single. Middleton perhaps just got a little excited there, coming in quickly from point. 175 for 4. Moulder back on strike. 122 needed. Into the 31st over. Riveting stuff out here from 2 sides, the 2 top sides in the division. As Barker's running away from us again. It's full, it's driven down to mid-on, where there's insurance in the form of Eddie Jack on the boundary.
I don't know whether it's his bats or the timing, but the sound of ball on Moulder's bat is always so sonorous. It sounds sort of different. So I think it must be a sort of combination of the two, but it always sounds very sort of nicely timed and hit.
There's Barker into Ackerman. Ackerman drives on the up past point. There is a fielder out deep. That's Tom Press. They'll come back for 2 though. This has been a good over for Leicestershire. Scored off every ball so far. 178 for 4. 119 needed now.
I'm watching Hampshire play Middlesex at Lord's when I was writing for one of the newspapers, and John Crawley made a big score. And the sound of the ball on his bat, I always remember, it's beautiful. Always the same note as well, right out of the middle every time.
Ackerman faces Barker. Ackerman pushes that out towards extra cover. That's the end of Keith Barker's bowling stint today. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48. And Leicestershire 178 for 4, 119 needed. Do you want to have a break and bring in Dave Allen?
By all means.
Hampshire's archivist and historian. Richard Ray will be back in half an hour. And here at the Ageas Bowl, we have potentially a very, very good game on our hands here. Although Hampshire were a little light at 296 all out. And even though they've dropped a couple of catches, which in the end has only cost them 30 odd runs, so it made things a little hard for themselves. But they're fighting hard here as Mason Crane comes in once more and pulled away down the leg side. It's not called a wide though. Maybe just flick the pad there, Dave, is it? Went through to Ben Brown, standing up. It's Moulder facing, who's 3 off 12. Just taking a bit of time to get going.
It's a very interesting game, this.
It is, isn't it? You feel the crowd sense it as well.
Yeah. It's a real top of the table clash, actually. I mean, it's lovely.
Second versus first.
Yeah.
Can't get it much more top of the table than that. He's got behind, and Mason Crane has got his man. It's Wian Moulder who goes for 3, trying to drive outside the off stump. Got the thinnest of outside edges, and Ben Brown hold on to it. And Leicestershire have lost their 5th wicket here, with the score on 178, and that is a very, very big wicket indeed.
Yeah. I think it is. I had the feeling that the top 6 or 7 of Leicestershire were really, really powerful, and there's been some confirmation of that this afternoon, although they haven't all done the business. But once you get beyond that, I'm not quite so sure that there's a lot of runs to come. We won't know. Maybe Tom Scriven is going to come and do the dastardly deed on his old team, but he's not next. I think Kimber's next, isn't he? Probably. That'd be right. Yeah.
This is Kimber, 26-year-old, right-hand bat. So Hampshire, a bit of pressure in the last few overs, built by Barker and Mason Crane. I think Mason Crane's bowled nicely here. Deserves that wicket. There's not much in the wicket for him, but that just enough. Would have just pitched and straightened just enough to catch the outside edge of Mulder, who never really got going in his innings, and it's fortunate from a Hampshire point of view.
I've got a record of Kimber that, I mean, I don't know a lot about some of these Leicestershire guys, but he averages 40 in this, and he's got 100. So I think this might be a key partnership now, because I think if Hampshire can break this, you know, even, to be honest, even if they put on 50, 40 or 50 now, if Hampshire can then break it and say 220 for 6, then then you'd think that Leicester are going to have to work very hard to get that winning total.
So Kimber it is to face Mason Crane in his 7th over, picks up his first wicket, bowling again from that pavilion end. A little too short, worked up to mid-on though, no run. That's the most important thing from a Hampshire point of view. Scott Curry up there at mid-on. So the run rate required from here is as good as 6.5. It's just a fraction under that, but it might as well be, as Mason Crane comes in and bowls. Kimber gets wrapped on the pad there coming forward. That looks like that's the googly that doesn't turn much, but it doesn't have to do too much just to alter the flight of the ball.
What a delight it is to see Crane doing well.
Beautiful.
It's such a frustration when it doesn't happen for him, and he's had a tough couple of seasons, but it is a delight when he's bowling well.
Bowls on the back foot, turns that square on the leg side. Kimber's off the mark, 179 for 8, for 5. I've said this a few times, and I'll say it again, that I didn't think he bowled that badly in the T20. I just think that when him and Liam Dawson were bowling in tandem, that the sides decided to target Crane and give Dawson a bit more respect. That's driven into the ground, fielded by Crane on his follow-through. End of the over. That's 32 done, 18 left in this game, and still 118 for Leicestershire to get. But they've lost the wickets of Patel, Budinger, Hanscom, Hill, and Mulder in that over. I just think he bowled okay. I just think the sides decided to sweep and reverse sweep him, and it was coming off.
Yeah.
I think he was a bit unlucky, lost his place in the end.
Yes, he did. But he's got, and it's lovely actually that every time he's going down towards the Shane Warne stand, and the crowd, last couple of overs, they've just given him a really encouraging round of applause, because I think we all thought when he first appeared that there was something a little magical about, you know, this was not something that we'd seen a lot of in Hampshire. Scott Curry is bowling now in the place of Keith Barker from our end in bright sunshine, and that's just pushed out on the offside. There's no run. It's Kimber who has just the one run so far off his 4 balls, and just pushes that to cover, and no run. So
3 overs for 26, Scott Curry. That run rate needs to come down, doesn't it? Economy rate.
Yeah. In he comes, bowls, and Kimber drives hard, and that's really nicely fielded at mid-off. Attempt at throwing down the stumps, which doesn't quite come off. I think the thing about Curry is that he was one of those people in the middle of that Budinger assault, wasn't he? Yeah. And I made the point half an hour ago that Budinger has almost played a different game to everybody else this afternoon, and it was a good job that we got him eventually when we did. Curry bowls again, and that's pulled away, but not timed very cleanly. It's actually rather lucky for Leicestershire that it wasn't timed cleanly, because it sort of trickles between fielders in the mid-wicket area, and they're able to come back for 2. Had he hit it cleanly, it would have probably gone to the fielder and they'd have just got the single, but there we are. Ackerman gets the second.
Already
run.
For me, it's a bit 2 lengths this over. It's been quite full, isn't it? And then that one's short.
Yeah. Curry in. Bowls, and it's just played off his pads out to mid wicket. That's the shot that would have suited him from the last ball. Really, it just runs out to the man at mid wicket who feels it, and they take a single. So Ackerman up to 46. A lot depends on Ackerman, who's set. But as I said, Kimber has a decent record in this competition, so the two of them probably got to go quite a long way to getting Leicestershire home, I think.
Oh, what's
What
happening
happened
there?
there? I don't know what happened there. It's a wide, let's say that. And did he just lose control of it? Yeah, it's a wide. Oh, it's a no. Okay, it's a wide no ball.
It slipped out of his hand.
Yeah, it's. Now, didn't this happen last week? He did. Was he taken off eventually?
Yeah,
That
happened twice.
He twice bowled those, and I couldn't work out at some point why he bowled 5 overs and come off. He looked very effective, and he wasn't allowed to bowl again. So he's got to be a bit careful here. And he comes, and that's pulled away on the leg side, and it trickles out really to them. It's not timed particularly. It trickles out to the man at mid wicket. Comes in, another single. Score goes on to 186 for 5, and we're in the 33rd, coming to the end of the 33rd over, and it's just dabbed down into the gully area, fielded very quickly, no chance of a run. End of the over, 186 for 5, 17 overs to go, and Nelson 111 to win.
Yep. Andrew Millard has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of Leicestershire's kit. He says the Foxes look as though they're wearing orange life jackets. Is this their standard attire when they visit coastal counties? Yes, it is actually, yeah, because they all feel they're going to fall into the sea. There you go. So just in case, they wear life jackets. So there's the official reason.
They are distinctive. I mean, there are quite a lot of counties who wear colours that are very, very similar to the ones that Hampshire wear.
Yeah.
But
now this is an interesting move because Mason Crane is out of the attack, and another leg spinner, and Nick Gubbins is on. He's appealing for an LBW decision. Not out, says the umpire. As Kimber works that out onto the offside, it must be pad bat.
he thinks
Gubbins
it's out.
looks, I wouldn't say quite incredulous, but
Not far off.
well, if it has hit the pad first, that's certainly a close call, but difficult to tell from here which way round that was. 186 for 5, 187 for 5, I tell a lie, as the scoreboard moves along. 110 needed. We're in the 34th over as Gubbins bowls. That's down the leg side, and that's swept away fine. This may go all the way, and yes, it is. Despite the best efforts, I think that might be Dom Kelly down there, one of the substitute fielders.
Certainly it's a no face, no name, no number fielder.
Ackerman's half century, 53 balls and 4 fours and 1 6 for the 32-year-old. This is an important knock from a Leicestershire point of view. Length ball which Ackerman pushes out into the covers, and there is no run. So 106 runs needed now. That run rate required is just hanging around that 6.5 mark. As Ackerman drives strongly out into the covers, there is a man out there in the deep, and that'll be a single. It's interesting that Mason Crane has been taken out of the attack. He's still got 3 overs left. I'm just wondering if Gubbins is trying to get through 1 or 2 overs.
Well, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to bowl himself near the end.
It's bowled just wrapped on the pad there, Kimber, trying to work it out on the leg side.
On the other hand, he's our 7th bowler, so not essential unless he thinks there's something in it for him as well.
I'm surprised. I mean, there's obviously other options as that's worked out on the onside. Although Gubbins has bowled quite nicely in this competition.
Yes.
No reason to think that he's... Well, he is a part-time bowler, but there's no reason to think that he literally is on expecting to go for a few runs. But even so, that over has gone for 7, which is a fraction more than Leicestershire need in that over. Whereas Mason Crane was going at under 4 and over.
Yeah.
They've still got Ian Holland with 4 overs. He's going for just over 6 and over. Barker's bowled out. Curry's only bowled 4 overs. I'm just wondering if maybe he's trying to help him out a little bit. Prester's bowled 2 overs for 15. He's going for 7.5 an over, so he's probably certainly trying to bowl 1 or 2 of his. Eddie Jack, 4 overs, 1 for 25. He's going for 6.25. So there's 1 or 2 bowlers there that perhaps he's trying to help out.
Yeah. That's driven out through the covers and it's gone for 4. So Curry, in fact, is still proving to be a little expensive. 4 overs, 0 for 30. Well, 4 overs and 1 ball now, 0 for 37. They've done it nearly 9 and over. So, yeah, it might just be that he wants to balance that out and not have to bowl too much of 1 or 2. I did say earlier on that I like Curry because he's a wicket taker, but it hasn't happened for him today like that, really. So.
Well, the trouble is at the moment you've got 1 bowler on at the moment who's going for 8.5 and over. Gubbins, if he continues what he's doing, is going for 7 and over. Yeah. And Leicestershire will be up with the rate with the 2 bowlers that are on now.
Yep.
Or are up at the rate.
Curry in, bowls, driven over the infield, but not over the outfield, and it's kept to 1. Curry and Ackerman almost collide. I think the ball hits Ackerman actually and stops. So there's just that 1 run accrued. But you're right, and I mean another indication of how level this game is that about 3 runs off. Oh, that just went up in the air. As he pushed forward to that Kimber, and Curry stretching couldn't get there to hang on to it, but it's a dot ball. Yeah, the tightness of the game is indicated partly by that Duckworth-Lewis score. Leicestershire are 4 runs behind at the moment, the score that they need at the end of this over, which is in 2 balls time. So Duckworth-Lewis is suggesting it's absolutely level pegging, which I think is what we feel really. It's another wicket quickly and into the early tail, and it's Hampshire's chance, but not. These 2 could take them home. That's just driven to short cover, and there's no run. Dot ball, 1 ball of the over to go, 198 for 5, and 99 runs are now required. So it's for the first time down into double figures. Is Curry whips that or attempts to whip it out on the leg side, doesn't do so, just falls in front of him. So Curry finishes that over quite well actually, and 5 overs, 0 for 38, 7.6 and over. If Gubbins bowls another one now, that's 7 overs by him and Curry. They only need to bowl, well, a maximum of 10. They don't actually have to do that with 7 bowlers available. Prest bowled how many, Kevin?
2.
Oh, only 2, okay.
15.
So actually, if Gubbins bowls this over, then Prest, Gubbins and Curry between them have virtually bowled 10. Yeah. They've got one to find somewhere.
So Gubbins it is from the pavilion end with his leg spin and bowls, and that's worked by Kimber up to mid-on, no run. Hit it too strongly to Curry. Score remains on 198 for 5. That run rate required from here on in. He's approaching 6 3/4 now and over. Nothing too worrying from Leicestershire point of view, but it is climbing slowly. Kimber this time works it wide of mid-on. They'll run a quick one. Well, they run 2. They do. 2 to the total takes the Foxes onto 200. And that has come up in the 36th. Hampshire after 36 with 203, so it is pretty even all the way round this game. Oh, that's bounced outside the off stump, plays and misses Kimber that one. Just every now and then. There's just been a little bit there for the leg spinners. Mason Crane worked hard for the odd one, but there's no more than about an inch off the straight. Kimber's on the back foot, can't find an angle as it goes to backward a point, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. Good over so far from Gubbins. It's gone for 2. He's got 2 balls left of it. Needs to keep it tight. Comes in again and bowls. Quicker ball. Hammered away, but only up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Scott Curry. Single. Kimber moves on to 13. That's come off 18 deliveries, but Ackerman is back on strike, 51 of 58. So much resting on his shoulders. 96 runs needed. Coming to the end of the 36th. Ackerman drives into the gap through extra cover. There should be 2. There is a fielder out deep that picks it up. I think that's Eddie Jack coming around from deepish square cover. 2 runs at the end of that over means there was only 3 scored on that, so that's okay from a home point of view. 203 for 5. 94 needed, 14 overs to bowl. And this is going to be quite a big test of Gubbins' leadership here, because he's having a chat with Ben Brown, clearly trying to work out who should be bowling at what times, because the game is that tight.
Ben Brown has had a pretty difficult season, particularly with the bat this season, but in the field he's very impressive. He's often talking to people, often pointing here, pointing there. I think particularly encouraging the younger guys. His experiences is, and of course he was a county captain for some time, is invaluable, and I'm sure it's helping Nick Gubbins considerably. Well, Scott Curry's bowling again, and in he comes now, and he's begging for an LBW there, but I'm not sure that Ben Brown was as convinced. Down on his knee, but doesn't get it against Kimber, who's 13 not out.
It's a bit high, didn't it? And probably a bit too leg side-ish as well.
Kimber was certainly trying to work it out on the leg side, and maybe Curry's feeling he's just a bit desperate today for a wicket. Keith Barker comes across another word, another very experienced man, of course, who's done a little bit of coaching work with the pace men, and this time Kimber does get hold of it, and he just hoiks it away. Oh, and actually, I was going to say for an easy fall, but in fact it's superbly fielded out there by, do we think that's Mason Crane? I think
no, I think it might be Kelly, one of the sub-fielders.
Do you think it is? Okay.
I think it's him.
God. Imagine having eyes that can see that.
Well, I'm not saying my eyes are great.
Well, anyway, it was down by the Barbies.
they'll like that.
I'm confident about that.
You can see the pink.
Curry bowls. It's hit straight back over the infield, and for 6. Goes for 6. So I've got a feeling that this might be Curry's last over, to be perfectly honest. I think his things are not well.
His link's been too varied.
And the pitch isn't doing much for him, unlike the occasion that you were talking about the other day. It's just a bit medium pace there to hit, and he comes again and bowls, and again he's just pulled away, and that's probably another 6, isn't it? Yes, it is. So 6 is off consecutive balls, and I think apart from the fact that things are not working for him, he will be fairly devastated at this point, and really needs to come off.
It's 14 off 3 balls. The length is just too varied. It's either a fraction too short or a fraction too full. It's small margins, but Kimber is playing this very nicely.
Here's Curry, bowls, and he smashes that away on the offside. It's going to be fielded this time by the man at cover. But again, they've run very well, Leicestershire. For those Leicestershire fans who can remember that far back, they've run in the great tradition of Roger Tolchard, who used to scamper up and down like a lunatic when he was playing Leicester cricket in the 70s. And they've run very well. Curry, last ball of the over, wallop, and
it's a great shot. Again,
it's just gone way past the man at mid-off for 4 runs, and I think sadly 6 overs, 0 for 58. Scott Curry has probably had his last ball of the day. I think Leicestershire have realised that he was there for the taking, and it takes the score to 223 for 5 and 74 to win. They're now 10 ahead of that Duckworth Lewis that was really tight. I did suggest when the last wicket fell that we would, if we could get the next one by the time Leicester had got to 230, then Hampshire would feel on top. Well, they almost haven't done that now, so at the minute I think this is for Kimber and Ackerman to win it.
20 runs off those last 5 balls of Scott Curry as that's pushed out into the cover. Start of a new over from Nick Gubbins. Ackerman facing, he's 53. So 74 needed, 13 overs to bowl. That run rate has gone below 6 after that over. That bit of an onslaught in the air, but between the bowler and extra cover as it goes up towards mid-off. Shout of catch it out there, but I think both fielders were quite a way away from the ball.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, 224 for 5. 73 needed. The momentum with Leicestershire most certainly at the moment. There's a nice shot up towards deep mid-off, and he's caught. This time it's held. Well, I think that's more out of relief more than anything from a Hampshire outfielder, and it is Kimber that's gone. Maybe just got a little bit carried away with the way he was playing in the last over. He's trying to go wide of mid-off, but mid-off is fairly wide anyway and hasn't got to move. And Kimber goes for 33, and just as Leicestershire looked as though they were taking this game by the scruff of the neck and seeing themselves home, the scoreboard has caught Bold Gubbins. I'm sure that's Dom Kelly out there.
I think it's Dom Kelly, yeah. Richard, to my right, is despairing of that shot, which actually simply wasn't necessary at that point, in that context. And it does mean now, I said if Hampshire could get the next one by 2:30, then they might be in with a chance again, and they've got it at 2:24. It does mean that with Tom Scriven is no mean bat. He can certainly bat, but it does mean that Hampshire are in the beginning of the tail rather than the end of the batting now. And it just goes on. This just goes on being a really wonderfully intriguing game of cricket for me. Absolutely delightful. When it comes to white ball cricket, this is the format that I like very much, and
it takes a lot to enjoy white ball cricket, Dave.
Yeah,
we know that.
This is okay.
So it must be a good game. If Dave Allen's enjoying it, it must be a good game. 224 for 6. Now that ends a 46-run partnership that came in just 6 overs between Kimber and Ackerman. Again, it puts a bit more pressure on Colin Ackerman, but Tom Scriven, we know from his days here, is certainly not the worst batter. In fact, he's a pretty decent all-rounder, just didn't really, I don't know, maybe not get the chances, didn't quite show what he could do in the games that he did play, and in the end Hampshire had to make a decision, but he is a decent all-rounder. So still 73 needed as Gubbins bowls, always trying to find some room, almost too much room there, Scriven, but finds the angle out on the offside. He's off the mark straight away. Of course, his job really is to make sure that Ackerman faces quite a lot of the bowling, because Ackerman is pacing this just perfectly. 54 off 61, 225 for 6 then. We're in the 38th as Gubbins comes in again and bowls to Ackerman, who swats that away behind square on the offside. The fielder's coming round. Will he get there in time? No, he doesn't. Bit of width there from Gubbins. Ackerman, even though it was aerial, was perfectly safe backward a point, and that is 4 runs. Hampshire can't afford too many boundaries at this stage. 68 needed by Leicestershire, and Ackerman moves on to 58. To be fair, he hasn't given a chance, Ackerman, although Hill and Budinger did. Hampshire didn't pay the price too much with that. Ackerman has just played pretty steady and does so again as he works that up to mid-on for a single and moves on to 59. It keeps the strike as well, so this is good stuff from the 32-year-old. And Leicestershire 230 for 6 here. Needs 67 from 12, and that run rate has come below 6s again. In fact, it's just over 5.5, and that's comfortably within their means.
They're now 2 runs ahead of Duckworth Lewis, so it remains really tight.
Yeah. Oh, I just had a call from Fiona, the scorer, and it is actually Felix Organ who's out there wide mid-off. Now, he hasn't got a number on there.
Thank you.
Maybe it's because he's not playing and he doesn't want his name all over his shirt. But anyway, or he's borrowed somebody else's, wasn't expecting to be on the field. But thank you, Fiona. So Felix Organ it was.
Yes. But
the sub-fielder.
The man who's about to bowl now without anything on the back of his shirt is not Felix Organ. But
not unless Felix Organ has grown 4 inches in the space of a few overs.
So Eddie Jack, who's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 25 so far, and He's bowling to Ackerman on 59.
Big moment for the 17-year-old.
And he comes, bowls, and Ackerman drives hard up to Keith Barker at mid-on, and they come through for a single. So Eddie Jack has a chance to bowl at the new bat, Tom Scriven, who's got possible 5 balls at him. And, Scriven just 1 run so far.
You just feel the whole time that Ackerman's out there, Hampshire's total, which we knew was slightly below par, is going to be below par.
Yeah.
It's going to make the difference. Another 20 or 30 instead of needing 66, 90, 96 at this stage.
But another quick wicket now, and then you begin to wonder, well, is Jack bowls and Scriven pulls him away on the onside, and that's simply gone for 4 runs out to mid-wicket. So they can't afford to drop that short and bowl too straight, really. 2, 3, 5 for 6 to win 62, which is a total which will suddenly start coming down rather quickly unless something changes, and that's better from Jack. It's played into the gully, there's no run. It's a nice evening. The possibility of mizzle drizzle or whatever it was this afternoon has certainly gone away, so even though the Duckworth-Lewis score keeps confirming the tightness of the contest, it's not actually ever going to be needed, I don't think. Jack bowls, and that's just played off his hip, square on the onside. Mid-wicket runs across to short square leg, and they take a single. 2, 3, 6 for 6, 61 to win, and there are 11 overs after this one. Two more balls in this over, and then 11 more overs. Eddie Jack in again, bowls,
Shot.
wallop straight past him. 1 bounce, 4 straight ahead. Good shot by Ackerman.
He hasn't missed out on many of those, has
No,
he?
he hasn't.
That was exactly in the right slot.
Yeah.
Exactly the right shot.
64 not out to Ackerman now. There isn't, I mean, with Barker finished, there isn't necessarily a man that Gubbins can turn to. We were talking earlier, weren't we, about that record score at Leicester when Malcolm Marshall bowled 12 overs to 32 runs. There isn't a Malcolm Marshall. I mean, we understand that because the senior players are all off doing something else, but there isn't somebody like that he can turn to at this point. That's played out on the offside, and they're going to come back for an easy 2 again. And time for me to
Come to me.
move across.
Yes, it. So Dave Allen is staying on. Richard Ray from BBC Leicester will be in alongside him. And 242 for 6 then. Leicester should need 55 from 11 overs. Exactly 5 runs an over required from here on in. And Colin Ackerman with a runnable 66. Can very well see Leicestershire home here. Nick Gubbins has got to work out a way in which to get Mr. Ackerman out, or Leicestershire are going to be home. Richard.
It has felt like a game from the very start that is going to go almost to the last ball, and well, I think there's going to be another twist or 2 yet for sure. Mason Crane is coming back on from the pavilion end. As the game swings one way then the other, what can Crane do against Tom Scriven? Scriven is forward, wristily turning it behind square on the on side, taking one, getting Ackerman back down on strike. Ackerman very much holds the key, you feel, really, now. Scriven looks determined on his former home ground. Is it me? Sorry. Oh, it is. Crane is in and played down into the ground by Ackerman out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Certainly wouldn't like to have my mortgage on a result here on one side or the other, really. Crane is in. Back goes Ackerman. He's cutting down towards Wide third man on the edge of the circle. Keith Barker rather goes down in stages these days, but he got there, made the stop, just the single.
I think the issue really now is that Hampshire probably have to bowl Leicestershire out to win it.
Crane is in, Scriven forward again, very wristy as he turns that one out towards mid-wicket. There is a big gap at mid-wicket, so one is there to be taken. They need 52 from 10.2 overs.
52 from 62.
But they've only got 4 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Crane is in. Ackerman is driving back past him. He dives to his left, can't get there. It is only going to be just the one. There is a long off. So Ackerman takes 1, moves on to 68, 246 for 651. Leicestershire need. Crane into Scriven down the leg side. He tries to sweep, doesn't get anything on it. Although there is an appeal for a catch behind, also probably for a stumping, Brown having taken off the bails. Neither umpire is interested. In fact, umpire Baldwin's only signal is to turn to the scorers and signal wide. Crane has to bowl the delivery again. In he comes and does bowl. Back goes Scriven, working it out into the offside. Behind point, should pick up 2 because it's fumbled out there. As the fielder ran on to the ball, I think it's Jack out there. Eddie Jack got to the ball, but he couldn't prevent the second. So a good couple of overs from the Foxes' point of view. Tolerably productive. Crane 1 for 34 from 8. He's been good. Foxes 249 for 6. 48 needed from 10. They like that part of the equation. Less fond of the fact they've only got 4 wickets in hand.
I think one of the differences could end up being not simply the catching, but actually some of the ground fielding. Leicestershire have run 2s better than Hampshire, and sometimes they've been allowed to do that because the ground fielding hasn't been quite as good as it should be. But I'm thinking really that 60 balls, 48 to win. Hampshire have got to take 4 wickets. If they don't take 4 wickets, then that's why, in a way, that last wicket of Leicestershire's, that holding out that long off, was daft, because they really
couldn't understand
weren't under that pressure.
He'd just taken 20 off an over or close to, and then didn't need to play the shot.
No.
The captain's going to try and do it for Hampshire. Gubbins.
Yeah, he's what's he doing? He's bringing Barker up inside the circle, which is interesting because oh no, he's not. He's just swapping fielders around.
A bit more mobile.
Yeah, he's bringing Scott Curry, who's had a miserable day bowling, but is very good in the field. He's bringing him out to long off, and he bowls and just does a little bit. Ackerman has to adjust his shot slightly on the back foot, plays it out on the offside, and there's no run. Gubbinson again bowls, and Ackerman gives himself room, plays it out on the offside for a single. I think that's the key to it now. The run rate required is such that they really only need to score about 5 and over. And,
a ripple of applause for the 250.
250, yeah. Scriven just takes a minute there for the applause to go on. Gubbins bowls to him. He goes onto the back foot, plays it off his pads out just backward of square on the leg side for a single. And lots of seagulls about again. Probably looking for halves of sandwiches that have been dropped here and there. That ball's pushed very gently up to the man at long on, who has to run right into the circle to pick it up. And they take a single. So 2 from 4 so far.
What Hampshire will be aware of.
Gubbins bowls. It's played out on the offside, and they come through for a comfortable single.
Instead of the 3 batsmen to come, Chris Wright certainly has seen it all before and won't be phased. But then it's the 2 teenagers, the 2 18-year-olds. One of whom has never batted for Leicestershire at a senior level.
Gubbins bowls, and that's pulled out. There is a man out there at a sort of deepish mid-on, really, right out on the boundary. He fields that, and there's a single again, and that's the end of Gubbins' over. It's 4 overs, 1 for 24, and Fox is 254 for 6, now need 43 from 9, so less than 5 and over. Yeah.
Josh Hole can bat. I've seen him bat. He's he'll get in line and do his very best.
The problem for Hampshire is that I was saying to Kevin just now, is that they don't have up their sleeve the ace wicket taker who's likely to blow somebody away. I mean, there are people who can take wickets. Mason Crane can take wickets for sure, and Ian Holland can take wickets, and they've got overs left, but they don't have that ace up their sleeve that is often crucial at the end of a list day game. So they will have to be hoping that somebody can get the breakthrough again.
Crane endeavouring to do just that, comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who goes back, tries to work it into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the top part of the pad, rolls back down the pitch towards Mason Crane. If they get Ackerman,
yeah,
they really will feel they've got a great chance. Ackerman 71 not out off 74 deliveries. Crane is in and bowls to him, bowls wide, falls actually curiously for a leg spinner in his follow through there. Mason Crane. Ackerman did cut it away into the offside but didn't really time it, so it's just the one on that occasion. Crane, don't often see it, the spinner loses footing in his follow through like that, but plunge down onto his knees. He's okay, happily. Oh, he's just stretching now. He maybe just felt a bit of cramp, or hamstring just went a little bit there. Scriven. Crane bowls to him. He drives, but a good diving stop or falling stop away to his left by Nick Gubbins means there are no runs. Again, Crane, I think it's his left calf maybe, or hamstring, goes in and bowls. Scriven this time drives into the gap between extra cover and sort of point. Man sweeping, Jack comes into field, one is taken. Scriven 13, 256 for 6. I think he's going to be right to bowl his last over. 2 balls of this and then his last, if required. Crane is in. Ackerman he's struggling out there. Ackerman drives out to long off, but Crane is definitely struggling out there. They'll have to bear in mind a little bit, Gubbins and Hampshire, that there's still 4 games to go for Hampshire in this competition. 3 for Leicestershire after this game, 4 for Hampshire. Hopefully it's just a little bit of cramp. He keeps stretching it off. Gubbins is in. Back goes Scriven, plays it off the stumps. I beg your pardon. Yes, Scriven plays it off his stumps down towards long leg. Crane howls in frustration. Then he takes his cap from umpire Baldwin. Just watching him walk away. He's just limping slightly, but hopefully he's all right. 258 for 6, 8 overs to go, 39 needed. They've got the run rate required down to under 5s. Leicestershire, 4 wickets still in hand.
I think he'll have to stay on because we've used so many sub-fielders, there won't be any left in the dressing room now.
Paul Nixon will come out in Hampshire kit in a minute. You never quite know.
There was, of course, the very famous story in the days when there were fewer pros on the staff and so on, when John Arlott actually fielded as a substitute for Hampshire. It's Gubbins bowls from the hotel end, and that's pulled away, and
6.
It's gone for 6. There was a man poised on the rope there to hold a wonderful catch and do away with Tom Scriven, but it went over his head. 6 runs it is to mid-wicket, and I think Leicestershire, to be honest, are now closing in on their target at 264 for 6. Scriven on the back foot this time, plays it out again on the onside, and they just take an easy single. So there are only 32 runs to win now, and looking across to the berm, for those of you who know the Ageas Bowl, the berm on the west side, there are people just beginning to move away now, as if they've decided that Hampshire are not going to win this. play and miss by Ackerman, an
Still
unusual
32
play and
needed.
miss. On 73 not out.
Lots of runs still needed.
And this time he doesn't play and miss, but he hits it straight to the man at point, and there's no run.
What did you call it? The berm?
Berm, B-E-R-M.
Okay.
I don't know where that word, I know nothing of the origins of that, the etymology of that word, but that's what it's called, yeah. Donald loses his sun hat as he runs in from long on to field that, and Ackerman takes another single. Yeah, and what it is a vast flat area on which they can put more temporary seating for big games.
Okay.
And they've always kept it like that deliberately, rather than having another big stand.
They call it the berm.
Berm, yes.
Okay.
That's driven out on the offside, and the man at cover comes back. And again, they run two quite comfortably, where you'd hope that they might not get the two, but that's the end of Gubbins over. And okay, 7 remaining and 29 to win. Leicestershire moving in on victory now, yeah. So the idea is that you don't have a huge stand there all the time, so that at a county championship match you don't just have even more vast empty swathes, but you get people in as tightly as you can into a stadium without it looking desolate. But you can put this temporary seating. There is temporary seating. You can see some green down there for the 100. But for a big international game, there will be more seating going up there, which increases the size. And again on the east side.
Well, Crane stretches off his calf or hamstring again, then comes in to bowl what will be his final over. Ackerman goes back and wristily works it out towards mid-wicket. He wants a second. Scriven is scrambling, but it's slightly wide, the throw. And Scriven makes his ground. 2 to Ackerman, and moves on to 76. When there is a concert, the stage presumably goes on the...
it's that side, on the west side, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Right. It makes sense with all that the double tier seating on the other side. Outside off stump, rather wide, and that's beautifully guided down for 4 by Colin Ackerman. He's seeing it well now, Ackerman. It was wide from Crane, and Ackerman didn't try and overhit it. That was probably the key. He knew third man was up on the edge of the circle. He guided it fine of him, and he has brought up the 50 partnership with Tom Scriven. And a very important partnership it has been. It's come off just 35 balls in 21 minutes as well. Leicestershire now need just 23 to win. Crane blows on his right hand, hops in and bowls. Ackerman works it calmly out towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket, just deep mid-wicket, so single is easily taken. Ackerman, highest score in the game now. He has moved on to 81. Leicestershire 275 for 6. Crane is into Scriven. Ooh, bounces and turns. Ooh, Crane is in trouble again there. He really did wince there, having bowled that one. It's just in his follow through, it seems to go it. I'm assuming it's cramp. I mean, it can't be anything else, because otherwise he would have stopped.
You'd think so, yeah. He's,
so
I wonder if he will.
Cramp, but if he's not careful, he will do some damage. Yeah. He's in now and bowls, and he's down on his knees again, and he needs to stop bowling, I think, now, because otherwise he's really going to hurt himself if he hasn't already. And well, I think they came running in saying, we'll stretch you off if you want, but I still don't like it. Well, he's got what, one ball to go. Okay, and if he takes a wicket with it, he'll be the limping hero. But I think it'd be wise after this delivery to get if there is a substitute available on. He's having to stretch and stretch and stretch. Just deliver it from one pace or something if you have to. And he goes and bowls, and driving is Scriven into the ground, stopped by Gubbins at extra cover. End of Crane's over, thankfully, from his point of view, because I was wincing every time he ran up there, and so was he, more to the point. 10 overs, 1 for 45 for Mason Crane. He's done a good job for his side, and he's walking in the manner of one who is heading for the pavilion, and he's very much limping as he does so. Let us hope it is just cramp. I'm sure it is just cramp, but if you keep going with a cramp, it can you can make it worse. 275 for 6, 44 overs, which means Leicestershire need 22 off 6 at less than 4s, and they still have those 4 wickets in hand.
I have 2 favourite substitute stories from Hampshire's history. One is that John Arlott did field, and
I bet that was his proudest day.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, 1938 at Worcester it was, and they just didn't have a 12th man, and he borrowed kit from one of the Worcestershire players. And there's a story that he was down at third man, and the ball was hit down to him. I think it was cut by. It might have been the Wab of Pataudi, I'm not sure. And the story is that he turned. They've gone back to Scott Curry, which I'm slightly surprised about. Curry bowls, it's driven up to mid-off and they run a single. Story is that he turned a somersault and turned a single into a 4. And the other one, which is a quite remarkable one in some respects, very early in his career, is that Jack Hobbs once held a catch for Hampshire as a substitute in a match at the Oval against Surrey when he wasn't, just before he was a regular in the Surrey side. So I rather like that one. I think it was 1905, something like that. So a bit surprising that Scott Curry's come back, but I guess somebody has to bowl now, and in a sense the game is drifting away. It might as well be Curry, as Scriven there just plays that on the onside and runs through for a single, goes on to 24. Ackerman on 82 to win 20. I suppose in a sense Curry's got nothing to lose now. He's had a miserable afternoon with the ball. And if he could turn in
a hat-trick now,
a hat-trick would be just about right. And he comes and bowls. Oof. That's wide, and it's not called a wide, but it wasn't far away from it. And Ackerman waves a bat at it, but can't get anything on it. You almost feel in a situation like this that they might have a slip fielder in, since they've got to take wickets. There's absolutely no chance that they could survive the next 5.5 overs with 20 needed, but they haven't actually got much of an attacking field. That's hit up or hit back, and Scott Curry takes it, holds it, walks back to his mark. So he's only gone for 2 in 4 balls this over, which something of an improvement to Ackerman on 82. He bowls very full on leg side, and Ackerman drives it up to Donald at long on, and they take a single. Ackerman, I suppose, has just got a chance of getting to 100. 19 needed, and he needs 17. If he was to finish it with 1 needed with a 6, then he might get it. Has he got 100 this year?
In the last match,
yeah.
100 not
I was
out.
thinking that most of your guys seem to have scored 100 at some point. Curry bowls, leg side again. Scriven drives up to mid-on, no run. So Ackerman keeps the strike, and Curry has a better over, but 7 overs, 0 for 61. 19 to win, 5 overs to go, 4 wickets to fall is the simple equation.
To whom now Crane is bowled out? Will Gubbins turn?
Eddie Jack, I think.
It looks like Jack.
Yeah.
The tall, broad shouldered figure of Jack.
Yeah.
It's all or nothing now, you feel.
Yeah.
Because he will probably bowl a couple of loose ones, as well as hopefully from Hampshire's point of view produce a couple of good ones. Ackerman on 83 looks around him. Men out long on, cover, backward square and long leg. Come on Eddie, call the crowd.
Yeah.
He has 1 wicket, 1 for 37. Picked up the wicket of Sol Budinger. He comes in from the pavilion end, bowls 2. Ackerman down the leg side. Good take, good diving stop. I think it flicked the thigh pad of Ackerman, so no signal from umpire Baldwin. Ben Brown flung himself away to his left, saved 4. 4 leg byes would definitely have been signalled. It was quick. He only just flicked the thigh pad. Good work by Brown. Jack turns. Very straight run, comes in and bowls slightly wide. Ackerman rather slaps the drive down into the ground as he reaches for the ball. It bounces out towards Barker at mid-off, intercepted en route by Gubbins moving across from extra cover, but Ackerman takes his 1, 18 to win. Ackerman on to 84. Scriven waits because Gibbons is making a change. He's bringing cover into the circle on the offside, so no fielders are on the boundary on the offside. I think he realises that he needs to put the batters under a bit more pressure. He can't give them ones anymore.
Yep.
Jack is into Scriven down the leg side. That will be surely signalled wide. No, says umpire Baldwin. Scriven moved across his stumps. They've been a little bit, not laxer, what's the word, more generous to the bowler this season, a fraction. If the batter moves inside, even if it's down the leg side, then the wide isn't automatically signalled anymore.
No.
Before we got to a stage where anything on the legs, down the leg side, was signalled wide. Jack is into Scriven outside off stump. He's trying to cut it away, doesn't get anything on it. So just the one from the first 4 balls of the over. Hope springs eternal in the breasts of the Hampshire supporters.
Yes, the crowd gets. The crowd desperately wants to be excited. I think, having enjoyed most of the afternoon, been a bit disappointed perhaps that it seemed to be running away, and I think they'll find something to get excited about if they can.
Jack is in, bowls straight. All Scriven can do is cover up, play it back up the pitch to Eddie Jack, and 1 from the first 5 balls of the over means that the rate required has crept back over 4s. Still need 18 Leicestershire, and there will be, after this, 4 overs remaining. So 18 of 25 balls, I think, is the equation. If they don't win it from here, Leicestershire would be, I think you can certainly say, disappointed.
Yeah, I think you could.
Jack is in, bowls. Scriven just tucks it off his legs out towards square leg. 1 is taken, but that's a pretty good over from Eddie Jack. There was I saying he'd bowl a couple of loose, and he kind of did bowl a couple of loose ones down the leg side, but got away with them. And the one wide outside off stump, Scriven couldn't get away. So just the 2 from it. 17 needed off 4.
And it suits Hampshire, I suppose, that Scriven keeps the strike, actually. It suits Hampshire that Ackerman's not on strike. But I still think, as you suggest, that Leicestershire would be, at the very least, disappointed not to win this from here. We shall see. It will be Curry to bowl again, and as Richard observed in the last over, Gubbins is bringing people inside the circle. There's still 2 men out, 1 at third man and 1 at long leg. But and there is a mid wicket. Yeah, beg your pardon. So that's hit down to the man at third man. So in fact, Scriven's not on strike for very long. He comes off strike with a single. 16 to win. And
it's filling in a bit the sky, isn't it?
3.
There's no danger of rain, I don't think. But
I don't think so.
It's cloudy. It was very pleasant for the last hour.
I think they'd put the lights on if there was 20 overs to go. Oh dear, he's done it again. Curry has bowled his second illegal no ball, and
that was a serious beamer, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I think in the last game he was taken off after bowling 2, wasn't he? Although
you have to. If you bowl 2, you've got to come off.
But he has bowled 2 now. I'm a bit.
Has he bowled another?
He did bowl 1 earlier, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
You would think.
Free hit anyway.
Don't know. Yeah, it's a free hit. Yeah. Don't know what about that. Down the leg side. 4
that's going to be 4
wides.
wides. Oh dear.
Well, I think that kind of those 2 balls, or actually 1 ball, sums up Scott Curry's afternoon, really. I can't even work out how many he's gone for those 2 balls. 4 wide, no ball.
6, and he's got to bowl them. He hasn't bowled a ball.
No, he hasn't. That's right.
So
he's had a quite dreadful afternoon. It has to be said as a bowler, and don't know really what to make of it. I'm not sure.
We're still on a free hit, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm not sure why Holland wouldn't be bowling at this point. Cool idea.
That's a wide. Is that not wide as well?
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Over shoulder height, going down leg side, signalling 1 over. Yeah, I'm pretty confused about what the umpire's doing here.
They've just. Well, is that
1 for the over? 1.
Yeah, just 1 for the over was
1
the signal
legitimate.
There, so.
Yeah. But I'm not quite sure why he's on, because he did bowl a beamer earlier. But
right.
There we go. Curry bowls again, outside the off stump, pulled away. onto the offside by Ackerman, who goes up to 85, and Scott Curry, with all those extras, has probably done Ackerman out of any chance of getting 100 now. He's on 85, 8 to win, and 3 overs after this, and more people making their way out towards the car park for a quick departure. Curry into bowls, and that's full pitch, but it just played a little bit off the outside edge to the man at point for no run. So he's now managed to get to, he's bowled 1, 2 no balls, 4 wides, dot, 1 dot, and after 7.4 overs, 0 for 70 are his figures. And he's in again and bowls, and that's short, and it's down the leg side, and it's a wide. This is an awful over in an awful afternoon for poor Scott Curry. I feel very sorry for him. Having said earlier how much I like him as a cricketer and how good he looks, just everything has gone wrong for him this afternoon.
They always say all experience is good, isn't it? But
yeah,
see how strong a character he is.
Yeah. And he comes and bowls. It's reasonable ball. It's played down into the gully. There's no run. That's he's still got 1 ball to bowl. In this 9 ball over, isn't it?
6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, assuming he gets through this one.
Indeed.
Yeah. And 7 to win. I think. Here he comes. Bowls fairly full. Go on, give him out. No, I don't think he really thought it was out, to be honest with you. I think it was probably going down the leg. And Ian Holland runs across and just taps him on the back, but he must feel disconsolate, really. He must feel awful, you know.
He's avoiding anybody's eye as he walks purposefully and with his head slightly bowed towards third man. 7 to win for the Foxes.
I'm taking myself off now as well, and Kevin's going to come on.
Good to see you again, Dave. Anyway, hopefully we'll meet again in the final. Who knows? Who knows? This game isn't quite over yet. 7 to win from 3 overs for Leicestershire. Eddie Jack comes in, bowls short, pulled mightily by Ackerman out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. 1 blow will do it now for the Foxes to make it 4 wins out of 5, all away from home. Ackerman on to 89 to follow his unbeaten century just 2 days ago. 89 not out now, 3 to win. As more and more head home from the Ageas. Jack is in to Ackerman, pulled in the air through mid-wicket. I think that might be it. I think that's going to go the distance. It is. Leicestershire have won the game. They have won by 4 wickets. They have chased down the target of 297. They stay at the top of their one-day group, and they are in very, very good shape now to qualify for the quarter-finals. Well played, Colin Ackerman, who finishes 93 not out of 93 deliveries. Tom Scriven finishes 26 not out of 28. And, well, it looked as though at one stage it was going to be even closer than it was. It finished pretty close, but just at the end, well, it came quickly. Scott Curry and then Eddie Jack with those 2 short balls that Ackerman pulled away for 4. But it's always a pleasure to come here. We don't do it often enough, and who knows, Leicestershire might be back before too long.
Well, yeah, fantastic. I think that was, well, that's a class innings by Colin Ackerman. Absolutely class innings. He kept his head throughout. A run of ball 93 in that situation. You know, Leicestershire threatened winning this game at several times in their reply, and at other times looked as though they might just fall by the wayside. But throughout that, the constant was Colin Ackerman, and that is an absolutely brilliant knock. And at the end of the day, Hampshire didn't quite get enough, and so it's proved, but take nothing away from the away side here. That is a very, very good win.
A couple of catches. If they'd been held, 30-odd runs there, it could have been different, but such is the way of it. And Hampshire's performances in this competition have been very, very good so far, and they were not far away in this one either. So, well, good luck on your road trip coming up. Leicestershire now have a week at headquarters, or near headquarters at any rate, and see if they can get one more over the line and hopefully then qualify for the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Richard. Enjoyed having you. Thank you to Dave Allen. Absolutely brilliant. Nice having him back. Haven't seen him for a while. He'll be back as well at the Isle of Wight when we're there. Thanks for listening. Thank you for watching, and we'll be back very soon.